Excuse me, Adam. Sorry.
Okay, second row, y'all come on up.
I'm gonna take it just in case because
get back on it like 3 times. Finally, I could see his feet at the door, and I heard the hand moving, and I could see his feet saying, "Do not open that door again." He started screaming. She said anytime I told him to sleep, he'd say no. So he was just doing the same thing.
Hey, third row, y'all come on up.
Scott went and got it. I'm like Superwoman. No. Scott, I'm going to go into my car and I called him. Is it on their website?
Came out, she said he was like very frustrated, but then he would skip it out. She's like, it was
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Next table, y'all come on up. Next rows, excuse me.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Testing number 2, next row. Y'all come on up. Next row, y'all come on. If you have not signed, come on up. Last time people come, and then anybody that has not signed up, come on in.
Kind of wears you out, like the air here and persistent conversations, like you know, because it's like no.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Ford Steer Show Speech Day. It's our favorite part of the competition. We truly believe common trait. Is that going in and out? Okay. Then let me have the mic. A common trait that runs through all public speakers is a good microphone. How about that? That's what I was going to say. Thank you, John Mack. Okay, this is going to be your microphone, all right? I want to show you something. If I hold it down here by my belly button and I talk right over the top of it, nobody's going to hear me, all right? You have to have the microphone in front of your mouth if you want us to hear you. You've worked so hard on this speech that you're about to give, and I sure want to hear it. But if you do this, neither me nor the judges nor the cattle guys up there are going to be able to hear you. So keep the mic in front of your mouth, okay? Now, if you look over, if you're doing your speech and you see me over there doing this with a microphone, that means get the microphone in front of your mouth because I can't hear you, okay? Everybody good with that? All right, now that we got the instructions out of the way, I want you to take a big, deep breath and let it out. And know that all the hard work is done. You have practiced this speech. You have looked in the mirror until you think you're a silly goose. And now you are ready to stand up in front of us and do the fun part. All you got to do is give it now. All the hard work is done. And guess what? You're a better public speaker than you were the day you sat down to start writing your speech. Whether you even got to give it, you're better than you were, and that's all that's important, all right? You're better than you were. If at the end of every day, you can say, I'm better today than I was yesterday, guess what? That was a good day. Today's a good day for you guys, and I'm so proud of you. Would you stand up and turn around and look at this crowd and show this crowd how good and professional you look? My goodness. Thank you for the effort that you put into this. We're so excited. Audience, would you stand up with me as I turn to Dr. Mark Miller and ask him to bless our morning.
Let us pray. Father, we come to you and we just thank you and praise you for the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo and all the volunteers. And we ask you to pour a blessing over them to be able to make this event possible. God, we thank you for every one of the participants today who will give their speech, and we ask you to bring a special peace over them that's beyond anything they can understand, to bring a calmness and to let them deliver their speech with excellence just like you. And God, we praise you and thank you for all the parents and grandparents and those that helped everybody to get here. We thank you for the safety and the travel in getting here, and we ask you to protect everybody as they go home. God, most of all, we thank you for your son Jesus that died to save us, that we could all go to heaven. And we give you praise and glory for all you do for us, for the many blessings you poured over us, and for the fact that we're able to be here in this great nation, to be able to be free and one nation under God. Thank you and praise you for this awesome day, and let us celebrate you in all we do. Amen.
Amen.
1, 2, 1, 2. Amen. You know, there's something something really special about a contest that's wrapped around family and can open up with a prayer for peace. Now, I do have a question. How many of you, when he said when you've been looking in the mirror, you look like a silly goose, you really ever look like a silly goose? Anybody? It didn't work for me. It's all right. What does work for me is the opportunity to talk about our speech judges. Folks, for those who've been with us before, you know just what quality we have here today. For you rookies, I want to introduce them to you right now. First, Molly McAdams. Molly, would you please stand? Just let them see you. Mother of a former competitor. Meets science by trade, but it's her... Right, thank you. Meets science by trade, but it's her communication skills that have catapulted her to an executive officer with the Texas Beef Council. HEB probably can really claim a whole lot of their growth and perfection to this lady right here. And so that's Molly McAdams. She'll be running the left side of the table. Colin Woodall is next. For those who know Colin Woodall, thank you. He was a top exec with the NCBA there in Washington, speaking on our behalf at that level. Well, he got a pay raise. He's a CEO now of the NCBA, and he's traded all the taillights that you bump into there in Washington and all of that minutia he gets to look at the Rocky Mountains every day, and I'm jealous as can be. So there are your speech judges. We go up to the top for Jay Peters and our live evaluators.
Good morning, everybody. While you guys are giving your speeches up here this morning, behind you, we're going to bring in your steers. Those of you who've been here before, seen this, those of you who are new to the show, they're going to be evaluated on a live view basis, similar to it's done in the industry every day, viewing the animals live, making a judgment on their yield grade and quality grade. To do that, we have here the same judges who've been helping this show for many, many years. I'm not sure exactly, maybe 15. The two of the world's most leading experts in meat science. To my far right, whom you heard the prayer from earlier, Dr. Mark Miller. Next over, Dr. Ryan Rathman. And I encourage you, after or any time during the breaks, spend some time with these two guys. You will need to know this. It'll be very valuable to your future. Tracy?
Okay, one more thing before we get started. You're going to be real disappointed about this. Because there's 82 of you, I'm not going to ask questions today. So Dr. Miller and Dr. Rathman are going to be the only ones that ask you questions today, and I'm so sad about it because it's my favorite thing. But we won't get out of here till midnight tonight if I get to visiting with y'all. So I'm not going to be asking questions of you today. So when you are finished with your speech, either Dr. Rathman or Dr. Miller will have a question for you, and you'll turn and look to them for that question, and then just respond to it, and then you are finished. You don't have to worry about me today. One more thing about this microphone. Did I mention that you need to keep it in front of your mouth today? Have I talked about that yet? Please do that. This is your microphone, all right? I'm going to set it right here in the middle of this table, and it's going to be on. So be careful what you whisper here at the front table, okay? All right, so this microphone's going to be on. You don't have to mess with it. Have to look power button. You don't have to tap it. Don't do anything. Just pick it up and start talking, okay? Everybody good? Everybody ready? You ready to get started? I have a special way to start today. We're going to start with Luke Gola from New Braunfels FFA. He's going to be our first speech this morning. Luke, come on up.
Howdy, my name's Luke Gola. Welcome to San Antonio, Doxa, and Aurelia. Today we celebrate beef. I love beef because it makes me strong. I play football and need muscles. I eat burger and steaks to grow strong muscles. The rodeo, my favorite is bucking bulls riders. We need bulls to have rodeos. Please stand with me. We kick off the best doctor in the world. I say allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty that is for all. Thank you. Now, let's give thanks for just other and for all. These steers today, please stand and remove your hands. Our Father, you art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, and thy will be come, or be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this our daily bread, and give us trespasses, as we forgive those that accuse us, and lead us not to temptation, and lead us from evil. Amen.
What a great way to start. Yay, thank you, thank you. True Krill, you want to go next? How about a big round of applause for True?
Imagine a 25% death loss. My name is True Krill. I'm from Newcastle, Texas, and my recent studies in feedlot death loss took me way back into the history books, and it was fascinating. Millions of cattle across the Great Plains died in the harsh winter months between 1886 and 1887. The wicked season arrived on the heels of a drought-filled summer, decimating an already insufferable situation. The winter was brutal, and cattlemen were unprepared, having been deceived by the previous mild winters. The season started early in November, with at least one intense storm per month, and lasted through March of 1887. It was one continuous blizzard. With no hay stored, ranchers watched their herds slowly die or lost them all as snowfall blanketed the land. As spring approached, snow and ice melted off, revealing piles of dead cattle everywhere. Carcasses were stacked up against the newly strung 4-strand barbed wire fences. Decaying bodies clogged riverbeds, and the stench lingered for months more. But lasting longer was the forever changed landscape of western cattle ranching. From Montana south to Texas, ranchers, large and small, experienced an estimated 25% death loss. It was an economic catastrophe. The Great Die-Up, as this winter was known, ushered from the end of an era, sending hundreds of cattle ranchers into bankruptcy. An abrupt end came to open range. Herds decreased in size, more fencing went up, feed concepts evolved, and brand cattle drives became a method of the past. Over 130 years later, and we still can't prevent extreme weather events, but we do have technological resources that allow us to better prepare. Natural catastrophes aside, cattle death loss in the feedlot is significantly more manageable on the pocketbook at an average of less than 2%. Some degree of mortality is due from both controllable and uncontrollable factors. Over 130 years later, and we still can't prevent extreme weather events. However, operations are better and better at reducing death loss. Cow-calf management concepts have calves leaving their mamas more healthy, hardy, and herd ready. Veterinary crises are properly prevented and disease outbreaks are diligently managed. And operators aggressively manage economic inputs like days on feed. As we look to the future, it is important that all eyes are on our industry. The optics matter more than ever. Whether it's 2.5 or 25%, our efforts must be on, yes, reducing death loss, but more so on creating the world's most wholesome, abundant, high-quality source of protein on behalf of both the producer and the consumer. My generation has experienced geographically industry-altering events, from devastating Texas fires to freezing blizzards in our northern states. I may never experience a historical event like the Great Die-Up, but as we look to the future and work to do better, I believe that good husbandry, moral duty, and a calling on our hearts in which the Lord will steward will have a greater outcome on the beef industry. We can't predict the future, but we can learn from the past, because the history is God's work in the world, and we should learn from it, because what a history lesson those books provide. Because not only can we know more, but we can do more. Thank you.
Sure, really proud of you, dear. Way to go today. You did an awesome job. You picked a good subject there that has to be discussed, and it's really key management-wise, so you covered a lot of great stuff. My question for you, True, would be, what do you think is the biggest cause of mortality in managing modern feedlots today? And explain why that is and when it generally happens in the feeding period.
So, cattle death loss, it can
Hey, True, so what I'm asking you is like, what disease or other factor is the biggest reason is the number one reason for death loss in cattle and feedlots today?
So I think one of the biggest is weather. So in the Panhandle in January, there was a current event that happened, and this feedlot with 68,000 head had a blizzard, and they were losing about 350 calves a day, when their average per day was to lose about 15 to 20 head. It was because of a freezing blizzard, and the calves were all in the back corner suffering because they were so cold. I think that weather has a big deal, mainly blizzards. I think that it plays an impact on whether if they go off feed or they don't eat or drink, and they just get too cold.
Great job. Proud of you today.
Next, let's go to Hill County 4-H, Mr. Cade Busby.
Over 2,000 years ago, King Solomon wrote in Proverbs 20:17, "Food gained by fraud tastes sweet, but in the end, one has a mouth full of gravel." In June of 1906, President Teddy Roosevelt signed legislation forming the Meat Inspection Act of 1906, which prohibited the sale of altered or falsely identified livestock labeled as beef. Now, 118 years from that legislation, and it is time for cattlemen like you and I to make sure that our fellow Americans don't end up with a mouthful of gravel through the production of lab-grown, animal cell-based, fake meat. Hello, my name is Kate Busby from Hill County 4-H, and today I would like to talk to you about what is on the horizon for the beef industry that as cattlemen we have to be knowledgeable about. Currently in America, 90% of the cattle ranches are family owned and operated and produce nearly 17% of the world's beef while using only 6% of the world's cattle. This alone proves that beef production is not a factory farm operation. Over the decades, farmers and ranchers have worked tirelessly to lower greenhouse gas emissions, improve herd health, animal nutrition, and feed efficiency, all while working to lower costs. In 2016, the Impossible Burger was rolled out as a soy plant protein-based hamburger. This burger came with mixed reviews from many Americans, but at least still supported American agriculture through crop production. Now, in 2024, the horizon is shining with new companies such as Beyond Meat, Upside, BioBQ, and Orbillion Bio, working towards being able to market animal cell-based beef in the USA. While the name itself may not sound gross to some, imagine fetal stem cells being taken from a live cow, mixed in a large sterile bioreactor with vitamins, amino acids, and other nutrients until cells multiply enough to form new tissue for harvesting, about 10 to 14 days. The end result of this stage is a pink sludge that is then placed into a 3D printer type piece to create the perfect piece of make-believe steak. But it doesn't stop there. This piece of artwork must then set for up to 30 days to allow the tissue fibers to become the right consistency for human chewing. Sounds tasty, doesn't it? We've gone from letting our meat hang an average of 14 days to letting it grow and set for roughly 45 days. But what isn't being brought into light is the cost of building factories capable of mass producing this so-called beef, the amount of energy and renewable resources that would potentially be used, and the cost with production also that the venture would be profitable. All of these things just to hold on to one's morals, to be more ethical, more humane, more environmentally friendly, and to grow the food chain. But is it really more sustainable than real beef production? Is it really? I doubt it. We haven't even touched on the long-term effects that this will cause to the real beef industry. The loss of farms, ranches, and the grasslands. The negative effects to the byproduct industries, or the delicacy that real beef will potentially become as production costs eventually get more budget friendly. As a fourth-generation beef producer, I am confident and proud to say that just one of those steers behind me will feed my family of 7 people real beef for over 1 year. Not only will my family know what was put into the beef on their plates, we know that those steers were raised in an ethical and humane way, following BQA standards and in the most cost-effective way at $1.18 per pound of game. So, as for me and my family, we'll leave the gravel to others and stick to real beef. That's what's for dinner. Thank you.
Kate, that's awesome. That's an amazing coverage of a lot of things that's going on with people trying to find new ways to eat some beef, right?
Yes,
Fake
sir.
beef and all sorts of stuff. I guess one of the things that we wanted to ask you was about whenever you start looking at your steers, what would you say that you would try to do to make them even better than they already were?
So I think what could make my steers better was we did notice when we ultrasounded them yesterday that their yield grade was going to be very high because of how fat they were. But we figured out that when we started them on the soybean meal back in mid-January, that if we would have started them about 4 weeks earlier, that yield grade could have been a little lower and that quality grade a little higher.
Great job. Thank you so much for that awesome speech.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Way to go, Cade. Next, we got Mabry Miller from McGregor FFA.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to close your eyes and imagine with me. You're sitting at a rustic wooden table surrounded by family and friends. The aroma of a perfectly cooked steak fills the air around you. The time has finally come. You take the first bite. You can taste the tenderness, the juiciness, the explosion of flavors. It's as if this steak was selected just for you. But what if I told you that the secret to that perfectly cooked steak on your plate didn't just come from your local grocery store, but instead a pioneering industry whose main goal is to produce a safe, affordable, and abundant food supply? Hi, my name is Mabry Miller from the McGregor FFA. And today I'll be talking to you about the program 44 Farms Prime Pursuits. Now, I have shown whole Hereford heifers since the 3rd grade. I own Hereford cattle. Why am I standing up here with Angus cattle? Well, after speaking with ranchers in my local area, I found that there are some really cool things about Black Angus cattle. First, Black Angus cattle is known for their better tasting, tenderness, and the great marbling they have in their beef. Number 2, Black Angus cattle are known for their sustainability. Not only do they have good beef, they also don't harm our environment as much. And number 3, imagine you're going to a store and you find the stamp on your beef that you're buying that says Certified Black Angus Beef. That means the meat that you're buying went through a 10-step specification that's put in by the brand. That's separated into 3 different levels: marbling maturity, quality of appearance, and your just sizing in general. Now, let me talk to you about Prime Pursuits. Prime Pursuits is a program that sells 44 Farms Black Angus bulls to ranchers around the United States. Now, these ranchers are going to use these bulls to breed their cattle and then sell them back to Prime Pursuits. Prime Pursuits is helping to eliminate some of the uncertainties of our world today for agriculture industries. So our ranchers are never going to be wondering who is going to be bidding on their cattle at high prices. Now, what is this really doing for our ranchers today? Ranchers will never be charged over 3.3 to 4.4% on decrease of their cattle. So, as we enter this new era of beef production, we are having prime beef, but also the pursuit of perfection. Welcome to the Prime Pursuit Revolution. Welcome to an industry that knows no bounds. Now, who wants a steak? Thank you.
Mabry, you did great. Question I got for you, let's say you go to the restaurant, you look at the menu, and you're hungry, and you look at the steak prices, and there's differences between what a sirloin costs on the menu versus a ribeye versus, say, a filet. Why do you think that there's a difference? Why do they not all just sell for the same amount per pound? Can you explain why that is in terms of what your potential eating experience may be with those different products?
So in your cattle, the different beef also have different textures and flavors and marbling also numbers. So people are going to want something that's cheaper, but also that has better marbling. The problem is you're not going to get something as cheap, but also have as good as marbling. So definitely showing that the different parts of your cattle have more marbling or better tenderness or just different thicknesses as well.
Thank you.
job, Mabry. Next is Katie Basire from Borden County 4-H.
Hey, Katie.
Got this, bud.
Hey, bud, you got this one.
Take a deep breath. Look at your cow. I want you to start telling the difference between the two of them. Just get started. That's all you got to do.
Hey, Katie, let's do this little reverse. Come up here and look at me, okay? Let's ask a question about your cattle real quick, okay? So, why did you pick these two steers? Like, why did you want to feed them? Because you like the color, or you like the way that they act?
Because I thought they would.
Yeah, these two steers are acting really pretty calm in here. Like, they seem to be pretty fun. Were they good to feed? They give you any trouble?
No, sure they didn't.
They look like they're pretty friendly to you, looking right at you. So go ahead and just tell us a little bit about how it was to feed these guys. Like, you feed them twice a day or some things like that.
Always store them.
It was a lot of fun feeding them?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Well, you did a good job, and thanks for getting them here. And if there's anything else you'd like to tell us about your steers, go ahead.
Okay, next is Cy Weber from Slidell FFA.
Are you ready for good beef in the school lunchroom? Are you tired trying to figure out if that mystery meat on hamburger day is the real thing? If so, changes can be on the way. Hi, my name is Cy Weber, and I am from the Slidell Junior FFA chapter. Several groups that push the USDA to enforce rules on their beef purchases through the Agricultural Marketing Service, or AMS. The USDA responded by proposing that all beef purchased by AMS be born, raised, and harvested in the U.S. That means school lunches could get better. According to RCAP and Farm Action, this will lead to better markets and higher prices for U.S. cowmen. More money and better school lunches. Sounds great, right? Other purchasing programs for fruits, nuts, and vegetables by USDA require domestic origin verification, or DOV. This verification process requires audits and products to be fully traceable throughout the supply chain. Beef purchased by AMS would need to be age and source verified. Feedlots to processing plants would need to have certification programs to grow and process these cattle. How many cattle can qualify? According to the latest data available from the USDA, approximately 25% of cattle sold last year were sourced and traceable. Who currently participates in programs with age and source traceability? For the most part, larger full-time operations use premium programs for traceability to improve revenue and profits. Smaller operations have been slow to make the move to program cattle. Program cattle are simple answers to the USDA purchase standards. They meet all purchase requirements. However, much of the beef purchased in these programs are exported and sold at a premium. The average cattle producer will never see a dollar gain from the change, simply because their cattle never qualify for any program. Over 75% of U.S. cattle herd be excluded. This policy will likely reduce demand on cattle from the small cattle producer. Policy changes result in consequences, especially if people asking for change don't understand how these policies can affect the cattle industry as a whole. The USDA may be requiring a higher quality beef go to its kids at school, but the number of hamburger days can be few and far between if there isn't enough age and source verified beef to go around. Thank you. Are there any questions?
So now you gave a lot of great facts, buddy. How many years have you been doing this project?
3 years, sir.
You're doing a great job. All right, so Doc and I were looking at your cattle, and there's about a 200-pound difference between these two Angus steers.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain maybe kind of what your expectation was for like the growth rate of the steers before you put them on feed, and then maybe explain why after feeding them for such a long time during the year, maybe they diverged and ended up 200 pounds apart. What are some of the causes for that?
Maybe one hasn't eaten so much than the other, maybe.
So what do you think, Syed, can you give us some facts on kind of what your expectation was or what the cattle's average daily gain was between the two, and then what was kind of their intake like? How many pounds did they eat on a daily basis?
I would say I fed them, they at least ate like half a bag a day or so on that.
Very good. That's good. Thank you, sir. You did a great job today.
Thank you, Si. Let's go to Wade Hoffman, Rice Consolidated FFA.
You've all heard a saying, you are what you eat. We all love a good steak. But did you notice two different kinds of steaks? These two steaks can be found in cattle that are fed on grain or grass. Hello, my name is Wade Hoffman. I am in the 6th grade at Rice Junior High School in Altair, Texas. I live in a small town of Nada, Texas. There are many studies over the years about the differences between grain and grass-fed beef. One of the obvious differences is the color of the meat. Grass-fed beef is darker red color and has less marbling. But on the other hand, grain-fed beef has more of a pink color and so have more marbling or fat throughout it. Another key difference is the size of finished cattle. Grass-fed cattle do not get as large as those on grain. Grain-fed cattle are larger, meatier, and so have more fat to them. Some advantages of grass-fed beef are that the beef is leaner, healthier, and several vitamins such as vitamin E and D. But some disadvantages of grass-fed beef are the meat is not attractive looking, much more expensive, and is not commonly found or sold in stores like H-E-B. We all want a steak that melts in our mouth and is not hard to chew. It would be tough for grass-fed beef to do that because of it having less marbling. But proper preparation and cooking can create a more tender piece of meat. There are many reasons to make grain-fed beef the choice for most consumers. It's lower in price and it's easy to find. It is also attractive looking, has excellent marbling, and most people love the taste. Some disadvantages of grain-fed beef are the cattle are raised in pens, nutritional profile is not as healthy, and are fed antibiotics and hormones to maximize their growth. So fire up your grill and put grass and grain-fed beef side by side. Grill it to your liking. Whichever you prefer, there's no correct answer. Just keep on eating beef. Thank you.
Got a question, bud?
Wade, you did a good job. Awesome. Better watch that backpack. Wade, you really did an awesome job.
Thank you.
That's a very great, detailed speech with regard to grass-fed and grain-fed beef. If you had to pick one factor that most people would complain about, that they would say is why they eat grass-fed beef or they may not like to eat grass-fed beef again, what would you say that would be?
Can you repeat it?
So what would be the one reason why people would choose to buy grass-fed beef and why they choose maybe not to buy grass-fed beef?
Well, one way people might choose to eat grass-fed beef are grain-fed cattle are fed antibiotics and hormones, and that's like a type of drug.
Okay, that's a good answer. Let me ask you one more question. Have you eaten grass-fed beef? Did you eat some of those steaks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did they have the same flavor that a grain-fed steak had, or are they different?
They're a little similar.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you, Wade. Let's go to Marley Kasurik from Burleson County 4-H.
Would you like to buy some Girl Scouts cookies? I have all 8 flavors: Thin Mints, Caramel Delights, Peanut Butter Patties, Peanut Butter Sandwiches, Lemonade, Shortbread, Toasties, and Adventure Rolls. Oh wait, I'm not selling Girl Scout cookies. Today I'm promoting something much tasty and better for your diet. Hi, my name is Marley Kasurik with the Burleson County 4-H and Troop 1136 of Girl Scouts. I have been selling Girl Scout cookies for 4 years, and I have learned something from my career in sales. It is important for me to know my product when I sell cookies, just like it's important for me to know about the beef I raise. Just like there are 8 types of cookies, there are 8 USDA quality grades for beef. The labels are put on the beef by high-quality skilled USDA meat graders. The USDA quality grades are similar to Girl Scout cookies. The Thin Mints and Caramel Delights are the cookies everyone seeks, but not everyone gets because they sell out so fast. These are like the prime graded meats that are highly sought after by hotels and restaurants because these cuts of meat are most marbling. The prime graded cuts are great for grilling and roasting. The peanut butter patties and lemonades are the cookies that offer good flavor. Although I sell a lot of these cookies, they're not top sellers at cookie booths. This is a lot like the USD grade of choice. It's high quality but does not have as much marbling as the prime cuts. Choice cuts of meat account for 50% of beef graded by the USDA. There are always people worried about their health when eating cookies and beef. Just like shortbread and peanut butter sandwiches offer less sugar, the USDA Grade Select offers less marbling and leaner cuts of meat. For people wanting less fat in their meat, the Select Grade meat has less fat and may need to be marinated before cooking, just like you may need to dip some cookies in milk before you eat them. Finally, we have Toasties and Adventurefuls. Unless you are a Girl Scout, you may not have heard of these cookies because they are not well known. This is much like the USD grades of Standard, Cutter, Canner, and Utility. Although these cuts are useful, most people do not see these cuts in retail stores. These cuts are used for things like ground meat and other products. Although they are not well-known grids, they are important to know about. Although I don't get a badge for selling high-quality beef, I will keep working to make sure that I sell the best product I can.
Hey, Marley, you did great talking about the end product. So my question is focused on that. So let's say you and your friends, y'all go out to eat, and they don't really have the same background as you. So they're thinking about ordering chicken or pork or something else. So what would be your best sales pitch to your friends on why you think they should eat beef?
So I think they should eat beef because, like, I kind of feel like it's better than chicken,
Can you define better?
like in taste.
Okay.
And health-wise, basically, like.
What about some of the nutrients? Can you tell us any of the benefits of beef from a nutrient standpoint that it would provide them?
It would provide them like Can you say the question in like a different way?
Oh, it's okay. All right. You were talking a lot about quality grades. So tell us what are the quality grades and which one is the best and what does that mean? How do we quality grade cattle?
So like the best quality grade is prime,
Okay.
and you would define that like, so when we were doing like the ultrasounds, you would see if they had like a lot of marbling, and then if you saw that they had a lot of marbling, they would probably be prime, and if they had more fat, they would also be prime.
That's dead on. You did a great job. Good answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marley. Next, let's go to Jesse Whitley from Hallettsville.
Arthrogryposis multiplex. That's a big word, don't you think? And I bet you don't know what that means. Hello, my name's Jesse Whitley. I'm a sophomore at Hallettsville High School and a member of the Hallettsville FFA. And today, I would like to talk about arthrogryposis multiplex, also known as curly calf syndrome. And it is the most common genetic mutation in Angus cattle. Before I continue, let me give you a little background onto what a genetic mutation is. A genetic mutation is a change between one or more genes that can cause disorders or illnesses. And in this case, it is caused by a recessive gene mutation. So, for a calf to be born with arthrogryposis multiplex, both the dam and the sire have to have this recessive gene. When a calf is born with arthrogryposis multiplex, the spine and legs will be twisted. The joints will be stiff and rigid, and there will be little to no muscle development, so it will be small and thin. And this is all unwanted for a producer because this means you're losing money. And even worse, you can't tell if your animals are carriers of this recessive gene just by looking at them. But thankfully, you can get your animals tested to see if they have this recessive gene. All you have to do is send in different DNA samples like blood spot or FTA cards, whole blood and purple top tubes, hair samples, tissue samples, and or semen samples into different organizations such as Angus Genetics Incorporated. In about 3 to 4 weeks, you'll get your test results back. They will say something like AMA for affected. This means that this is the genetic mutation that killed your calf. AMF for free or a non-carrier, and AMC for a carrier. And it is important to know this information if you have an affected calf, because even if you have a carrier in your herd, You can still selectively breed a carrier to a non-carrier and never have another affected calf. This is also important to know if you're getting semen to AI your cattle, because if the bull you're getting semen from is a carrier of this recessive gene, you might not want to introduce this trait into your herd. And finally, it is all around important to learn and research this information and learn how they affect your cattle, especially if you're using Angus cattle, because Angus have the most genetic mutations in the bovine community. Not just genetic mutations like Arthrogopersis multiplex, but many more, like contractual arachnodactyly, developmental duplication, neurological hydrocephalus, and osteoporosis. So in the long run, it's better to be safe than sorry. Thank you.
Jesse, that was really a high-level, excellent speech with a lot of detail, and you did a great job. So Dr. Rathman and I were discussing your speech, and wanted to ask you, how do you believe that mutation for curly calf came about in the Angus breed?
So back in the day when people were trying to get the best out of all the breeds, so when they were trying to get the most marbling, the best weight gain, they were crossbreeding all different kinds of breeds together to get that most perfect thing, but in doing so, they also got all the bad things from every other breed they bred together. So that's where you get all the different genetic mutations, and because when you try to get the good, you also get some of the bad.
Yeah, that's really a good answer. Let me ask you one more real quick. So if you have that genetic mutation, you send the test in, what's the best way to be able to find those mutations and get rid of them out of your herd?
So what you can do is you can't never really get rid of it. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be somewhere because it's in the DNA. You can't just delete the DNA. So it's always going to be there. So what you can do is when you get the results, you can still selectively breed, like I said in my speech, to never have that affected calf.
Excellent answer. Thank you very much and great job.
Thank you.
Good job, Jesse. Hey, can you spell any of those big words for us? Woo-hoo! That's a big girl speech. Thank you. All right, next is Mason Wolf from Randall County 4-H.
Producers are leaving dollars lying around every day across the country in each sector of the cattle market. Hi, my name is Mason Wolf. I'm a sophomore at Canyon High School, and today I'm here to talk to you about growth-promoting implants and their impact on cattle producers. First, let's start by talking about what an implant is. The term implant is used to refer to a group of products used in the cattle industry to increase the efficiency of growth. There are 5 hormones used in implants: estradiol benzoate, progesterone, testosterone, zeranol, and trenbolone acetate. They're separated into 2 categories: estrogenic and androgenic. Estrogenic means that the hormones will affect the female characteristics and consist of estradiol benzoate, progesterone, and zeranol. Androgenic means that the hormones will affect the male characteristics and consist of testosterone and trenbolone acetate. The implants are then produced in a pelletized form and inserted subcutaneously, meaning under the skin, into the middle 1/3 of the ear of cattle on the backside. Implants are used to increase the secretion of somatotropin, also known as growth hormone. That growth hormone then increases feed efficiency by turning it into muscle. By converting more feed into muscle instead of excreting it as waste, the animal then increases its overall average daily gain. Now that we understand what implants are and how they're used, let's dive deeper into their benefits and considerations that cattle producers must keep in mind when implementing them into their operation. It's important to understand that implants are not restricted to a certain sector of the cattle industry, but various implants cater to different age groups of animals. For example, if you were to purchase a Synovex C implant, this would only be used on suckling calves up to 400 pounds. This implant would not be appropriate for feeder cattle. Stocker cattle on pasture would utilize a Revlor G implant because the label restricts use for grazing cattle and not confined cattle. Depending on whether the animal is a steer or a heifer, feeder cattle would utilize a Revlor S or Revlor H implant. Some things to keep in mind when using implants are time it takes to pay out and label directions for use. According to a study done by Oklahoma State University, for every dollar a producer spends on implants, the return is $15. This same study says that the average increase in gain is 1/10 of a pound per day, which does not seem like much until you do the math. Let's say you implant a steer and feed him out for 200 days. If you multiply those 200 days by 1/10 of a pound, you'll see an increase in gain of up to 20 pounds with no other changes in diet in comparison to a non-implanted steer. With the way the market is today, those 20 pounds could get you back close to $50. Using implants directly affects cattle producers' bottom line. Cattle producers should not overlook the potential dollars they're leaving untapped every day. Let's not leave these opportunities in the pasture. Let's pick them up and invest in the future of agriculture. Thank you.
Mason, good job, bud. Growth implants are really, really key to our industry and improving our efficiency. So in your research, as you developed your talk, what can you tell me about, over the last year or so, some changes in terms of the regulations of implants? Did you uncover anything that kind of changed maybe how we're maybe allowed to use implants and re-implanting cattle in different phases of production?
I did not find very many changes in being allowed to use implants, but I did find more restrictions, as in like non-hormone used, like some chickens, they're not allowed to use implants or vaccines. Some cattle organizations, they say they're not allowed to use implants or vaccines. So I just found a lot of those.
Did you say chickens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let me address that real quick. So, are growth implants approved for any other species outside of bovine?
I do not know.
Okay, that's fine. All right, one more. So, what are the impacts of using growth implants on carcass traits? So, if you have a calf that's in a natural program, never received them, versus a calf that, did you use them on your cattle?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, so then you used them on your cattle. So compared to your cattle that have been administered that product, what are some of the implications on how it will change that animal's carcass traits?
So like I said in my speech, using an implant and feeding them out for 200 days on average will gain about 20 pounds more, which can be both muscle and fat. But if you continue to feed them out, then the fat will turn into marbling on the inside, and that'll increase your quality grade, and the muscle that is being built up will also increase ribeye size.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mason.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mason. Let's go to Caleb Matusik from Magnolia West FFA. Let's go to Emma Stevenson from Spring Lake FFA.
Today, I want to stand in front of you all and ask one question. Is sustainability sustainable? The beef industry has done a great job of listening to their consumers. In the 1990s, our consumers made it known that they want choice beef. Back then, producers were glad if their top-of-the-line cattle went 50% choice. Now, producers are disappointed if their best cattle are not at least 75% choice. Beef producers recognize the need to please their consumers, so they started working to improve quality. Throughout the last 30 years, we've immensely improved herd quality by improving bulls and culling less desirable cows. Also, with technologies like EPDs and artificial insemination, we've been able to focus on breeding for higher grading and better feed efficiency. Because we focused on breeding for quality, cattle are now coming out of the packing house at 80% choice. In the 90s, our consumers wanted consistent, better tasting beef, and we delivered. As of the last 10 years, the consumer's plea has been sustainability, and many different entities have tried to meet that plea in many different ways. However, the problem with this plea in particular is that our consumers do not truly understand where their food comes from. So how can the producers know if what they want is actually obtainable? Regardless of concern, our industry is still working to meet the consumer's wishes, and the latest sustainability promoting product is called Experior. Experior is the first product approved to reduce ammonia gas emissions and be marketed for improved environmental stewardship and sustainability. While on the surface, Experior looks great for meeting the consumer's wishes, as a producer, I see one major flaw. A study done by Colorado State University stated that non-supplemented cattle produce steaks that were juicier and more tender than those from Experior supplemented cattle, regardless of dose. And in my observation, Experior makes beef taste remarkably like pork. And conversion-wise, a pig is much more efficient than a beef animal. So when we feed our cattle Experior, and they end up being a funny color and tasting like pork, but still costing the consumer the same amount of money, we run the risk of losing our market share. When the average feed conversion rate of a pig is 3.5 pounds of feed to 1 pound of gain, and a chicken's is 1.5 to 1, the beef animal is only winning on production, on upcycling ability, and beef quality. When we feed our cattle Experior and they lose that quality, we run the risk of losing our market share. Beef consumption will drop, and the packers will start selling beef at a lower price, which trickles throughout the industry, and the producers end up taking the loss. I'm afraid the packers do not care if they start selling beef cheaper, because they're not incurring the loss, and they all play major roles in the pork, chicken, and plant-based food markets. When Tyson and JBS account for 63% of the pork market, and Tyson alone accounts for 45% of the chicken market, they do not care which product is selling the highest. So it is up to us, the beef producers, to protect our own market. Pleasing the consumer is extremely important, but quality is what matters the most to our industry's livelihood. I'm by no means saying we do not need to always strive to be good stewards to our land. However, I am saying that when we give up quality for social sustainability, we give up the market that brings our industry's livelihood. So what we need to do in this situation is ask ourselves, is not accounting for all 3 pillars of sustainability sustainable? Thank you.
Emma, your 2 steers are really intriguing. Would you care to give us an estimate of what you think their quality grade might be and their yield grades and the breed makeup that you've got?
So they are a Angus Holstein cross because of hybrid vigor and just that working the quality of the Angus paired with the Holstein. I really expect them to be low prime because the cattle from that source did average kind of low prime. And really they fed really good. They don't really partake to the Holstein side of their breed. Like they gained their feed conversion rate was 5.33 and they gained 4.86 pounds per day, which is pretty good for that breed composite. So I really expect them to do really good.
Thank you. Yeah. You have a great day. It was a good answer.
Emma, grab that microphone one more time. What was that? I want you to tell me the last line of your speech, the very last line about sustainability. Say it again.
I said is not accounting for all 3 pillars of sustainability sustainable.
Goodness, that's good. I'm going to borrow that. Thank you. Good job. Okay, Bryton Brown from the...
Imagine a world without the cattle industry, without beef, and without livelihood for millions of people. Many say that the cattle industry only has negative impacts, and there is an increasing number of people that only talk about the negative impacts, such as harm to the earth and environment. However, there are many positive impacts of the beef and cattle industry that are not well known. The cattle industry is a very important part of our world today. It's a major part of our health, it provides the world with many everyday products, and it can have a positive impact on land. The average American eats 57 pounds of beef each year. Beef is also a great way to prevent iron and B12 deficiencies in the body that lead to anemia. Cows also provide many dairy products like milk, cheese, and yogurt, which provide the body with vitamin D. A lack of vitamin D can lead to cancer, increased risk of death from cardiovascular disease, and cognitive impairment in older adults. Cows are needed in making everyday components like wax paper, crayons, margarine, paints, lipstick, candles, soap, shaving cream, and many other cosmetics. Gelatin, which is obtained by boiling different parts of the cow, is in many different products. It is used to make shampoos, face masks, candies, and marshmallows. Gelatin, which is cowhide, is used to make footballs, baseball gloves, and basketballs. Cow guts are used to make everyday things like tennis rackets. Cow hair from the ears and tails are used to make paintbrushes. All these uses show that cows aren't wasted and every part of them is utilized. Many studies and people will say that the cattle industry is bad and has a negative impact on the earth and environment. Their argument is that it causes land degradation and greenhouse gas emissions from cows add to the pollution. However, if done right, grazing can make land more productive. From an environmental standpoint, grasslands have traditionally been viewed as best managed by leaving the land unused. It is just common sense when you graze country and manage properly, the grassland will outperform land that is not being used. In addition, land that is used for cattle ranching can increase quality, can protect important ecosystems from development and other human activities. In conclusion, the United States cattle industry is a very important part of our country. It provides healthy nutrients, everyday products, and cattle ranching can increase quality of soil and land. We as a country need to learn both sides of this topic and support and maintain our cattle industry.
All right, Brad, you gave a lot of good information. So I was looking at the markets this morning, and one thing that I noticed was that I was looking at the value of our byproducts in each steer, right? So the byproduct value was worth, I think, $11.53 a hundredweight. You got any idea what that means? The byproduct value that they're quoting as worth $11 per hundredweight on those steers? You explained a little bit of it in your speech. So what does that term byproduct mean? Do you know what that term byproduct means?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, so let me help you a little bit. So the carcass is the main driver of value, right? We're raising those cattle, and our primary interest is the meat that they're going to produce, right? And so byproduct would be all the other components that's not found in the carcass, right? So it might be the hide or the tongue, or maybe the oxtail, maybe the stomachs, things of that nature, right? Do you have any idea out of all those other things besides the carcass, what may provide the most value, like of those other items? Because you talked a little bit about some of their uses, right? Yep. So when you get to thinking about some of those, what do you think maybe is the most valuable product in terms of putting it to another use? Hey, it's all good, Brad. Let me ask you a different question, because I want you to get a good answer that you're proud of and confident that you answered with good information. So you had maybe the first pair of steers that were different color, right? They were black and white, and so they were a little different in terms of their breed background. Can you explain to me why, what their breed background is, and then why you chose a pair of steers that were a little bit different?
My black steer, my white steer, I found out yesterday that why he is white is because
both the bull that he was bred with and they were both white, and the black steer, I don't know.
Was he an Angus or Angus Continental Cross?
I think he's an Angus.
Okay, very good. Nice job today. Good speech.
Thank you, Brighton. Next, Miss Hope Gleghorn from Randall County 4-H.
Hi, my name is Hope Gleghorn, and I'm a 17-year-old senior at Canyon High School, a proud member of Randall County 4-H, and now the Fighting Texas Aggie, class of 2028. In the past, I've talked to you all about cattle markets, beef demand, valuable byproducts, and even the little sister that loves chicken nuggets. But today, I'd like to go back and visit about a cost that often gets overlooked, and that cost is market volatility. Irrational exuberance was a term popularized by former chair of the Federal Reserve, Alan Greenspan, in 1996. It defines the unfounded market optimism that lacks real foundation and fundamental valuation, but instead relies on psychological factors such as ego, fear, and greed. Now, stick with me. I realize I just put most of you to sleep, but I promise, this topic has major implications on our beef industry. But since most of you are asleep already, let's go back in time and visit the good old days of the past, specifically September 19th of 2023. On this nice early fall day, cattle markets reached all-time highs, just to turn around and start a 3-month free fall. Cattle prices for these steers behind me briefly peaked at $196 per hundredweight. That's almost $2,800 per head, or $100,000 worth of cattle barreling down the highway. So why does this even matter? Because during the time we were buying our cattle for these contests, the CME futures market told us was still firmly entrenched in a bullish trend. This means we had to pay more for our cattle because the futures told us they'd be worth that $196 per hundredweight today. I don't like to call anybody a liar, but the CME futures was full of it. I'd also like to say in September, egos and greed were in high gear. Then, fear joined the party. Everybody that was bullish in the market lost their stamina and wanted to sell their options. But the problem was the exit window was really narrow and people began to panic sell. When this happens, prices drop drastically. So how can I as a cattle producer protect myself when the cattle market crashes? Traditionally, you would use a future or an options contract offered by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. These uniform contracts protect the price of 40,000 pounds of cattle. But the problem is, I have about 3,000 pounds of cattle, not 40,000 pounds. Thankfully, there's a contract offered through the USDA that allows cattle producers like me to mitigate price risk from 1 to 25,000 head per year. LRP, or Livestock Risk Protection, is a put option funded by the government. Think of it like an insurance policy that allows small producers to lock in the price that they are going to get when they sell their steers. Now, to answer the question that I know I'm going to get, did I use the insurance policy? No, I didn't. I was bullish in the market and I did not think it would crash like it did. Thankfully, with the way my steers performed, I won't lose too much of my hard-earned equity, but instead, I'll save my money and wait until I'm maybe a little bit older to try my hand at the dice table in Vegas if I want to gamble. Thank you.
That's an excellent speech and very complex, especially when you start dealing with prices in the futures market. But I want to ask you something about your cattle because I think that they're very intriguing and wanted to see what you would tell me about their yield rate and how well, because the breed makeup on those would be some beef on dairy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so they would get a yield grade, but how would their red meat yield end up turning out? Are you familiar with any of the information on how they would yield with regard to their carcass? Would they yield a very high percentage, or where would they yield out?
So these cattle are kind of tanks. We had to watch weight on one of them a little bit, but along with that comes a little bit more back fat on the outside of the cattle. I think that I'm very confident in the fact that they will probably grade a yield grade 3. But with that, I'm not super worried about it because comes intramuscular fat or the marbling inside of the animal, which is what the consumers like. And when you go and you eat a steak that has a lot of good marbling in it, that directly correlates to the yield grade and the back fat on the outside of the steak.
That's excellent. Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Let's go to Lexi Gola from New Braunfels FFA.
The unexpected happens, and this year was no different. One night, these cattle were visited by a most unusual predator. I discovered their noses filled with long, white, spear-like needles. They were attacked by, yes, you guessed it, a porcupine. I would have never thought a porcupine would kill my steers, but it happened. But I did not overreact, but created a solution. I placed the steers in the squeeze chute, restraining them with nose tongs, and picked each quill with the hemostat. I did not do anything drastic, like killing my steers or stop feeding them. Yet, this is exactly what environmentalists are wanting to do to our cattle because of methane. Porcupines produce needles that can get stuck into cattle noses. We did not stop feeding our cattle or kill the porcupine. Instead, we provided a solution by applying net wire around the pens, preventing this from happening again. Environmentalists want us to eliminate our cattle because they are a source of methane, but we need to simply reduce methane production. Let's produce the gas, not the cow. Methane is a greenhouse gas, and according to Frank Miller at UC Davis, cattle produce 12 to 16% of global emissions. Environmentalists are calling for the replacement of beef as a protein source to reduce methane gas. We cannot deny the science of greenhouse gas effects on the atmosphere, and cattle are a major source of methane. But let's just produce the gas. The United States beef industry is leading the way in reducing cattle methane production. Feeding carbohydrates instead of forage drastically reduces methane production, along with grinding forage before feeding, supplementing feeds with saturated fats, and feeding ion force. We must encourage other nations to follow our lead in these feeding practices. There is much more we can and must do. The United Nations COP28 report indicates a 20% increase in protein demand by 2050 to feed the world. We will need more cattle, not less, and that would increase methane production, unless we simply decrease methane production by cattle. Research shows by feeding red seaweed fatty acids and 3-nitrooxypropanol, methane production can be reduced by 50%. Additionally, genetics can select cattle lines that produce less methane, and certain forages produce less methane, and we can capture, recycle the methane that is emitted by the feces in the feedlots through anaerobic methane capture systems. Environmentalists are correct to be concerned about greenhouse gases, but eliminating the methane production by halting beef production would have disastrous consequences in feeding the world. We cannot replace beef with cricket dust, algae, grasshoppers, and faux meats, but we can meet the challenge of reducing methane production with the beef production systems and lead the world to sustainable beef production. One solution to my porcupine problem would have been to hunt and kill them. This is the approach environmentalists are taking with cattle. Instead, let us provide solutions, capture the methane, recycle it, and feed our cattle ingredients that will reduce the production of methane to begin with so we can continue to eat beef. Once again, I said, let's produce the gas, not the cow. Thank you.
Good job.
All right, Lexi, you gave a great talk, so I'm going to ask you a few tough questions. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Or do you prefer easy?
No, you can go on.
Okay, I want you to, I've got several questions. So I want you first to talk about the difference between methane and carbon dioxide in terms of how long it lasts in our atmosphere. You got any idea?
Okay, so Methane and carbon dioxide are both greenhouse gases, and methane is used all over the world in vehicles and life, and carbon dioxide is going to be what animals and us breathe out for our plants to live and for our animals to live. And what was the other question?
All right, my follow-up question is this. So I think over the last year or two, we've had maybe our first approval of a label for beef or an audit program that would verify that they were raised in a manner that they deserve the label of low-carbon beef. Have you heard about this?
I have not.
Okay, so I would like to see you speculate on, because you talked about capturing methane back, right? Does that work better in a dairy or in a beef system?
It works better in a beef system.
Okay, so, well, I'm going to go that line then. So tell me, Lexi, how do we capture methane back in a beef system versus, say, like the dairy?
So we can capture methane back in the beef system by like trapping. Can you repeat the question?
All right, Lexi, let me give you a little different direction. You'll have a hard time defending what you're about to say. So in a dairy, right, in a controlled environment, it's probably easier for us to capture methane and use like a methane digester to put that to different use. In a beef system, we raise them so very different because we don't really have them necessarily in confinement, a grazing cow, so it's a little bit difficult to accomplish that, right? So what it really comes down to is employing some practices in the way that we raise beef, not necessarily to capture the methane, but just to reduce the amount of gas that they expel. You talked about a few of them, and so what do you think are some ideas that you've got in terms of how we could reduce our environmental footprint in the way that we raise beef? What are some things that you can think of that would help in the management of those cattle to reduce that footprint or reduce their carbon emissions?
We can measure their carbon footprint of water in the beef industry.
Okay, you did a great job today, Lexi. Proud of you.
Thank you, Lexi. Hey, 25, I know that we talked about this yesterday. For those of you that weren't with us yesterday morning, this is our 25th year. Junior Commercial Steer Show, 25th year. 25 years ago, we got to talking and we got to thinking about this show and we thought about how we're going to fund it. How are we going to fund this thing? Lissy and Eckel stepped up so long ago on that very first show, and my good friend Charles Eckel is sitting with me today. For 25 years, Lissy and Eckel has sponsored this show, has sponsored you, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's take a break. We're going to take 10 minutes.
Abigail and Lee are doing school tours. High school. Yes. They unload them outside of the house. Get great cheese. You found us. I did. I was over the swine barn, and my cousin is 6'7". He's easy to find, and he was actually getting his bedding as I was walking. So that was good. Found him and his son. We've only seen each other twice in the last 20 years. And so, in the last time we saw each other, my dad was service. Yeah. They're on about it. Yeah, that's what we were concerning. So, I'll slide back in, kind of pay attention to my watch, try to catch that. And so y'all will be well after lunch. The girls are done at 2. No, I don't want to. Abby and Keely, yeah. And so I'll check and see where y'all are. Y'all may or may not.
Check out two.
Mayor. I made the mistake of not coming the way that I knew I should come and listening to GPS, and I made a wrong turn following GPS, and so our 11-minute drive was like 28 minutes, and I threw the girls out in front of Freeman Coliseum and said, "You've got 2 minutes to be inside, go."
Threw Ryan out too, and keep going.
Yeah.
Got about 2 minutes to walk.
Yeah, that's how we were.
Too late.
That's how we were, and then the parking that they gave us is nowhere on the map. And so I finally drove around and around and around and finally found somebody that drove me to where I needed to park.
Now they're going to try to...
I'll try to get here and we'll see how late it is. We're done with
The one girl that was talking
I'm going to try to slide back into here, actually. Abigail and Haley, we've done this before, too. Is that what you're okay? I know, that didn't work out. Well, that's the problem with the way they do it here. Oh, yeah. Well, they send out an all-call, I'm in the bathroom, but thank you for being here. And the ag how many kids are going to have you in touch? I'm going to try to hear you. Healy and Abigail are done at 2 o'clock. They're doing school tours. And so it's just going to depend on how it all goes out. And so I'll shoot your Ashley. That's like number 16. We may be here. On how long the questions take. But they send out in December to tell us how many and what dates, here all the your dates, what dates are your preferences first they do that. And then in the middle of January, they notify you and tell you this is the date. And that's really hard for the kids to do other things. And we would have been able to commit them to a spot and then find out that it's the same day that they're doing whatever it is they're doing. That's the hardest part. I just consider it like that. I like it. If you are going to ultimately apply for the opportunity to run because in the opportunity scholarship, there's $1,000 there for all like last year, all of it. You ready? I don't know if Houston does them. I've never seen anything about that. And so, that was too late next year for Facebook. I know you said that. Try to get it in at least one time. And so, because they can give you a list, so they're done by about, what time do they have to get here? They have to be here at 7:30, and then they sat and waited for 50 minutes for the orientation. Okay, but they get here super, they're done at 2, and then they be back home by 4. I'm just thinking ahead for next year with the softball game or softball practice. Yes, it is. It's early. They check back in at 2 o'clock, and they give more prizes. And so 2:30 you're finished, and you're on your way. And I got lucky when I did 30 days. I didn't realize we didn't have school today. That worked out good. And so I didn't know it when I got today. They had a teacher work day today. But what about yesterday? Did they have a holiday? It's okay. So they did a holiday. Yeah. Weeks ago, I think we would have taken it. Had a holiday. Yeah, that worked out great.
Pretty sure. No, I know.
All day. You're just like, they should have little kids that are walking around at this point. I'm just going to try to take some pictures. All right. Make sure somebody takes a picture of y'all taking care of your speeches, answering questions. Characters, so you know who's on top of that. You're walking around. Good luck. Y'all are doing good. Thank you. I brought one for 8 times.
Steve and I. Oh, yeah.
Tell Jake and I
They ain't gonna do it.
I'm not gonna know. If I get, my average favorite game is 4.22. I think it's a. Here we go. These are good. They're really good. They're really good. They're tasty. Wait, is she watching it?
The Steelers are.
How you doing? Good.
So mine is mine. Sorry.
She's going to be in the back of the room walking across.
You just see her super like basically. I will not get it. I was like, oh.
I thought that was
Honestly, I was sure for half.
I wish they would.
I don't like what did you get right to one question on top, but now this asking like
Your 10-minute break turned into
and then I'm gonna set my microphone down and walk over here. Mom, are these your movies? I thought they were meant for a second. That's crazy. Mine. She thinks they're yeah.
All right, get back to your table. I said 10 minutes and I let you go a little bit too long, but that's because I was having too much fun doing it.
Let's stand back. Okay, we can do that.
I am excited to present to you Mr. Balin Kasurik from Burleson County 4-H.
This year, I got the chance of a lifetime. I got to go to the greatest sporting event ever in the world in Las Vegas, Nevada, and watch my uncle coach a hard game. After getting home, I took some place for my uncle to use in my cattle business. Hi, my name is Balin Kasurik, and I'm a member of the Burleson County 4-H. I have watched my uncle coach for many years, and I have learned that to have a good team, you need your players to have you need to know your players' background. And just like in cattle, you need to know their genetics. And some examples of good genetics are sound footing and good muscling. Another thing is you need to make sure your players are healthy. And that means that is like giving your cattle vaccinations. Because I knew in the winter this year that it would be they will be cold in the winter, and one of the most common cattle diseases is BVD, and which stands for bovine respiratory disease, and this is also one of the most expensive and your cattle, and it's most likely that your cattle will get it. Your cattle are most likely to get it. And ain't no team got time for that. And so you think with a healthy team, healthy and genetically stable team, you think we would have a pretty good team, right? Well, not exactly, because you need to make sure your cattle are well fed and have free access to water, have water in their trough every day, and then that's a touchdown in my book. And then now for my favorite part, the cheerleaders. And just like in the beef industry, we have the beef checkoff. They don't have pom-poms, but they sure do hype the crowd up. And they give $1 per head of cattle to promote the beef industry, and so people will know more about beef. And so now every day I will make sure to have my game face on so I can make sure to keep producing MVPs just like these.
Hey, Balin, that's an excellent job. Miss McAdams, I'll bet you didn't know you're a cheerleader. That's great. Really appreciate your speech and your take on the checkoff and the positive things that come out of that. Could you go ahead and give the audience a description of the benefits of the checkoff, like all of the things that the checkoff is doing to promote beef to the consumer?
Yes, sir. So like, I've heard all the speeches about like the one about like the fake meat and like that. They're promoting it to those people so they know more about the beef industry, and they're telling like everybody, like consumers, they're telling people just like regular like families, you know.
Yeah, good job. It helps us to get the correct message out because there's so many things that are not accurate, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Way to go, Balin. Next is Jet Arbuckle from Groveson FFA.
There once was a cowboy walking down the road one day with only one boot on. A man stopped beside him and said, "Sir, I see you lost one of your boots." He was more than a little surprised when the cowboy replied, "No, sir, I found one." Good morning. My name is Jet Arbuckle from Groveton, Texas, and today I'm here to talk to you about being optimistic in the cattle industry. Just like the man with one boot on, we have a lot to be happy about right now. The stocker producer, the cow-calf producer, and the people feeding are making money. Feeder cattle are bringing an average of $2.81 per pound. The stocker cattle are bringing an average of $2.40 per pound. And the cattle coming out of the feed yard are bringing an average of $1.80 per pound. We need to be appreciative of this time because it could all collapse with a case of FMD or BSE. Now, I'm not old enough to remember, but most of you adults can probably recall the Christmas cow in 2003. She sent shockwaves through the beef industry because of BSE. But instead of barring trouble, we have to keep moving forward, hoping this doesn't happen again. Another reason to be optimistic are the advances in science and technology about the beef industry. BVD, or bovine viral diarrhea, is the disease affecting the most cattle in the feedlot. There are two types of BVD, PI, or persistently infected, which you can't get rid of, and transient BVD, which can be cured. Up in Nebraska, they created a cow named Ginger who is immune to BVD. Now, somehow they identified a protein in the cell that the BVD attaches to, and using gene editing, fixed that protein so that BVD can no longer attach to it. As you all know, the U.S. is now importing beef from Paraguay, which is notorious for having FMD. But rest assured that the U.S. inspectors are doing their very best to make sure we do not get FMD in our country. But, lucky for us, if we do, we have an FMD vaccine bank ready in case that happens. So, in conclusion, we have a lot to be thankful for in our way of life. Even in the bad times, we can still find joy working in the field of agriculture. It is a way of contributing, a way of providing, and a way of life. Now, back to that cowboy I mentioned earlier. I'm certain he found his other boot. Thank you.
All right, Jet, I'm going to give you two options. Do you want a question about the market, or do you want a question about gene editing?
The market.
I figured you might say that. All right, so you made, you gave us a good report on where cattle prices were, and I appreciate that. And you kind of alluded to the fact that, you know, we're kind of in a good times right now because over the last 3 years, at least according to Cattle Facts, it looks like pretty much every segment in our beef industry is in the black. They're making money, right? And so that's pretty rare. So, Jet, tell me right now, you know, as we sit, which segment, the cow-calf, the stocker producer, the feedlot, or the packer, which one of those four operators are in the most profitable position? Which one's going to make the most money this year, comparatively speaking, and why?
I would have to say the packer because they're getting all the meat from everywhere and they're having to pack it up and cut it and put it all in the boxes and ship it. So I think they would get the most money.
Okay, thank you, Jet. Good job today.
Good job, Jet. Let's go to Jordan Whitley from Hallettsville.
Years of planning, months of hard work, days of anticipation, and hours of excitement, all in the name of a successful calving season. Of all the things calving season brings, one thing ranchers often cannot prevent are predators that will prey on their valuable investments. The typical predators the ranchers will be looking out for include coyotes, bobcats, and dogs. But would you expect a predator from above? The black vulture, which most of us refer to as buzzards, are one of the most common predators of calves. The black vulture has an average length of 5 feet and weigh about 4 pounds and have a wingspan of 10 feet. These crafty birds have found their homes in many livestock birthing areas. And even though they help clean up stillborns and afterbirth, they have been found gathering in groups and preying on the laboring cow and occasionally the newborn calf. Hi, my name is Jordan Whitley, and I am from Hallettsville FFA. Many ranchers use multiple different methods to keep buzzards off their property to save their livestock profits. These methods can include loud noises such as fireworks, propane cannons, and air horns. Some ranchers even use water from a garden hose to spray the birds. Most ranchers often just want to shoot the birds as it being the easiest method of removal. However, this is illegal. To legally shoot a buzzard, you must obtain a permit. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Agency issues a black vulture predation permit where you can legally shoot 5 buzzards. To obtain this permit, ranchers must call the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Agency and talk with the biologist. The biologist can have an associate issue a permit within 48 hours. Under this permit, you can legally remove up to 5 buzzards off of your property, and the state of Texas allows for the lethal removal of 750 birds per year. Calving season is coming up, and if you have buzzards on your property, be sure to get a permit. Thank you.
Jordan, that was amazing, and a great job. Way to go. I'm so proud of you to just go through that. You know, most people don't really realize because they're not infested or have those black buzzards, and they can cause quite a bit of damage to your calf crop. And they're very quick in what they do. I want to ask you a question about your cattle. You had one that was a lighter weight, you know, compared to the other one. Why do you think that one didn't gain as well? Because one of them weighed 900 pounds and the other one weighed 1,100. And those two, what would you say the difference was due to?
I think my heavier one probably bullied my little one a little bit and keeping him away from the trough.
Yeah, maybe one was a little bit hoggish and ate more of the feed. Thank you very much. Good answer. Great job.
Thanks, Jordan. Let's go to Cora Harkey from Hansford County 4-H.
I am inevitable. For those of you that don't know, this is a quote from the infamous Thanos. The inevitable is certain to happen. The beef industry is inevitable, and there are an excessive amount of things that make it a pain to keep it that way. Hello, my name is Cora Harkey from Hansford County 4-H, and I'm here today to talk to you about silent war going on between beef and its many enemies. If you are at least as old as me, you have probably heard about what we call the COVID-19 pandemic. You might also know that this has caused a major part in decreasing the amount of good beef coming from cattle. Cattle producers in every state have been significantly impacted by COVID-19. According to a website called Barron's, hundreds of dollars were lost on every head. Now you might be thinking, no, beef was still in high demand. Well, it might have been in high demand, but was it in high supply? The main target of the pandemic was farmers trying to sell their cattle. Unlike packing houses, isolated cattle producers were struggling to sell their beef. Other than the pandemic, there are many other inconveniences that make cattle worth more because of less and less good meat. For example, the drought. This never-ending waterless era is shrinking cattle herds and bringing prices through the roof. Inflation has taken it to record high prices that have gone up 27% in the past 3 years. We are at the lowest cattle number since the 1960s, and not only that, the pastures are getting smaller because of less rainfall. And we all know that water is a necessity, now, in the past, and obviously in the future. Unless aliens decide to take over, if that happens, we probably shouldn't be very worried about our cattle. All in all, beef truly does have many enemies. Having no rain and the pandemic that has occurred in recent years are only two of the many challenges cattle raising individuals have faced. If this goes on, who's to say beef will survive? The problem is so simple, yet so complex. Not only has the beef industry changed, but the very world we live in will too, if this continues. Though there might not be anything we can do, the cattle might just ask you to pay for their therapy considering their beef is so expensive. Thank you.
Corey, you were talking about drought, and of course oil is a challenge in Texas. So do you come from a ranching background? Do y'all run any cows?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So tell me some suggestions based on your experience in your life of how you would go about managing a resilient cow herd. So trying to manage your cow herd to deal with the challenges of drought that we have all the time. What are some things you can do management-wise to try to offset some of the problems with drought?
Well, sir, I believe if they live in Hansford County, their family before them might just be trained for the drought because of how little water we get down there. So maybe just put them in a safer environment and keep them around water as much as you can.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Jenna Stevenson from Spring Lake FFA.
The beef industry is doing its best to keep up with advancing technologies, although I'm afraid that most have let some slip through the cracks. Hello, my name is Jenna Stevenson, and some of those technologies are exactly what I'm here to talk about today. Since 1976, beef cow numbers have generally been declining. Although there are less cattle, the average American still eats about 56 pounds of beef per year. Supply is low and demand is high. We all know and have seen what happens when this scenario comes to life. Higher prices, which as an industry we usually like. But many producers are scared that prices will get too high and consumers will switch to alternatives. Pork and chicken. Don't lie to yourself, Beyond Beef is nasty. Although this has yet to happen and beef is still the most liked and trusted out of all of the proteins, just like decreasing cattle numbers, this is still a very troubling problem. One solution I see for this problem is having slightly more fixated prices. Right now we have a situation where cattle are mostly born in spring and fall. This leads to higher quantities of cattle being ready for slaughter at the same time. However, our friends in the dairy industry are using some technologies that help lessen these fluctuations. Sex semen isn't new, nor are beef on dairy crosses. However, recent advancements in technologies have allowed the dairymen to change their thinking. Used to, all the dairymen wanted was a bred cow. Because a cow has to calf before she can go into the milk line, and the dry cow is by far the dairyman's greatest expense. Sex semen significantly lowered fertility rates. As a result, the dairymen bred strictly to get a replacement heifer. But as technologies advanced, so did conception rates. And suddenly, the dairymen were able to change their thinking. What most are doing now is choosing their best milking cows to get a replacement heifer, but breeding the rest with sex semen to get a beef on dairy cross as a much more valuable byproduct. The dairyman took a low-value byproduct and turned it into a high-value one. Hopefully, by using technologies, the beef guys can do the same. One opportunity I see for this is genomic testing. Genomic testing is a fairly recent advancement in technology that allows you to see how your cattle's offspring are going to perform. If you know how your cattle's offspring are going to perform, then you can choose what is best for both you and the consumer. It's easy enough, you can do it when you're putting in an ear tag. If you know how your cattle are going to perform, then you can take the unwanted calves and turn them into steers and send them to the feedlot with the unwanted heifers. While you're selling the unwanted heifers, your mind can be at ease. Knowing what you have at home is what both you and the consumer want and need. Overall, I believe that the beef industry should take hold of advancing technologies. Each and every one of them will make running the old family ranch a lot easier. Thank you.
Jenna, it's a wonderful speech about how to rapidly improve and focus our industry into more efficiency. Can you give us an indication of how technologies like sex semen and how the application occurring in the dairy industry and then genomic testing could actually improve the way that we reduce the carbon footprint and become more sustainable as a beef industry? So let me simplify that. All the technologies you just talked about, how can it address those major issues the industry is facing, like sustainability, its impact on the environment, and the global warming?
So one of the problems I talked about were the fluctuations as we went on, and the dairymen breed year-round. So while our beef numbers are dropping, the dairymen are staying steady. So it helps that in a lot of ways.
That's a great answer. Thank you very much. Great job.
Good job, Jenna. Next is Briley Corbin from Sanger FFA.
Who in this room thought that this summer was the hottest they've lived through? Well, me too. The over 55 days of over 100 degrees in North Texas. It's a wonder we all didn't melt. The news called it one of the hottest on record, but I was just wondering how it's affecting my steers. My name is Briley Corbin with the Sanger FFA chapter, and I'm here today to discuss weather-related stress in cattle. If you're anything like me, I receive my cattle in the heat of the Texas summer. July. Just like last summer, this summer is once again one for the record books. With summers like that, none of the cattle in our region are exactly thriving. Extreme heat causes reduced appetite, increased respiratory rates, and raised cortisol levels in cattle. This makes it very hard for cattle to gain weight and increases the likelihood of heat stress. Heat stress can be deadly. When temperatures spike to levels we saw this summer with little relief in nighttime temperatures, cattle struggle to survive. Last summer, over 2,000 head were lost in the Kansas feedlot from these conditions. This comes at a high cost to the beef industry. A study at K-State found that heat stress cost the beef industry approximately $370 billion a year in losses. Now let's look at the other end of the spectrum. This winter was cold and wet, but mild compared to a few in the past. In 2021 specifically, Texas dipped into the negative temperatures for the longest time on record. Cattle in typically warmer climates, like Texas, are more likely to be affected by this because of their lower critical temperature, also known as their LCT. If the outside temperature is below the animal's lower critical temperature, cold stress causes an increase in animal's metabolism to maintain homeostasis. If the animal is not consuming these additional calories, cold stress can reduce overall health and average weight gain. In some extreme cases, like an early blizzard in the Midwest, cattle can freeze to death if they're unable to adjust quickly. My cattle lived through two extremes, facing the opportunity to encounter both of these issues. On average, cattle facing high temperatures gain less per day, and cattle facing low temperatures have a 1.5% of their normal energy requirement to maintain their body condition. With an average gain of 3 pounds per day, thankfully, the ideal temperatures
level out those rough days, and we're able to maintain healthy and happy cattle during the duration of our feeding period, despite these challenges. As a beef producer, I've had the opportunity to grow my knowledge when it comes to weather-related stress in cattle. I've learned how to best meet their needs when it comes in the coldest of times, while also in the hottest of times, and planning to the best of my abilities when I know events like this may occur. Thank you.
All right, Bradley. Yeah, you talked about temperature stress. And so sometimes that complicates trying to read whether or not the cattle are actually sick or not, right? Do you have any idea what the normal like temperature of cattle would be? Like your own temperature is 98.6, so if you tempt cattle, what would be the normal temp and where would you temp them? Okay, that's kind of a tough question. So, how about this? Tell me if you're looking at one of your responsibilities beyond feeding is just daily health observation, right? And you're trying to recognize signs of sickness sooner than later so that you can be more effective in your treatment. So, tell me, Bradley, what would be some signs clinically that you would see in your cattle that would signal to you that, hey, that cat's probably starting to get sick and it needs to be treated?
If it's like, if they're not eating or drinking or like really interacting with any of the other steers in my book, because like my steers really interact with their like other steers in the.
That's dead on. Great job.
Okay, let's go to Holly Wrestler from Hallettsville.
A dry steak? Who in the world would not eat a dry steak, I asked. No, my dad said, it's called dry aging. It's supposed to make the steak have better flavor and be more tender. Oh, okay. Now that's something I could like. Howdy. My name is Holly Wrestler, and I am a 6th grade member of the Hallettsville Junior FFA. That conversation I had with my dad happened while we were watching a video on YouTube of the Bearded Butchers. They've got some great videos, and this one was called The Ultimate Guide to Dry Aging Beef Steaks. And that's when I decided I wanted to know more. To begin with, what is dry aging? Dry aging is a process which you store fabricated beef primal or retail cuts at a refrigeration of around 34 degrees and a relatively humidity of around 80%. I learned that you don't want to freeze the beef because then none of the flavor awesomeness happens, and you don't want it to be too dry because you'll have too much moisture loss. You also don't want it to be too humid because then you'll have bacteria and mold growth. And it turns out, way back before the 1960s, this was really the only way to age beef as it went from processor to consumer. And then vacuum packaging came along. Vacuum packaging, which is considered wet aging, made it easier for producers to ship meat to consumers and made for way less shrink or moisture loss. So then why would anybody go to the trouble of dry aging beef when you can vacuum package it instead? It's all in the flavor. In my research, I found a document on the byproducts.org, and it says, it's all in the flavor and tenderness. In my research, I found a document on beefresearch.org, and it talks a lot about scientific stuff. But in my research, I found that dry aged beef is more tender than vacuum packaging. And flavor is where dry aging sets itself apart. In the document on the beefresearch.org, it says that the flavor of dry aged beef is a beefy or roasted flavor. In the Bearded Butchers video, they describe it as a nutty and buttery taste. In that same chart, it says that vacuum packaged beef has more bloody/creamy taste. I'm not even sure what sear me is, but I'm sure I don't want the bloody taste. Dry-aged beef isn't something you'll find in an everyday grocery store. Many times it's found in high-end restaurants, and I can't tell you that I had a dry-aged steak before. But after this speech, and with your public support, I'm sure I can talk my dad into taking us out for one, right? For educational purposes, just like the San Antonio speech, right? Thank you.
Holly, you're really speaking to my heart. Flavor and beef all go together. It's an amazing and awesome speech. Really addressed a lot of important and key points to why I want to ask you this question. So people have an opportunity to go out and they can buy any protein they want. They can buy chicken, they can buy pork, they can buy beef, they can buy ostrich, emu, bison. They have a lot of choices. Why do they go ahead and pick up that beef steak when it's priced 4 times higher than the other proteins? When people go to a restaurant, they have a choice. They can go to a restaurant where they can get out of that meal for like $20, or they can go to a steakhouse and have a 4 times higher cost. Why do people go and buy beef? What's the major reason?
So I don't know about y'all, but I know I was raised on beef, and that's one of my favorite things to eat. So I would pay the higher price just to get something I like to eat.
You nailed it. It's because it tastes so good. Great job.
Thanks, Holly. Let's go to Cole Davis from Boys Ranch Cafe.
In just 26 years, our world will be home to over 10 billion people, intensifying the urgency to boost global food production by a staggering 70%. Amidst this challenge, the rise of animal-based protein consumption adds another layer of complexity. My involvement in the Commercial Steer Project got me thinking about the ongoing opportunities for advancements in streamlining operations. Cal Foley's Boys Ranch runs a cow-calf operation of approximately 160 pairs. The steers raised on the ranch travel to the compact feed yard, supplying beef for the entire ranch. While searching for ways to increase efficiency and contribute to a world with a growing population, virtual fencing captivated my interest. Imagine a world where virtual fencing redefines cattle management, trims costs, and conserves resources. Today we unravel the story of Vince, a virtual fencing application revolutionizing the way we control, manage, and monitor our cattle herds. Implementing this technology not only will help us meet the demands of a growing population, but also safeguards the delicate balance of grasslands, especially in the challenging terrain where our cattle call home in the Texas Panhandle. Get ready to witness the future unfold with just the click of a button. Bid farewell to the limitations of physical barriers. At its core, this technology is elegant, simple. Each cow wears a Vince device collar harnessing the power of GPS. Each collar emits a radio frequency at signal that creates a virtual fence at the rancher's or producer's directive. This data is orchestrated through a user-friendly mobile app offering real-time management of cattle location. Should any adventurous cattle decide to stray beyond the virtual confines, instant alerts are dispatched, ensuring the seamless integration of technology into modern livestock management. Welcome to a new era, where the boundaries are not confined by physical structures, but rather shaped with digital precision innovation. Virtual fencing unlocks the potential for optimal land usage, placing real-time control at your fingertips. In the place of challenging weather conditions or time constraints, the mobile application empowers ranchers to adjust the position of animals with a simple click. This dynamic capability not only enhances land yield, but also slashes labor costs by 25%, resulting in a 30% total cost savings, attributed to rotational grazing. And it doesn't end there. Vents collars go beyond mere location tracking, incorporating sensors that miraculously monitor grazing patterns. These collars become invaluable assets during severe weather During severe weather, they're facilitating the swift location of cattle. This application also issues actionable alerts that elevate productivity by detecting potential issues before they unfold, ranging from illnesses and missed estro cycles to dystocia and calf loss. Artificial intelligence optimizes the efficiency and serves as a guardian, foreseeing challenges and ensuring the well-being of our livestock. Click by click, we redefine the landscape of sustainable ranching. It's not just about meeting population demands, it's about optimizing land use, reducing labor costs, and safeguarding our grasslands. We're increasing the land yield while using fewer resources in a harmonious blend of tradition and innovation, reshaping boundaries for a prosperous cattle industry. So unleash the future with collared beef. Thank you.
Hey Cole, man, I really like the topic that you picked. I'm very, very interested in virtual fencing. We've kind of investigated a little bit and done some beta tests at the beef unit. So Cole, did you investigate you talked about some of the savings, right, on labor and whatnot, on fencing supplies? Do you have any idea what the costs are?
No, sir. From what I was researching, I couldn't really find the cost of the collars.
Yeah, that probably differs depending on what company you're dealing with or whatnot. But in my experience, probably around $60 or so, maybe a year of added cost to employ that technology, right? So, Cole, if you had to think about investing that $60, do you think that $60 a year to be able to use this collar or this GPS technology to control the cattle with virtual fencing, do you think that's a warranted cost? And so maybe Cole, explain a little bit like what types of grazing specifically you might be able to utilize with this collar versus not using it and using traditional fencing.
Well, with traditional fencing, you have a lot of area, and in the Texas Panhandle, we don't get a lot of rain. It's really dry. And with the vents collars, you can cut off a little bit of your pasture and rotational graze with this collar.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Rotational grazing. That's very good, Cole. I enjoyed your speech.
Thank you.
Hey, 19 years ago, I've been talking about, I don't know why, I'm kind of nostalgic, I guess. Talking about 25 years ago, we had Alyssa and Elko. We've had something else for 19 straight years. 19 years ago today, I had a little bitty 2-month-old baby in this barn, and she has been here every single year. But the level of help has kind of increased over the years. There wasn't much help back then, but my little bitty baby Sydney Blair has joined us again for a great year. Thank you, Beth. And if Eva lifted my already very high spirits, she is the reason. Let's go to Izella King from Robinson FFA.
Okay, so if you do not know Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's very well known for the movie Terminator. Well, he had a total deadlift of 710, not 210, sorry. And the world record holder, Eddie Hall, has a total of 1,112. Well, why am I bringing this up, you ask? Well, implants, it's kind of like steroids. If you really think about it, a lot of bodybuilders use them so that they can get their muscles up and build muscle better so that they're able to perform at a better standpoint. If you really think about it, it's kind of like how our steers are. If we give them implants, it's building up their metabolism so that we're able to have them bigger whenever we need them to, and whenever we get to actually show them off, they are to the point where we want them to be. If you really think about it, it's really astonishing because it's not as harsh on our steers as it is on people. If you look at the organs and all the people's kidneys and everything that actually use implants that are bodybuilders, they don't have as much left to them, I would say, because all of the steroids that we use on cattle are actually illegal for people to use on themselves. And, well, for our steers, it's easier on them because they're so much bigger than we are. We're so small and compact compared to our steers. I mean, they're 1,000-pound animals and we're ranging from 3 to 100 pounds. We're really not that big if you really think about it. And to me, my family raises not commercial steers. We run stocker steers. And me and my stepdad were the people that were actually processing it because we both are big people into either bodybuilding or, as for me, powerlifting. We didn't think much into it until my stepdad brought up a video of this person showing off all of the different people and all of the illegal stuff that you are or are not allowed to do for a bodybuilding competition because they drug test. Just like for pigs, because I've been doing pigs for 6 years, we drug test our animals so that we're able to know what all we're actually using in them so we're not using anything illegal. And we won't get DQ'd. Luckily, we haven't had that problem happen to us because we haven't used anything illegal. Unlike some people, they have. And they have gotten DQ'd. Running off of the topic here. My steers have gotten one implant whenever we first got them, which kind of helped them gain more weight, but it also didn't fully help until we gave them their second implant. Whenever they got their second implant, they were gaining more, they were eating more, so we had to feed them more, obviously. Now, we started off with 3 so that just in case, if we needed to, and one died, thank the Lord he didn't, we'd have a backup. But with these 2, these are my biggest ones out of all 3, and we brought them here so that we were hopefully able to get something out of them. Now, I really didn't come here to talk about my implants. I came here to talk about weather. Now, weather is way off the topic of my implants that I was just at, but weather to me has a big impact on my steers. I mean, they can range from hoof rot, from rain and them standing in it for so long trying to eat, because we personally had to move our trough around the areas of our backyard because that's where we keep our animals. Because we have a big pasture where we keep our animals, and we've had to move it because they stand there and they urinate and they just stand in their feces, but they don't think about it, so that they're just getting hoof rot. Now, there's also winter dysentery, which is also very bad for our animals because it's, winter. Now, you wouldn't think it'd be that bad, but to me, climate has a big, big, big part in this whole ordeal. Now, without the climate change and 20 million different things going on, we wouldn't have to use our vaccinations on our implants and all of that. Now, what I've learned from these steers has been a lot. I've had so much fun learning about them, learning new things, and getting to experience a whole bunch of new science and stuff about them. I'm so glad to be able to do this year, and hopefully I will be able to do it for my last year next year. Thank you.
Gisela, really enjoyed your personal, conversational speech, made it really friendly, and you did a great job. You mentioned a couple of things in your speech that are really intriguing. One would be hoof rot and them standing in water a lot. Do you know how you would find out if they had hoof rot? What are the symptoms that show you that? And then how would you treat that?
We treat it with an antibacterial medicine, but you can also tell because their hoof kind of swells up some, and it kind of gets it hard for them to walk, and they don't want to eat as much.
When you did all your studying, did you look at the bacteria that cause hoof rot?
No, I did not.
Well, we just thought we'd keep progressing because you did such a good job earlier. Way to go. It's a good job.
Real good, Isella. Okay, let me make a quick announcement before we go to our next exhibitor. If y'all are worried about food for the kiddos, don't be worried about food. We are going to feed them here in just a little bit. We're going to have fajitas for them, and if there's enough left over, some for you as well. And so don't worry about that. Let's go. That's going to happen at about 11:30. Okay, Emma, you ready? Emma Seiler from Bronx FFA.
Good morning. My name is Emma Seiler from the Bronx FFA chapter. Personally, I shall market and commercial steers, but it never dawned on me the differences between the two until my father said, "There are things I feed my market steers that I would never give the commercial steers." Like things such as Optiflex and probiotics. They come in small containers, and in the amount of feed that we give commercial steers, we would have to buy a lot more than we do for the market steers, which are fed in individual buckets. Then did I not only realize the differences in their feeding, but all the differences. The first one I looked at was the differences between their purposes and their goals. Market steers strut into the spotlight meticulously groomed and poised. They're there to dazzle judges and spectators alike. Aiming for glory in the show ring, where every curve, muscle, and stance is scrutinized. Commercial steers, on the other hand, aim for practicality. They eat quietly and are there to produce the meat that we eat. The next thing I looked at was selection criteria. Market steers are looked at by their well-defined muscles, and style. Commercial steers are there to looked at for their practicality, resilience, and adaptation to their environment. Finally, there is genetics in their breeding. Market steers are bred so that they look perfect, with every muscle and curve and every bone placed correctly and fully. Their dam and sire is picked upon their style and phenotypical appearance. Sometimes, though, whenever bred together, genetical mutations and detrimental structural overcorrectness can happen, such as post-leggedness. Commercial steers are bred to be practical, with dams and sires picked for their heritability, reproductivity, rate of gain, and ranging ability, along with structural soundness. Any breeding decisions will be made so that both will successfully will achieve successfully in the different parts of the industry that they are in, as both are raised to feed the growing population. Although there are many differences between the two, we can all agree that they both teach us responsibility and leadership skills. Thank you, and may our livestock thrive, whether they chew their cud or strut their stuff.
Emma, you did good. I liked your closing statement there. That was pretty catchy. So you're talking about stuff that's right up my alley with livestock judging, and then factors that are important over here in the commercial steer barn versus across the street where Joel Cowley's judging the show steers. I'm very interested right now. I've got a PhD student. We're investigating a lot of confirmation metrics, like measuring different things you were talking about the bones and the curves and the muscle and all that, and what really matters and what really doesn't, right? So, in your opinion, Emma, what do you think matters the most in terms of making decisions when you're starting your commercial steers for this next year? Like when you look at them, what's going to matter the most to you in terms of selecting the ones that you want this upcoming year?
Well, being raised in the market steer industry, I've been doing this since 3rd grade. And in the market steer industry, muscle is a big thing. They look perfect. They have big muscles and they're big, they're like humongous. But they're rarely judged on their carcass quality, so we don't know what it looks like on the inside. Whereas we feed our market steers things like probias, which is proteins, and other things which help build up the muscle, we can't exactly give it to our commercial steers because our commercial steers eat so much more. I feed my commercial steers 2 50-pound bags of feed, and my market steer gets 6 pounds of feed per day.
Emma, you did great. You spread a lot of information. I kind of asked you kind of a general question. You did a good job answering it. Very proud of you today.
Very good. Thank you, Emma. Okay, let's go to Caleb Walker from McGregor FFA.
What if your dog was on the news? What would the headline be? Well, for my dog, it might be dog, 8 owners homework. But for these dogs at Texas A&M, it will soon be headline. February 20th, 2024, man's best friend saves the beef cattle industry from deadly disease. Good morning, my name is Caleb Walker with McGregor FFA. I am here to improve your knowledge on canines and their senses. The meaning of canine olfactory is a dog's sense of smell, but that isn't exactly what I'm here to discuss you about today. We will be discussing the harmfulness of this specific disease, what the benefits are from using this new technique, and the impact that this disease has on our industry. This specific topic is so new that it is still in research phases at Texas A&M, where they are training dogs to detect diseases in feedlot cattle. This specific disease is known as BRD, which recent research shows as the leading cause of morbidity and mortality in 561 feedlots across 21 different states. This specific disease is most common in the first 4 weeks after entering the feedlot and is caused by a combination of stress and disease-causing agents, including viruses and bacteria. Most of these BRD pathogens are highly contagious viruses that can either be spread directly through live animal contact or indirectly through contaminated environments. The most common symptoms from this disease include coughing, fever, cloudy or thick nasal discharge, and lack of appetite. The key to preventing this disease is to reduce stress and to vaccinate against viruses and bacteria that cause this disease. Vaccination of young calves between 30 to 60 days has become a common management practice. Now, according to the United States Department of Agriculture A whopping 16.8% of all cattle that are placed in feedlots develop BRD. Now, obviously, the feedlot industry is always looking to improve their efficiencies and reduce their losses, therefore increasing their bottom line. They have their accuracy nailed down at detecting this disease. However, their way of detecting it is extremely time-consuming. This is where the dogs step in. They have been training different breeds of dogs from big to small. The dog that had the lowest percentage of accuracy was the Golden Retriever. The breed that had the highest success rate was the Labrador Retriever. This breed, and along with a few others, is what they're using for their tests. The BRD complex accounts for the majority of morbidity, mortality, decreased production, and economic losses within the feedlots. The average cost of treating one case of this disease is approximately $23.60. And given the number of animals affected by BRD, the cost of input needed to treat this disease amounts to massive economic losses for not only the feedlot, but also the producers. The value of canine olfactory is critically important, especially if it is being used on feedlot cattle. Not only will this help with the economic losses at hand, but also help keep the beef that we eat clean and healthy. I hope that we will soon realize what the impact that this has on our health and well-being nationwide. This is one small footprint in the ground to one large and healthy steak on your plate. Thank you.
That was a great, awesome job. And I wanted to ask you a question. So you're so knowledgeable about vaccinations and why the benefits of those are so important in our livestock, our cattle, our dogs, to prevent illnesses. So we want to use you to be able to explain to all of the consumers out there, because we were contracted by a large company to be able to find out why consumers and why people are so against vaccines. This was especially important during COVID. So what would you tell someone who said, I don't think it's important to vaccinate my livestock or my children or my pets? Give them a short answer on why you should really do that. What's the reason why they should do that?
Yes, sir. So vaccines are when the immune system is weak after trying to fight a disease or is getting ready to fight a disease. A vaccine, they send a small amount of this vaccine into their body and tries to help strengthen the immune system to be able to fight this disease at hand when it does come around to the animal, to help fight off against it.
You answered that question perfectly. I expected you to do so. So now I want you to tell and say, well, there's adverse reactions to vaccines, and so that's why I'm scared to give them, to take the vaccine myself and my children. What would your answer be to that?
So the immune system in the body is generally given to attack these diseases and to fight off against these bad bacteria and viruses that come into the body. Now, yes, some vaccines have a bad effect, a negative effect on the body. However, we will not be able to know that, and it is better to find that out with the vaccine instead of with the actual disease or virus that comes into the body.
Fantastic job. Awesome. Way to go.
Good job, Caleb. Thanks. Okay, let's go to Zeke Harkey from Hansford County 4-H.
At the Houston Commercial Steer Show last year, I was asked the question, do cattle cause climate change? And if so, how? I can honestly say I had no idea what the answer to their question was. So I gave it my best guess. I said, yes, because when cattle run around their pens, they sweat, and that sweat evaporates into the air, making rain. Based on their laughter, I figured out pretty quickly that was not the answer they were looking for. This is the reason I decided to delve farther into this topic and see if I can come up with any real answers. Hello, my name is Zeke Harkey from Hansford County 4-H, and today I'll be talking about how cattle affect climate.
EPA.gov states a single cow produces anywhere between 154 to 264 pounds of methane gas per year. That's pretty crazy. Though you can't convince me there's a cow on this planet that is anything on the gas my dad emits. Speaking of my dad, that got me thinking, how much methane gas do humans produce compared to cattle? According to EPA.gov, the largest source of greenhouse gases from human activities across the U.S. is from burning fossil fuels for things such as heat and electricity. So with cattle in the mix, we know greenhouse gases increase. But the bigger question I have, though, is, does it matter enough for us to go beyond measures already taken by cattle producers? What more can be done beyond getting rid of them altogether? For those of you who think this is the answer, I humbly ask, what would be lost if we stopped producing cattle? The answer goes far beyond that big juicy steak we're all thinking about right now. Cattle also enable access to things such as ice cream, milk, butter, and many other products used across the United States every day. Now, I'm not saying climate change doesn't exist, and I won't suggest cattle don't affect it. But I would like to point out a little thing called the Ice Age, which, if I'm not mistaken, came well before the burning of fossil fuels became a thing. My point, climate change does currently exist, but more importantly, has always existed. For example, Noah in the Ark. On the topic of climate change, I suggest we bypass the politicized sources Google will send you and look to the source that has been proven time and time again to be true. Genesis 9 states, every creature that lives shall be yours to eat, as with every blade of grass. And the book of Psalms just talks about how God is sovereign to everything. Chapter 148, verse 8, he specifies this weather. What does this mean? Yes, cows are gonna fart. But that don't mean I can't have a nice steak.
All right, Zeke, I got a really important question. Career-wise, do you intend to be a stand-up comedian, a pastor, or a rancher? And why?
A rancher, because the meat that you can produce can help the American environment.
There you go. You did an awesome job, bud.
Thank you.
Good job, Zeke. I just texted my Sunday school class and said, boy, I got a story for you this weekend. Woo! Good job. Okay, next is Ashlyn Puska from Hallettsville.
As a producer in the beef industry, we all know the answer to the question, what's for dinner? The answer has always been beef. That's what's for dinner. But consumers have started asking more than just what's for dinner. They want to know how their food is being raised, what's in it, and how safe it is to eat. The Beef Quality Assurance Program aims at ensuring a safe, high-quality product for consumers. Howdy, I'm Ashlyn Puska, and I'm a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA chapter. This is my third year showing commercial steers at the San Antonio Livestock Show. As a producer in the beef industry, it is our responsibility to raise a safe, high-quality product for our consumers. Beef Quality Assurance, or BQA, is a nationally coordinated, state-implemented program that provides systematic information to U.S. beef producers and beef consumers on how common-sense husbandry techniques can be coupled with accepted scientific knowledge to raise cattle under optimal management and environmental conditions. BQA is a voluntary program that trains farmers and ranchers on best practice cattle management techniques to ensure that their animals and the environment are being cared for within a standard set of guidelines across the U.S. Simply put, this program helps educate producers on how to safely and properly handle their cattle and agricultural land. Beef producers can gain their BQA certification in several areas, including cow-calf, stocker-backgrounder, and feed yard operations. These training courses include information about cattle health and handling, facility management, cattle transportation, good record keeping, and environmental stewardship. The Beef Quality Assurance Program was developed in 1982 by an evolution of ongoing beef quality programs and is continuously being updated to include new industry information. The BQA is supported by the National Cattlemen's Beef Association and is funded by the Beef Checkoff Program. Today, approximately 85% of all U.S. beef comes from BQA certified producers. I can now proudly say that I am one of the 85%, as I recently completed the feed yard certification course in mid-December. This course reassured me that I was on the right track with raising my steers, and I even gained new knowledge about biosecurity measures, managing stress in cattle, and proper vaccine handling. The BQA was designed for producers to help improve their cattle operations and profitability. But more importantly, it is giving consumers reassurance in the beef industry and in knowing that they are getting the highest quality and safest product possible, so that consumers will continue to say with confidence, beef, it's what's for dinner. Thank you.
Ashlyn, you are amazing. That was just an awesome speech, and especially for our industry to be able to target our consumers. Animal welfare and how we treat animals is a really big topic. Consumers are highly concerned about that. We have labels that are coming out where it says humanely or handled correctly. Your two steers seem to be really happy. They seem to be very playful. They're throwing dirt all over you. And so one of the things that has really intrigued me in teaching a class that I have, and students are not, they're all from the city. It's called the Meat Weed. And so we do harvest with them. They go in there and they think that it's going to be really terrible. But one of the things I was going to ask you is if you ask everyone if they have a pet, if they have a dog or a cat, and if they tell that dog to do something, does the dog obey them and do it all the time? They say no. And so I was just going to, because you had so much knowledge, if you're going to represent the beef industry, how would you tell people that your steers, as well as the entire industry's purpose, is to treat our animals with the greatest respect and care, and that it actually means a lot to our bottom line?
Yes, so I think that telling consumers, or just people in general, that the beef industry is for the animals and for their welfare is a very important thing to do, because consumers want beef that has been treated well and that has had the proper vaccines and properly handled with low stress manners. And I think that by telling consumers that your beef is being handled correctly, they will be more willing to purchase and eat meat or beef.
Thank you so much. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Let's go to Hadley Hemphill from Coleman County 4-H.
Howdy, my name is Hadley Hemphill and I'm from Coleman, Texas. Last year, my commercial steer speech was all about EPDs, what they are and how they can be beneficial to your operation. During the impromptu questions, Dr. Rathman back here asked me if I knew what GE EPDs were. I had heard of them, but I didn't really know what they were. So I decided to do my homework and come back this year to talk about GE EPDs. But first, I would like to reiterate what EPDs are. EPD stands for Expected Progeny Differences, and they help you hypothesize the quality of the traits an animal's offspring might have. Those traits can range anywhere from feed efficiency and carcass traits to reproductive and maternal traits. There's even an EPD for docility traits, which is important to my family because we prefer our cattle to be nice and calm and not trying to run us over when we're working them. I like to call EPDs phenotypic performance data because they measure physical traits and actions of your animal. You'll find most EPDs in things such as bull sale catalogs, where numbers represent the animal's performance. For example, in a bull catalog, a bull with a plus 17 under CED, which represents calving ease direct, is going to have a better calving ease trait than an animal with, say, a plus 13 under CED. EPDs make selecting the kind of animal you want easier, faster, and more productive by gathering up all of the animal's data and putting it in one place. What I have learned by doing my homework is that GE EPDs facilitate this gathering up of an animal's data. GE EPDs stands for Genomic Enhanced EPDs. Because of this, I thought that there were a way to modify an animal's genetics to make its heritable traits more desirable, kind of like a GMO, which it is certainly not. GE EPDs, however, utilize genomic tests to enhance the accuracy of EPDs. The genomic test requires a small sample of the animal's DNA, usually acquired through a simple blood or hair follicle test. The sample is then sent to a specialized lab where they analyze the animal's DNA. The information they find is then used to calculate the GE EPD. Due to the testing aspect of GE EPDs, they help you make a more accurate inference on younger animals that may not have much or any progeny data. In addition to this, they provide a more precise hypothesis on traits that are expensive and time-consuming to measure, such as feed efficiency, carcass traits, and reproductive traits. Ultimately, GE EPDs gather up an animal's genomic test results, pedigree information, progeny data, and previous performance to enhance the predictability of EPDs. Because of this, a producer that buys a young animal with them can buy with the same confidence as if he was buying a bull that has sired, say, 12 or more calves. In other words, because of GE EPDs, buying a young animal can become as reliable as buying one with a proven track record. Thank you.
Hadley, I got you again on the question. So, hey, I commend you because we started out today and Trace was talking about, hey, be better today than you were yesterday, be better this year than you were the year before, and you took the question and went home, and man, you couldn't have delivered that any better. I mean, that was well done. You could have been teaching a genetics class right there. So, all right, I'm gonna give you another acronym. Have you ever heard of CRISPR?
No, sir.
Never? Okay. All right, so it's kind of like a form of gene editing. And so some examples that we've used or have been used by scientists here in the last couple of years on bovine, they've been able to produce like a greater level of insulin in the cow's milk so that humans could drink that milk that need insulin. Or they've been able to change an animal that maybe was programmed to be horned and actually end up being polled. So in your opinion, Hadley, what do you think would be, if you had the ability to gene edit cattle, what traits would you be most interested in editing, and kind of what would be your moral stance on whether or not we should be doing that?
Okay, so I haven't done a whole lot of research on gene editing outside of like selective breeding, I would say, but some things that I would edit the genetics for would be things like feed efficiency, so you can get better meat per like amount of feed you put out. Morally, whether I think we should be doing it, I would prefer the selective breeding. I like the challenge and I like finding the information and going off that to see what cattle I would want to breed. But I would say it's really what your morals are and what you think about it.
Hey, your terminology is excellent. You're using an excellent vernacular for what you're talking about, Hadley. I'm very impressed. Good job today.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay, Case and Cribs from Borden County 4-H.
Have your cattle ever taken a swim in their clean water trough? Hi, my name is Casey Cribb from the Borden County 4-H chapter, and today I want to talk to you about Founders, what it is, what it does, and how to prevent it. So, what is Founders? Founders, or laminitis, is the inflammation of the hoof's internal connective tissue. When cattle founder, the hoof begins to become deformed, causing abnormal growth and shaping, including hoof wall concavity and ridge formation. The sole might ulcerate and have abscesses develop. Founders occurs when poisons form in the rumen, the second part of the four-part stomach. If your cattle experiences big changes in their diet, such as a ration with too high energy and too low fiber, or high levels of grain consumption, the rumen can become acidic, which kills organisms in the rumen that are beneficial. Next, toxins begin to head into the bloodstream, and blood vessels in the cow's hooves begin to swell up, causing extreme pain and damage to the hoof's tissues, making their feet feel hot. Changes occur in internal organs, including the kidneys. Founders, or laminitis, usually results within 24 hours of the rumen's disruption. If you think any of your cattle might be foundering, there are symptoms to look out for, the biggest one being lameness. In particular cases, the cattle are in so much pain that they are unwilling to walk, much less stand. You might notice these cattle crawling around on their knees or standing up and quickly lying back down quite often. Another symptom to look out for is cattle crossing their legs in order to take the weight off a painful limb, or standing with their hooves underneath their body. They might appear to be in respiratory distress and sweating heavily. Or they might just go for a swim in their water trough. Symptoms in cattle that are only slightly affected are more subtle. If any of your cattle seem to walk daintily on soft ground, you should remove the animal and place it on a hard surface. Lameness can usually be seen at this point. There are ways to prevent your cattle from foundering, such as not feeding a lot of grain in the diets of the cattle, or more precisely, keeping the grain intake at less than 60% of the total dry matter intake. Another way to prevent your cattle from foundering is by not making drastic changes to their feed, such as if you would like to change their feed, you should do so gradually over a period of time. Also, if you would like to increase their daily amount of feed, you should do so in small amounts over several days and not just overnight. If any of your cattle have already been affected by foundering, immediate action should be taken. Your vet might prescribe anti-inflammatory medicine, but no matter what, it is important to remember to keep the animal upright and moving. If any of your cattle do recover from foundering, they might suffer from mild hoof inflammation and lameness for the rest of their life. So in conclusion, if your cattle are taking a swim in their water trough, keep an eye out for founders. Thank you.
Carson, you talked about some amazing impacts of what happens when we get hoof problems, we get bloat, digestive problems. What would the impact of those be on the quality grade and the final weight of your steers?
So when they have problems with their hooves, they usually don't want to get up, and since most of the time when they're eating, they have to stand to eat, they might eat less, which lowers their weight, which can also lower their amount of meat and marbling and just their feed efficiency.
That was a great answer, Kason. Good job on your speech.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Let's go to Jax Marchant from Northwest FFA.
Good morning. My name is Jackson Marchant with the Northwest FFA. Today I would like to tell you all a story. One late afternoon last fall, I was on my way home after feeding my steers when my ag teacher called. He informed my dad that one of my steers was bloated. I had no idea what bloated meant. I found out that bloated means that gas was trapped inside the stomach, and if left untreated, it could be fading. So we turned around and met up with my teacher to go see. My teacher decided to load up my steers and drive them around to see if we could relieve the gas. After several hours, there was no change. It started becoming an emergency situation, and I was nervous. By this point, all of the beds were closed, and we had to call around to find an emergency vet to treat the steer. We finally found one about 45 miles away. The vet took the steer and said that should help. It did help some, but by morning, the steer was bloated again. Now I was getting really nervous that I was going to lose this steer. We loaded him up again and took him to our regular vet. He tubed him again, and this time felt the blockage push through. The vet advised us to get a blow block and a salt block. We got everything we needed and got him put back in his pen. By then he was looking much better, and my fears of losing the steer had finally started to go away. This experience has taught me to take some additional time at each feeding to evaluate the situation of my herd. It has also taught me the hardships and fears that ranchers go through each day. It has truly made me appreciate our American farmers and what they go through to bring quality beef to our tables. Thank you.
Hey Jackson, great job, brother. Is this first year you're doing this project, or have you done it before?
This is my first time.
That's awesome. All right, so you were talking about bloat, and so, you know, although we may say things like, man, like after Thanksgiving, like, man, I'm bloated, you know, bloat in humans is very different as a monogastric than bloat in a ruminant, right, in a cow. So what's the difference? Well, how do we get bloat in a ruminant? How does that happen inside their stomach? What are the conditions that set up that animal for that type of condition in a ruminant versus, you know, a monogastric where we just have one stomach?
Well, could you, well, from what I think it might be because they eat too much feed or something.
Yep, that's right. Do you think it's more eating too much hay, or do you think it's eating too many grains, or a greater abundance? Yep, that's good. Jackson, I'm proud of you, brother. You did a great job.
All right, next is Quanah Dudley from Leon County 4-H.
Lord Sonic once said that autism is not a disease. It's simply a different perspective of life. Howdy, I'm Quanah Dudley from Leon County, and now I know what you're thinking. Q, this is a cattle show. Why are you talking about autism? Well, you see, autism is something I live with every day. Now you're probably thinking, well, you don't seem very autistic. Well, that's because I actually have high-functioning autism, more commonly known as Asperger's. And I, and someone you may know, Dr. Temple Grandin, can sort of see the way cattle think and the way they see their environment. It's really something you have to live to see. But to counteract that today, I'd like to talk to you about some of the ways my experiences with autism have affected the way I interact with these beautiful red steers behind me. This is my 5th year doing the San Antonio Junior Commercial Steer Show, and I'm sure some of you who've been around may notice that when things get loud or chaotic, especially back here in the barn, I like to put in headphones or sleep. You see, this is my way of coping with a sensory overload that is common for people on the spectrum. Now, while I sleep to avoid this overload, cattle don't. They'll stomp, kick, headbutt, and fight to try to get away from the situation. That's why, when working cattle, it's important to be calm and quiet, so that way they stay safe for both you and them. It's also a good idea to utilize flight zones and proper management techniques to ensure that no harm comes to either the workers or the animals. Another way that my experiences have helped me see cattle is the relief of pressure. You see, after a long and stressful day, I may lay down underneath 1 or 3 weighted blankets. You see, the reason for this is the pressure helps relieve my sympathetic nervous system and allows me to relax more easily. And, as I'm sure some of us have noticed, whenever you put a cow into a squeeze chute, the movement ceases or stops completely. This is because putting them in that squeeze actually calms their sympathetic nervous system and makes it so that they stay still as well. Some chutes, like Preferred even, lift the cow and provide some squeeze, while other types just kind of binary squeeze them to get an even amount of pressure on both sides. And now, while I could keep going on and on about many of the ways my experiences help me with my cattle, there's one I really want to harp on. The affinity for routines and schedule. You see, once something is worked into my routine, I do not deviate. And if I'm forced to, the results are usually pretty grouchy. And so, just like with my cattle, they love being on routine. In order to give them a constant feed intake and reduce the risk of bloat, I made sure to set a timer. 6:30 in the morning and 6:30 in the evening, I will feed my cattle. And so, to let them know that it's time for feed, I would have the lights in my barn automatically turn on at 6 o'clock. You see, this would let them and me know that, hey, it's time for feeding, get up to the bunks. In conclusion, I've lived a way and seen things the way my cattle have a tendency to see the world. This has allowed me to become a better producer and help them grow in a way that I can understand, and now, hopefully, you can too. Thank you.
What an amazing speech and the way of looking at cattle is it's wide open, and Temple has done a great job of helping us to see that from a handling standpoint. But in addition to that, you opened up some new doors that I wanted you to maybe talk about or ask you. How related would the temperament of the animals and the way you treat them be to the tenderness of the meat and to the quality grade of the animal that you end up producing?
Temperament in relation to quality grade?
Yeah,
Right.
the way you handle them and
Okay.
the temperament, how does that relate to tenderness and quality grade?
So there is actually a big relation between handling and temperament to quality grade because, as we all know, one of the primary ways that cattle put on fat is by eating. And so if you can keep your animals calm when they're around you and they're calm when they go up to the bunk, that means they'll be more comfortable to go up to the bunk and they'll start eating. Because of that fact, you can actually get a really good quality grade simply because of the fact that they're more comfortable around you, they're more comfortable to eat, and they'll go up to eat more quickly.
That's a great answer. Good job.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Okay, Miles Wolf from Randall County 4-H. Let's do it.
This time last week, many of us in the Texas Panhandle have been battling the snow, sleet, wind, icy roads, no electricity, and breaking livestock runs. But let's not forget the best part. Us kids got 5 snow days. The snow... We are so glad to be finally sitting in this room, surrounded by friends, animals in the pens behind us, and finally getting the opportunity to give our speech. The snow, wind, and historic cold front led us all down a path as producers that was hard to recover from. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. Hi, my name is Miles Wolf. I'm 13 years old, and I live in the Texas Panhandle. Up in the Panhandle, we get all sorts of different types of weather. Sometimes the wind blows, sometimes it snows, and sometimes we get 2 inches of rain in 20 minutes. You know what they say, if you don't like the weather, just wait 20 minutes. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. In our family's cow-calf operation, we prepare for bad weather in a lot of different ways. We take care of the big 3, food, water, and shelter. One of the biggest ways we prepare for bad weather is by giving our cows hay and additional high-protein rich cubes. Hay has multiple purposes. Cows use it for dry bedding source and some extra nutrients when the ground is covered in snow, mud, or ice. We offer range cubes to increase caloric needs and to decrease stress to replenish what the available dormant grass cannot provide. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. Fresh, clean water is another way we prepare for bad weather. Our family ensures that our cows have fresh, clean water by making them rounds 2 times a day, breaking ice when the weather calls for it. We carry axes, shovels, and/or pitchforks to break and scoop out ice out of the water troughs. Since water is a key nutrient and a requirement no matter the weather, we try and make sure that our cattle have as much of it as possible. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare for it. Shelter is another way we prepare for bad weather. Heat in the summer months and wind chill in the colder months can create big issues. According to Beef Magazine, it says that cattle are comfortable between 15 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. By creating a shade structure in the windbreak can create big benefits on your animal's health. These structures can be made up of the side of an old barn, hay bales stacked in a row, slatted fencing along a fence row, and structures made out of sturdy materials. According to David Ames in a Kansas State University study, it says that if the wind blows with high enough velocity, the insulating quality on livestock's back is lost. This can create big issues in colder months. We can't control the weather, but we can prepare. We can do our part by providing what we can, such as adequate water, nutritious feed, dry environments, and shelter sources. We all face weather challenges each year. Providing the big 3 can lead to giving our animal the best chance of thriving in spite of the elements. We can't control the weather, but we can sure prepare for it. Thank you.
Hey, Miles, you did a great job there talking about how we impose intervention strategies to try to help those cattle stay comfortable relative to the climate. So here's my question. I want you to think about this a little bit, and there's not necessarily a wrong or a right answer. So which season of the year do you think cattle are the most vulnerable relative to how they prepare themselves, right? If you think about, them shedding their hair coat during the summer and then obviously putting that hair coat back on and that being key, and then thinking about variations in day-to-day weather. Which season of the year, if you're managing like a little feed yard or grow yard, you're receiving calves, which season probably would give you the most headaches trying to keep cattle healthy, and why?
Like winter. Okay.
Why would that be your answer there, Miles?
Because winter, it's the coldest time, and then whenever it's after winter, it gets hot, so they all shed their coat, and then there's a lot of sickness going around.
All right, very good. I enjoyed your talk.
Thank you, Miles. Next, Alexandra Kelly from Comal County 4-H.
Imagine this. You're sitting front row at a prestigious art auction. It's a packed house. Bids are placed, and for $160,000, the top painting is coming home with you. Everyone cheers. Flash forward 2 weeks and the painting arrives to your home. It's not what you expected, and definitely not the best of the best that you paid for. It's a fake. Good morning. My name is Alexandra Kelly, and I'm here representing Comal County 4-H. You may be wondering how a prestigious art auction has anything to do with commercial steers. If you've ever been to the cattle barn across the street, you may be wondering how the market steer show has anything to do with commercial cattle. It's crazy over there. As many of you know, I participate in both the Junior Commercial Steer Contest and the Market Steer Show. And I'll be the first to tell you, they are two very different worlds. These 2 Black Angus steers behind me were purchased at market price. Fed a ration of wholesale corn and ADM on a self feeder, and they will receive market price when they're sold.
They've never been on a halter, and they've never had a bath. Now, let's take a look at the market steers world. Some people pay tens of thousands of dollars. Some $50,000 to $100,000 when purchasing market steers. Insane. My market steer feed bill far exceeds my family's grocery bill. And don't even get me started on the supplements. Anybody who shows market steers knows exactly what I'm talking about. Market steers get their hooves trimmed every 6 weeks. They get weekly MagnaWave and regular chiropractic treatments. Seriously, are these steers royalty or what? If you play in both worlds, you know it takes two different types of cattle to compete in each show. The cattle that compete well in this commercial steer contest could never compete in the ring next door. And the cattle that are competitive next door don't feed well enough to compete here. Sitting ringside at a market steer show will give you a good laugh. My favorite commentary, this one needs a touch more bone. I'd like to make this one more attractive through the front end, and you will find a bigger-footed, more attractive steer, so he will be your class winner. I'm not even kidding. Now, let's take a look at how the market steers and the commercial steers compare when it's all said and done. The San Antonio Grand Champion Market Steer brought $160,000 in auction in 2023. That's a new record. When that steer hit the rail, he graded low choice and didn't even meet standards. The Reserve Grand Champion steer also graded low choice. The grading data was published for the top 59 placing market steers, and not one single steer graded prime. Not one. 37 graded choice and 22 graded select. Last year, this commercial steer contest produced 146 steers ready for market. 14 graded prime, 95 graded choice, and 37 graded select. That's 75% of our commercial steers that graded choice or better, while only 62% of the market steers did the same. Now, let's take a look at the money. Last year, we received market prize for our steers, and each exhibitor received a little less than $2,000 per steer. That's very different from the premiums at a market steer auction. Now, I'll be the first to say it takes a lot of work raising market steers, and the people that get a sale next door deserve every bit of money that they earn. However, I do think there's a huge opportunity to bring the commercial cattle world and the market steer world back together. Both worlds should be teaching the youth of America how to raise cattle that feed well, grade well, and provide quality beef to the consumer. Let's stop chasing belt buckles and banners and focus on the long-term success of the cattle industry. Thank you.
Alexandra, I think it would be great for you to give that speech across the way, too.
They probably hate me.
Well, it would just open up a really fun debate, and we would have a lot of really good things. Hey, you know, one of the things you talked about in your speech that was really good is how we evaluate live animals and the results that ends up, how that translates to what happens to the consumer and the quality grade. If you were going to give advice to the judges and the others ring, based on what we're seeing in the commercial steer barn on like the type of cattle that are in here versus over there, what would your recommendation be for them to maybe get more in line with what you're seeing over here? What would you tell them?
For me, that's awesome. An awesome question, by the way. If I were to pick like two judges to like go in the ring, I would pick both of y'all because like we judge on carcass, and you know, and me and my mom we've done this for years, and we've pretty much done it ourselves, and so we focus more on how the steers will grade, and while also looking presentable for a market steer judge. Market steer judges and the whole entire market industry in general focuses on muscle, and it's so important for muscle. Literally half of the supplements that I give, or they're called Mana or Swell, which all are supposed to give the steers more muscle and more muscle definition. While we should be focusing on muscle definition, we also need to be focusing on fat cover and the marbling that's within the muscle. So that would be something that I would recommend for the judges across the street to also focus not only on muscling, but also on the fat cover on the animal.
Thank you, Alexandra. That was amazing. Good job.
That was right, kiddo. Good job. Okay, next is Kaylee Scoggins from Lorena FFA.
loves a big, greasy hamburger. Yeah. Who in here likes a highly processed, chemically altered, lab-grown piece of meat? Yeah, no. No one in their right mind would eat that, right? Well, you're wrong. As of June 21st, 2023, the FDA legalized the sale and consumption of lab-grown meat in the United States. That means that that piece of hamburger or that steak could be on our plate in the near future. Hi, my name is Callie Scoggins from the Lorena FFA chapter. Today I'll be talking about the lab-grown meat industry and how it will affect the world of agriculture. All right, let's lay the scene. It's June 21st, a few days after my birthday. I'm sitting by the pool enjoying my summer. I look down at my phone and there's a notification. Right in red, the FDA has just legalized the sale and consumption of lab-grown meat. I am flabbergasted. They wouldn't do that to us, right? I mean, we feed the country. Meat has been a sustainable protein source for generations. They're not going to throw that at us. Oh no, they did. They threw that at us and they started pushing it. They started putting it on a pedestal compared to the hard work we put in to our meat on an everyday basis. You see, I started digging. I found a study that a Nevada company did. They said, oh, we're giving farmers a much needed break after generations and decades of hard work. Well, you see, all this hard break is going to lead to floor closures. Floor closures lead to loss of money for farmers and ranchers, which then puts us out of business and puts them in charge. We can't have that as farmers and ranchers. We put way too much effort and dedication into our everyday life to let a bunch of lab coats and petri dishes change the way we run and operate. That is why we must fight as the beef industry to make sure that they don't get ahead of us. Because if they get ahead of us, the generations of heritage and culture will be lost. Thank you.
All right, Callie, you said a while ago you wanted a tough question.
Yes, sir.
That's what you told me in the back during the break. So Doc whispered this in my ear, and I never thought about this, so I want your opinion. So we're growing, you have companies working on growing beef in a dish in the lab, right? Why is nobody working on growing chicken or catfish or pork in a lab? Why? I don't hear anything about that. Why do you think they're not attempting to do that, but they're trying to target this beef product instead?
Well, like we've mentioned before, beef is a very you can get a lot of money for your beef carcasses, and it's the highest among chicken, pork, and all that stuff. They see the money in it. They don't see the health that it could bring or all this stuff they're processing. They just see the money. There's no money in lab-grown chicken. There's no money in lab-grown pork. They want the money that we're getting in the beef industry. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Gage Burton, Shackelford County.
Imagine with me for a minute that we were here in San Antonio 150 years ago when optimistic entrepreneurs and young cowboys seeking adventure were cutting deals here in the city to drive cattle north to the railheads in Dodge City, Abilene, and Kansas City. It would have been a fine time to be alive. Time when a sea of grass could be envisioned for miles without a single fence in view. What a sight that must have been. Sometimes I feel like I was born 150 years too late. I would have loved to have been a young cowhand on that trail. But I'm also grateful to live in a time with such innovative technology. The kind of technology that can sort of build a bridge back to a time when fences weren't so numerous on our lands. That brings me to what I have to tell you about today. Virtual fences. Of course, our ranches will always need a good, secure perimeter fence, but our cross fences could possibly be eliminated. Now, I don't mind building fences, but I prefer to spend more time in the saddle. With this new technology, we can move our fence boundaries from the saddle to manage grazing rotations. You may be wondering how this is possible. What I've learned is that it uses a collar on each little animal that is equipped with a GPS sensor. After a period of training the cows to respect the deterring signals, the rancher can establish boundaries on his computer to set the virtual fence. If the cow gets too close to the boundary, it gets a beep, and if it continues in that direction, it gets a shot to let them know to stop and turn around. The advantages of this technology seem very promising. Aside from the rotational grazing benefit, another way it has been utilized is in rough terrain for cattle to graze down wildfire breaks. Instead of running temporary fencing, this virtual fence offers an easy alternative to contain cattle over heavy fuel loads to guard against wildfire threats. How cool is that? The same tactic can also be applied in large air pastures to protect cattle from sensitive areas that need to be protected from grazing, such as sensitive riparian areas. Now, of course, there are challenges to overcome, as with any new technology. Simply learning a new technology can pose a time-consuming task. You also need to be okay with a certain level of fail rate acceptability. These systems allow you to set a virtual outline, but there is a buffer zone around it where cattle are encouraged to back away before the shock to them. Technological advances are overcoming these problems every day, so this will prove to be another useful tool in our ranching toolbox. In conclusion, this is a great way to embrace the future with a nod to the past. Could we really go back to the days of more open range type pastures? I know I should like the idea of less time building fences and more time in the saddle. Thank y'all.
Gage, what would you think if, you were saying you were born maybe 150 years too late. What do you think about virtual fencing for maybe when your mom was trying to keep you in life? You did a great job. I really appreciate it. Because I think it's a very important topic on how we be able to care for, trace, and follow our animals and keep them around. But I want to ask you, move gears a little bit, maybe move into your steers and the meats question.
Yes, sir.
What would you expect the biggest thing that would impact the quality of your two steers? Like what is something that you did that makes their quality really, really good?
So, I would say we've bought our steers from an auction, and then so what I did was I hand fed my steers cubes and stuff to make them gentler, so that whenever we feed them the corn, they'll come up and they're a lot gentler, and like we can scratch on them and everything, and so they eat a lot more and they're a lot more efficient, and so that just makes them gentler and stuff, I guess.
Fantastic. That was a great answer. Good job.
Appreciate your time.
Way to go. All right, let's go to Presley Corbin, Sanger FFA.
As more consumers seek locally sourced products to connect with the land, many farmers and ranchers are stepping up to meet demand. In fact, a survey conducted by Utah State found almost all consumers would prefer to buy locally raised meat compared to other options at a similar price point. Although as beef producers we know all beef is safe, wholesome, and delicious, these trends do provide incentive to find out how we market our beef. Though my cattle have a place to go following this contest, I couldn't help but wonder what my own direct business-to-consumer marketing increase would look like. Good morning. My name is Presley Corbin, and as a third-generation cattle producer, my goal is to produce quality beef for human consumption and take advantage of one of the popular trends in the cattle industry, locally raised beef. A survey conducted by Kansas State University found 61% of beef producers said their direct business-to-consumer marketing increased in 2020 and 2021. As a result, the Supreme Court passed the CARES Act, allowing government funding for smaller local production facilities to increase supply chain resilience and increase demand. These markets show us how we market our steers, and this would be a viable economic option in the commercial steer contest. In the commercial steer contest, we assume the risk is cattle feeders. I am subject to the cattle feeder price at the beginning, marketing increased price in the beginning, and consumer marketing increased price in the end. Thank you.
Presley, you did a good job. It was short and sweet. You seem very passionate about this subject, direct marketing to the consumer. So can you give a little insight to the audience on your thoughts on the added opportunity for profit? Like versus just selling them conventionally to our regular packers. Like how much more profit potential do you think there is in a direct fed market scheme? You can generalize it or be specific, whatever you want, but you seem like you got a passion for it, something you want to pursue, so you got to look at that bottom line, right? So share some thoughts on how much more opportunity you think there is to add additional value to your animals.
I believe that we have so many more opportunities to add additional value to our animals, as there's so much more that we can do rather than just taking it to the processing plant. Thank you.
Thank you, Presley. Now we have Cash Cribbs from Borden County 4-H.
Hello, my name is Cash Cribbs from the Borden County 4-H chapter, and today I'll be talking about the cattle industry. The commercial beef cattle industry is one of the strongest agricultural industries in the United States of America. Since the late 15th century, cattle have dominated in the North American continent, especially the United States. Much has changed, however, since their first arrival to America. Breeds have evolved and practices have improved. Possibly one of the only things that hasn't changed is the hard work, time, and effort that American farmers and ranchers spend each day tending to their herds. There are around 89.3 million head of cattle in the United States, and around 315.1 million people. That means that for approximately every 4 people in the United States, there is 1 head of beef. Beef cattle help expand our nation's relations by providing exports. Europeans first brought cattle to the United States when they came over by ship. Since this time, the beef industry has played a huge part in the U.S. economy, especially the sale of live cattle. There is currently, and forever will be, a major need for beef. The effect of this is that there will always be a need for beef producers, processors, and advocates. To keep cattle prices on the rise and continue the economic growth we are currently seeing throughout the USA, we may need some very influential advocates to help tell the world the facts about the commercial beef cattle industry. Thanks to the American farmers and ranchers, the commercial beef cattle industry has and will continue to be a dominant agricultural industry throughout the USA. Beef cattle percentages have been increasing since the year 2020. In the U.S., 36 million cattle are slaughtered each year to feed the nationwide demand for beef and exports. The U.S. beef industry is composed of multiple vertically connected segments, beginning at the cow-calf level. Cattle move through the industry to background and stocker operations, to feedlots, and then to beef packers. The beef produced then continues to move through the marketing channel from beef packers to wholesalers and on to multiple final consumer outlets. Each level of the beef industry has both distinct and related economic issues. Participants are placed in forward-looking, decision-making scenarios utilizing a split sample block design. Evidence of a relationship between animal health risk and output price risk management is mixed. In cattle markets, feeder calves are the scarcest, widely traded resource, and thus gains and losses theoretically pass through to feeder cattle prices. Understanding how information is transmitted from primary consumer demand through the supply chain is key to the long-term prosperity of the U.S. cattle industry. However, empirical applications quantifying how demand signals are transmitted through vertically connected industries are limited. Thank you.
Cash, outstanding speech. You have a lot of knowledge, and so in those market signals that get transmitted through the segments of the industry, which you really outlined very well in your speech, what would you say is how you would transmit the market signals that we have for people who are wanting to buy locally grown or environmentally friendly or carbon-reduced beef, which Dr. Rathman referred to earlier? How would those market signals get transmitted in those segments you're talking about?
Well, the way that we could transmit it is just like what we're doing today, we could get up here and talk about what we know to transmit these signals through the lives of every one of us.
Thank you. Excellent job.
Thank you, Kat. We're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to get the lunch table set up over here. We don't have the food yet, and so I'm not sure whether we're going to eat now or whether I'm going to send you back to the tables and we'll do another 2 or 3. But take a quick break, and we'll be back. I'll make another announcement in just a few moments.
Michelle, I have a good one. Right over that way. I only have early here. They're shopping that way. No, we ran into her right together. She might have. Hers depends the direction. No, perfect. We'll go get something to eat, and then I will catch up with you.
But anyway,
Yep.
you know,
Go that way, and then there's like a big seating area.
he was like, I was that way.
I'll catch you a little bit. Okay, well then let's wait on pizza. Okay. They're bringing me pizza in here. Maybe I misunderstood. I don't know, but just take one back on the chair. Yeah, they said they might do a couple more switches.
All right, kiddos, y'all get back to your seats, and we're going to keep rolling. The food is here, so we're not going to do it about another probably or two, but we need to keep rolling while we're still moving.
One down, one good. She did a good job.
She did, very good job.
How are you? Excuse my laziness.
Okay, let's get started again. We're going to go to Mr. Cooper Busby from Hill County 4-H.
There I was, sitting down to eat the most delicious, medium rare, 18-ounce prime ribeye my mama ever cooked. It was perfectly seared with a nice and juicy, warm red center. I had all the sides too. There was mashed potatoes, the green beans, the salad, and the cake for dessert. My mouth was watering. Not only did I have the most delicious steak dinner my mama ever cooked, I also had the most miserable brother ever.
My belly was so full, I thought for sure I was gonna vomit or die. We've all known this feeling in time or two, and this is exactly how our cattle feel when they are hit with a case of B-L-O-A-T, bloat. Howdy, my name is Cooper Busby from Hill County 4-H. Today, I want to talk to you about bloat and preventing it in our cattle. In simple terms, bloat is a form of indigestion made noticeable by overstretching the rumen, and is caused by the buildup of gases. These gases are produced as a part of the normal rumen fermentation process, and normally cattle are able to belch them up. However, when bloating occurs, these gases cannot escape, causing that severe stomachache. Bloat causes pressure to be placed on other respiratory organs within the body that can lead to death if not treated. Bloat can be divided into two main types: free gas bloat and frothy bloat. Free gas bloat comes on quickly and is often deadly. It occurs due to an airway blockage that prevents the elimination of gas. Frothy bloat is the most common type of bloat and is usually not deadly. This is the type of bloat I will talk about today, as it relates more to feeding commercial steers. Frothy bloat develops when a stable foam forms by gases and liquids mixing into the top of the rumen. This prevents the separation of feed particles and liquids from mixing in the gases. It can also be caused by feeding dietine fermentable grains such as wheat or barley. Bloat should not be confused with acidosis, as it and bloat can occur separate from one another. While all types of bloat can be deadly, they don't have to be. Prevention followed by quick treatment if needed is the key to conquering bloat. Keys to preventing bloat include feeding a long stem, coarsely ground hay, or a roughage source along with high concentrate fats, limiting access to lagoons, and avoiding drastic diet changes. Producers can also feed bloat byproduct containing piloxamine or ionophores to prevent bloat. With my commercial pen weighing in with an average daily gain of 3.65 pounds per head per day, I'm confident in saying that my 3 ounces of prevention amounted to more than a pound of cure. Thank you.
Cooper, is this your first year?
Second.
Second year. Well, I thought that I saw you here last year, and you just did an amazing job doing something that you are really good at, and that's giving a speech. So great job on that. You also did a great job of feeding your steers. I have 2 questions for you regarding that. What would you characterize the breed of your steers, and what would you say that you could do to improve their quality grade?
They're both black cross, and just like, so that's my brother right there, Kate Buckley. When he said we could have started them on soybean meal earlier to get the quality better and the yield a little bit lower but still good, that's what we should have done, but we just didn't, but we learned from our mistakes and we'll do that next year.
All right, great job.
Cade, you better look out. That boy's a coming. Okay, let's go to Abby Wrestler from Hallettsville, FFA.
Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. This is a great reminder of how we should handle cattle. From a small rancher to a cell bron worker, and even a beef processor. A good knowledge of cattle handling will ensure the safety, humane care, and reduced stress levels of cattle and those around them. Howdy, my name is Abby Wrestler, and I'm an 8th grade member of the Hallettsville Junior FFA. Today, I would like to share with you some pointers on cattle handling that I have learned from raising my commercial steers. Many of these techniques can be learned by completing a beef quality assurance training at an in-person training session, or like I did in preparation for the TCFA Junior Fed Beef Challenge through an online training system. Let's review the 5 basic principles of cattle handling. First, cattle want to see you. Cattle can pretty much see everyone, except for directly behind them. So standing like I am right now allows my cattle to see me. If I tried to move behind my cattle, they would then turn their heads to the blind spot in order to see me. It is always important to remember when working cattle to keep from behind to keep moving so that they can always see you. Second, cattle want to go around you. Knowing this allows you to position yourself so that when they do go around you, they are pointed the direction you want them to go. Third, cattle want to be with other cattle and will go to other cattle. Cattle are herding animals and find safety in numbers instinctively. This is usually why, when you can get the front of the herd working smoothly, the back will then follow. It is also why working 2 steers like my steers behind me is better than working just 1. Fourth, cattle want to return to where they have been. This is one of the things my family used to our advantage when we built a bud box system for working our cattle into the chute system. As Dr. Gill of Ag Extension explains, the bud box encourages cattle to feel safe and comfortable, as if they were returning to where they had been. And finally, cattle can only process one main thought at a time. You can only give cattle one thing to do, and must avoid fear and pressure that may distract them. This is when doing things fast can really hurt your efforts. Doing things slower will usually result in a smoother operation that in turn ends up faster. Proper handling of cattle improves the welfare of cattle through fewer injuries to cattle and consumers. Fewer injuries to cattle and producers, less carcass damage, and improved public perception. Following these concepts also leads to better performance in cattle through better feed efficiency, increased weight gain, and fewer dollars spent. All of this leads to the better economic gain of both cattle and producers. At the end of the day, we want healthy cattle, quality carcasses, and profitable pocketbooks. Handling cattle correctly is one of the ways to get us there. Thank you.
Abby, way to go. I think you translated that happy cows make us all happy, right?
Thank you.
It was really, really good. I was going to ask you a question about export and how much it adds value to those 2 steers you had here in the pen. Do you have any idea of the dollars that export add to the value of each calf and the industry?
Not sure.
Okay. What would be the number 1 or top 3, just pick any one of our export customers? Like, where would most of our beef go to that would be from a value standpoint? Where would we ship it?
Probably to other countries that, so like, I know we ship to like Japan and things like that. I know our liver goes to Egypt and things like that, so yeah.
Yeah, great answer. Egypt takes all of our livers, and the Asia Rim takes a lot of our high quality beef. Awesome speech and great job.
Thank you.
Let's go to Graham FFA.
In a small southern county, there were these 2 brothers who did not get along. One brother had a small farm where he grew corn. Another brother raised cattle. We've all seen the movies, the classic sawbuster versus rancher showdown. Once the crops were grown and the cattle were raised, the rancher realized he needed feed for his steers, and the farmer needed a place to sell his crops. The logical solution would be to trade with each other. However, the 2 brothers refused the business. The rancher allowed his steers grow old, and the farmer allowed his crops to rot. Soon, each product had gone to waste. Howdy, my name is Bridger Joy. I'm 17 years old from the Graham FFA chapter. Today, I'm here to discuss a topic that if we provide the hard work, we will reap its great benefits. This is unity. I don't know about you, but I would much rather have grain-finished beef than grass-finished, all-natural, or any other products for that matter. It's just what I prefer. There is nothing wrong with having different preferences when it comes to food, or anything, unless we allow those opinions to get in the way of progress in our daily lives. Roughly 95% of the beef industry is contributed by grain-fed finished beef, while 5% is contributed by grass-finished, all-natural, without hormones, and other categories of classifications. This 5% is approximately $5 billion in sales every single year. As a grain-fed beef advocate, sometimes it's hard not to stand up for what I raise and put down the grass-fed industry. However, I've come to a conclusion just by reading a few simple words from 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 10. I appeal to you, brothers and sisters, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that you agree with one another in what you say, and that there be no divisions among you, that you be perfectly united in mind and thought. How might this outlook change our industry? Why are we fighting amongst ourselves when the grass-finished sector contributes so much to our industry? This is childish. It's what politicians do. You've all heard the saying, it's a small world. We are all intertwined in some way. We can all agree agriculture is the base to any economy. Even though the grass-finished sector is only a small portion of the beef industry, it still plays an extremely large role in the integrity of our industry. People who distrust grain-fed beef due to misconceptions often feel secure they're getting a safe and healthy product when consuming a grass-fed product. The same goes for all natural, without hormones, and much more. Beef is still for dinner on these plates, and that is all that matters. Will I still be tempted to turn my nose up in disgust when I see their product competing with mine on the shelf? Yes. But I will not fail to stand up for part of our industry wherever I can. What most people don't realize about the agriculture industry is that it isn't just a job, it's a way of life. From raising cattle, sheep, farming, and to the others who feed this great nation, everything we do is backed by our values, beliefs, character, and livelihoods. The goods that we produce are backed by all of these. When we send products to the grocery store, it's not just a product, it's a representation of us. When I place my brand on my cattle, it is my honest guarantee that that product is safe and healthy. A line in Crystal Duke's song, This Cowboy's Hat, reads, well, there's always been groups of people that can never see eye to eye, and I always believed if they had a chance to sit down and talk face to face, they might realize they have a lot in common. This is not a call to arms. It's called to come together and promote the agriculture industry as a whole, not just our personal niche. We must remain avid advocates standing up for the products we produce. There is no I in team. We are stronger as one. Thank you.
Fraser, that was an awesome speech, and the message that drives it home is where we need to be in agriculture, is we all need to be working together, and it was a great job. I want to ask you some questions about your steers and also how you raise them. When you were feeding them, did you track or pay attention if you ever had to give them an antibiotic or any kind of feed supplement as you went through the feeding phase?
Yes, sir, such as the 80th beef trait. Is that?
Yes, and so as far as the industry goes, what agencies or groups do we have that ensure safety to the consumer beyond just what the company says or the producer says?
Yes, sir. So we have corporations such as the FDA and FSIS that inspect each individual carcass to see if there are any residues left over, and if there are residues left over, the FDA then in turn issues an on-site investigation. The producer, local authorities are notified, and ultimately could lead to the shutdown of the producer.
Excellent answer. Great job on the speech, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Good job, Brazier. Okay, I'm going to let Brazier end us up, and let's eat lunch. I'm going to start with this first table. We're gonna do this just like we sign in. So the first row, come on, True, you're first.
It's okay. This is the message I get from Ryan during like the middle of somebody's speech. He really does. You sounded great. You did a good job. When he started asking, and I was like, yes, on that. At least you ever go out country, you know, people said like Washington County, and then now we've been going off,
Want to tell the camera that?
I figured I'd rather do you somewhere. I just bring it over here to San Antonio. I tried, he was coming. The week after, yeah. And it so happened I was thinking about that.
Exactly, I don't know. As soon as he said exports, my girl exports. But the second one, she knew. She looked up at South Korea, but she didn't say that. Hands are South Korea. How much? I guess you can't really ask about that. They don't get along. They did when Trump was president, but then they go. So that's why. Yeah.
All right, sit down. I think we're gonna make a few. Now this is what we're gonna eat. Okay. Sounds good. See y'all. I'm starving. I gotta go eat. Well, we're going about the same thing. We don't know if we're going left or right. We know it's more to the right, but it's all the same.
You don't want it? It's not gonna thin because it's heating. I tried to send Holly stuff. I'm not sure if Mom and Dad want to figure out how to get. I'm like, just go to the YouTube video. But I always set it up for him. So
They'll watch it later tonight.
that's what my mom said. Well, if I miss it, I saw where you can watch it later. Well, my dad had to.
I wish I didn't even see that.
Greg out there already texted me. I don't know what he wants.
I got one too from him.
You did?
Come to a rally.
But I'm getting like 3 or 4 of them. I texted
want
him
our phone
one
number.
time, Doc, and I saw like more messages.
I don't even do that kind of stuff, so I don't know why.
I won't anymore because I think that he said, oh yeah, you're there, let's spread her them down.
Now you're looking so close. What number is Adam? What number is Adam? 42.
42, so we are halfway.
They're on 44.
Hello?
How to do that.
White truck. I thought it was 17, and I looked up. It was 7. Mark remembered it was Katie, so I thought, there won't be any Y'all can, there might be people that we're gonna go get something. Y'all, we may go walk with y'all. If not, we brought snacks.
get done. 8:15. Might get 3 by 4.
1 and 4. What time is it?
No, I mean, we got
Well, yeah, about 4:30.
a couple of lunch breaks. I mean, a couple of breaks in there, 2 hours.
We're not half. Hold up.
That might be a half.
But wasn't that because this was being used for something else?
So I don't know if that meant, you know anything about like a show like
Where?
it's a heavy show or steer show. So I don't know if they meant, because I heard him make that noise. Then it started, you know, he made it so quick, but it was like 3 times as long is what it said. So I was wondering if that, so it made it look like it was 3 times as long. It wasn't just like a steer or like if you go into the show, Jake to show a can, and you come here or kid ball.
Don't make us food. Otherwise, we're gonna keep getting into the danger zone. We're gonna have to throw it away when it's cold enough. You wanna make us something? Let's do it.
One of my chocolates.
By the time you wait 2 or 3 years and they get in a job to do something, you can sign up for 2 or 3 years and get more money than what this guy's learned 6 years. At least that's right there. The other thing though, you see there's a bunch of
Just give me a little bit. Is this a little bit? I don't know, just give me a little bit.
I don't want to bring up names and stuff, but it's kind of in the family. The worst part is we had one.
No, them were my, no, them were my sunglasses.
Mary, you don't have your buddy over here. It's the only book I have. Well, actually,
That boy, you'd be good. Dude, this dude, ready to go.
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2, test. Testing 1, 2, test 1, 2, test 1, 2, test 2. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Where are you going?
Kiddos, find your way back to the tables. We're about to get started.
Chair back there. It's really nerve-wracking being in front of this camera. Or is there room? Hey, where did you sit? The only thing is,
need to be. Yeah, I think I'm gonna
Get Cody. $40 worth. The hand steakhouse experience. We have baked potato corn.
Well, how was lunch? All the kiddos back? Everybody ready? Okay. Hey, big thank you to the Special Sales Committee and Julie for ordering lunch for you guys and for serving you guys. I said this yesterday, but you guys just have no idea what goes on behind the scenes. It's so easy to hold a microphone and stand in front of you guys and laugh and cry with you and do all the things with you, but all the work, while all the work's going on behind us. Make sure you extend a special thanks to the Special Sales Committee that is hosting us in this building this week. So let's give them a big round of applause. And then I want to talk to you two girls because, you know, as I was raising, I'm a girl dad, you know. I've got these two baby girls, and so I'm trying to come up with things to help them. And one of the things that I've always told them is all you got to do really to succeed is just distinguish yourself. In whatever crowd you're in, you just got to distinguish yourself a little bit. And stand out a little bit. If everybody looks the same, if everybody acts the same, no one's ever going to notice you, right? So distinguish yourself a little bit. And I've given them examples of how to do that all through life. And so I offer that to you. Just find a way to distinguish yourselves. The good news is for you guys in this room, it's gotten increasingly easy for you to distinguish yourself amongst your peers that are not in this room. I just had one of the Special Sales Committee people come to me and say, I just want you to know that not a single one of those kids came through without saying thank you and yes ma'am and no ma'am. Yes ma'am and no ma'am is the easiest way for you guys to distinguish yourselves. 20, 30 years ago, that compliment would have never been paid because it was common, it was routine. You couldn't distinguish yourself from your peers with a simple yes ma'am or a no ma'am, but you guys did today, and I love you for it, and I thank you for it, and I hope that you will carry that through life and be an example to your peers of what good kids are. So thank you. Let's get started again. Bailey Brown, you ready? Navarro FFA.
Antibiotic. When you hear the word antibiotic, what do you think? It's what all the doctors give us, so it must be safe, right? Well, what if I were to tell you that antibiotics could be the reason for more sickness? Would you believe me? Good afternoon. My name is Baylor Brown. I'm a freshman at Navarro High School and a member of the Navarro FFA chapter. Antibiotics are used to control symptoms, cure disease, and prevent infections from happening in the first place. However, in agriculture, antibiotics are used to promote growth and get quicker and more efficient weight gain of livestock. This is where the antibiotic controversy stems from. Critics feel that due to use of antibiotics in animal feed, the world has seen an increase in antibiotic resistance and should therefore stop being used for unnecessary purposes. On the contrary, regulated necessary antibiotics must be used to ensure the health of both consumers and animals. Antibiotics started being used for production purposes around the 1940s when producers noted that when antibiotics were fed to their livestock, it promoted growth. This growth curve was favored by producers because it maximized profits on their operations. And from that point on, antibiotics started being incorporated into livestock's regular diet. In 1951, the FDA approved the first antibiotic that could be used for extra weight gain. In 1969, scientists began to discover evidence of antibiotic resistance. The FDA charged that due to loosely regulated use of antibiotics in animal feed, the world is seeing an increase in resistant bacteria, which is affecting not only the animal population, but the human population as well. The World Health Organization referred to this antibiotic resistance as a global health security threat, claiming that simple infections that were otherwise treatable are now life-threatening. On the other hand, would completely antibiotic-free meat be safer? Not necessarily. Antibiotic-free meat could pose a greater health risk to consumers. The antibiotics fed to livestock are not primarily used for growth and weight gain. They're used to keep the animal healthy and safe for future consumption. Although the use of antibiotics could pose a greater health, although the use of antibiotics is potentially creating resistant bacteria, the consumers are not receiving their resistance from the meat they eat. There's room for both opinions on this subject, and I feel the answer is somewhere in the middle. If you want completely antibiotic-free meat, grow your own crops, hunt and clean your own food. Otherwise, we must rely on our farmers and ranchers to produce healthy and more sustainable food products with fewer pesticides, hormones, and antibiotics. I believe antibiotics are necessary to keep for the health of both animals and consumers. Thank you.
Hey Bailey, you gave a nice explanation of kind of different sides to that issue a little bit. So my question for you is, have you ever heard of like a prophylactic or a metaphylactic approach when you're receiving a set of cattle? You ever heard those terms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what that means is that if you bring in a set of calves to a grow yard, feed yard, whatnot, and you think they're high risk, right? That they're very prone to getting sick in their early days in that phase, then you go ahead and you just mass treat every animal with an antibiotic, right? So what's your thoughts on that? Do you think that's an effective strategy? Do you think it's warranted on some cattle, depending upon their risk level, if their risk or likelihood of getting a disease contracted in the coming weeks is fairly high? Do you think that's a warranted strategy based upon the research you did to prepare your talk?
I think that it's an effective strategy because even if that animal isn't going to get sick, it just kind of protects all of them from getting sick, and it protects the consumers that are going to eat that animal it's going to protect them as well.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good job, Mayor. Now let's go to Stephen Page. Hey, speaking of distinguishing yourself, as we go to Stephen Page walks up to me yesterday and said, Mr. Blair, I'm Stephen Page. And I said, yes, sir, what do you need? He said, I just wanted to introduce myself. That was, and several of y'all have done that. I'm not saying Stephen's the only one, but that makes such an impression on us. I'm gonna get off my soapbox now. Let's have Stephen Page come up.
I like lazy cattle. Hi, my name is Stephen Page, and I am treasurer of the Groveton 4-H. A lazy animal is a relaxed animal, and a relaxed animal produces good beef as efficiently as possible. One of the biggest opportunities to keep our cattle relaxed is during handling. Stress and injury to cattle cost the producers money. Overstressing cattle during handling and processing can reduce conception rates in cows. This is both from potential physical injury to a pregnant cow and the effects of stress on the reproductive system. Immune system function is also adversely affected by stress. Stocker and feeder calves that are already predisposed to higher rates of illness cannot fight off viruses and infections as well when they remain stressed. This can lead to chronic or persistent infections that require multiple treatments to resolve. Above all, high stress levels contribute to reduced rumen function. No matter the setting the beef animal is in, they cannot convert feed at their maximum potential rate if they are constantly stressed in dealing with adrenaline in their body. Did you know that stress makes meat tougher and less flavorful? The adrenaline released in persistently stressed cattle is difficult for the body to process and expel, resulting in less marbling, poor texture, and subpar flavor. When I was thinking about a topic to speak on, my dad, sister, and I watched the movie Temple Grandin one evening, and the way she looked at the process from the perspective of the cattle really caught my attention. Typically, we look at cattle handling from our own perspective, but there have been significant innovations in the field by reversing that. Many of them brought about by Dr. Grandin herself. In order to implement low-stress cattle handling, one of the first ideas to understand is the flight zone and point of balance. Flight zone is basically the animal's personal space, or how close you can get before they become uncomfortable. My sister has a large flight zone when it comes to me. Point of balance is a point directly behind the shoulder of the animal that controls the animal's direction of movement. Behind the point of balance, and they will move forward. In front, and they will move backwards. These ideas in some patients will generally move our cattle where we need them. Probably the next most obvious opportunity to lower stress in cattle handling is with the improvement of facilities. Contrary to my dad's belief, this does not mean add an extra come-along or chain to the alleyway. First, use curves and processing facilities to keep cattle moving. According to Dr. Grandin, the cattle think they're going back to where they came from. Next, try using solid walls where possible and lots of light to reduce shadows. Shadows tend to make cattle balk at an obstacle that isn't really there. This next one I really like. Don't throw things like jackets over the fence in an area where cattle need to move through. This will have an effect similar to a shadow and cause cattle not to move efficiently. Lastly, but maybe one of the most important, is to have quietly operating equipment. Loud slamming and hollering will not lower the stress level of cattle, quite the opposite. I think this is a common sense process that we should all be implementing, and we owe to the cattle to be good stewards of what God has given us to watch over. It is an additional bonus that this aligns with producing better beef. It's what's for dinner. Thank you.
Stephen, that was awesome, and I loved your first statement of you like lazy cattle.
Thank you.
And so we're gonna, Dr. Rappin and I were talking about you and your speech, and I've had a discussion with him about cattle intelligence. And so we can't go give a cow an IQ test like they do you in school, but what would you say are the traits or the things that you would measure in your cattle that would tell you that you would consider that one to be way more intelligent than this other?
I would look at the fact if they are actually trying to follow each other, or if they are curious about what you're doing and trying to kind of stay away from you a little bit and see what you're doing first and try to become more comfortable with you and feel more safe.
That is the perfect answer. Great job.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Page. Let's go to Zane Kelly, Comal County 4-H.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Zane Kelly, and I brought you two well-finished Black Angus steers from Comal County. Speaking of Comal County, if you've been there recently, you may have noticed our small town in New Braunfels is booming, faster than most of us would like. Personally, I love Texas, but where are all these people going to live? Unfortunately, the population growth is putting our agricultural way of life in jeopardy, as the farms and ranches are being sold faster than we can blink to make way for the residents. The problem is once the agricultural land is developed, it loses its acreage and its contribution to the global food supply. Everywhere you live, there's a new apartment complex or neighborhood going in, but you don't see these things being torn down to re-establish farmland. The United States is losing on average 1.8 million acres of farmland annually. Since 2015, the farmland in the United States has decreased by about 12.5 million acres. That's 12.5 million acres that has been lost during my lifetime. Scary, right? One thing we know is the good Lord isn't making any more land, and when it's gone, and we are all going to miss it. So how can we protect farmers and ranchers? On November 7, 2023, Texans overwhelmingly supported the revision of the Texas Constitution by passing Proposition 1. This constitutional amendment protects Texans' right to engage in farming, ranching, timber production, horticulture, and wildlife management. So, let's talk about an example of what Prop 1 protects. In the Dallas-Fort Worth area, cities are using their public nuisance ordinances to prohibit agricultural activities. In one city, grass grown for hay cannot grow taller than 12 inches before the city mows it down and sends the farmer a bill. What? You heard me correct. Hay cannot grow taller than 12 inches before the city mows it down, ruining the farmer's crop, and then they send the farmer the bill? Prop 1 protects the farmer and prevents this from happening. These things behind me are finished and ready to enter the food chain. Animals like these provide food security for the very people who want to earn farmers and ranchers out of town. The need to feed ourselves, our families, and our neighbors is a basic right. So let's all be more aware and stand up for those who provide the food on our table. Because there's one thing for certain. If that food is ever gone, we are going to miss it. Thank you.
All right, Zane, I got to compliment your sports coat first. It's kind of got a modern day Bear Bryant type look to it. You look sharp. Zane, I had a little harder time understanding you from back here, just the way your voice was projected there on the microphone. But what I wanted to ask you about was your cattle were very heavy. One of them approached 1,500, the other one was 1,462. So, Zane, in your expertise, what do you think is the ideal weight for a steer to finish out at? And then add to that, maybe like what back fat level are you shooting for when you're feeding your cattle? So do you like, was the weight you got them to, was that the weight that you felt like, hey, that's the weight I'm kind of striving for if I can get there? I think they're going to be ideal compositionally? Or do you think they need to be heavier or lighter? What do you think?
I think they were perfect.
Perfect. I like that answer. You got to sell your product. All right. So when you say perfect, do you think every steer, like this first calf you had there, you weighed 1498. Do you think every steer in the contest would have ideally finished at 1498, or do you think some of them should finish lighter or maybe even heavier and why?
I don't think all cattle are the same, and some may eat more than others.
Okay, you did good. I agree. They're not all the same, so they've got different ideal endpoints. You did a great job. Proud of you.
Good job. Okay, next from Wink FFA, Peyton White.
Knock, knock. Bam, bam! Hey, get up. It's time to go feed your steers. Dad, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm already off to go feed. Hi, my name is Peyton White, and I'm a 4th generation cattle rancher from Wink, Texas. I'm excited to be here today to tell you about my future goals and ambitions and how it coincides with the history of cattle feeding in the United States. Now, cattle feeding as we know it is a relatively modern and new technique in concentrating country cattle into confined animal feeding facilities known as feedlots. So, cattle before World War II were typically raised on the farm where they were born and bred on. So, producers would, at a marketable weight, take them to market where packers would purchase and harvest the animal. But because the demand on animal protein driven by the war effort and the lack of people and labor, cattle began to be pulled and fed in confinement. This initially began in the Midwest Corn Belt, but rapidly began to spread westward after the war. Now, steer carcass weights in 1960 averaged around 650 pounds, but as of 2020, the average steer carcass weights average around 907 pounds. That's an increase of over 250 pounds in 60 years. To break that down even further, that's an increase of 4.2 pounds every year. This combined effort of improved genetics, husbandry, pharmaceuticals, and research in feed and feedstuffs And the intensive management through all phases of cattle production have led to these increased carcass weights. Now, there's a coincidental peak between beef demand and peak cattle numbers. Peak cattle numbers occurred in 1975 at 132 million head. Peak beef demand was also in 1975 at 95 pounds. Well, with today's numbers, we're currently declining, with current cattle numbers being around 92.5 million head and current beef demand per capita at only 55 pounds. Now, some scientists are claiming that cattle are the #1 cause of methane production in the world, with cattle roughly producing 220 pounds of methane gas a year per head. With all these improvements, we're currently producing more with less. As of 2007, the cattle industry acquired only 67.9% of the cattle, 87.9% of the water, and 67% of the land than what was required in 1977. Now, what my research for today's topic has taught me is that there is a large divide on what we do on the ranch and what the consumer thinks we do. My feed has the ingredients to help keep my calves on feed and aid with the rate of gain. The implants I use also helps with the rate of gain and to keep them on feed. Now, the consumer must understand that technologies such as BST, growth hormones, are safe and necessary tools to provide a safe and nutritious product in an environmentally safe way. So as we deal with environmental concerns in the cattle industry, we need to be engaging in some very difficult conversations with our non-agricultural counterparts and consumers. The consumer must understand that those technologies are safe and necessary tools to provide this product in an environmentally safe way for a growing population. We need to have scientific studies and research that backs this so that we can use these tools to further increase our cattle beef production. If it would not have been for the research and presentation part of the Consumer Feeder Cattle Project, I would not have been able to narrow down what specialty of law I want to pursue. So after high school graduation, I plan on attending Texas Tech University and hopefully get accepted in their law program. And after high school and after college, I plan on becoming a professor that studies in law, especially environmental issues. Thank you.
Peyton, good luck in your future. It's a very good direction to go, and we need a lot of help as an industry. You really address a lot of issues in regard to cattle and how there's a lot of noise out there, a lot of information that's being spread about their impact on global warming and on the environment. And so in my class I teach, we talk about that a lot, and I always ask the students that when we put the numbers up there, things like air conditioning, home heating, and all of those things that we do as ourself in the mirror account for about 45% to 50% of all of those things that are warming the environment. And so in that relation, what is the contribution of agriculture to global warming, and what is the contribution of beef to that number?
So if we look at agriculture as a whole, we have making the plants, we have the diesel, we have the tractors, we have all of this fossil fuels going into making these products that leads to the carbon footprint increase. Then we have cattle, which produce about 220 pounds of methane gas a year. So we have methane gas production, we have carbon emissions, and all of this is leading up to about, I'd say, 35% of the total carbon emissions.
That's a great guess. One of the things that people are always shocked about is that agriculture gets down to around 12% of the total by itself, and beef is 2%. And so the cool thing about a cow is she goes out there and grazes the plant. That creates the plant to grow faster, which absorbs more of the greenhouse gases. And so it's a cycle that works pretty doggone well. And those plants are not as active at recycling if they're not being bitten off, mowed, or grazed, or whatever. So that number shrinks pretty fast when you put the whole cycle together. And unfortunately, people just focus on what that cow's doing, but not what she's doing in the whole system. So you did a great job, and I love your speech. We really need that. Look forward to you being out there to advocate when you get on down the road.
Thank you.
Good job, good job.
Okay, Titus County 4-H, Leah Schmidt.
My entire existence in the cattle world has been centered around fun, fluffy show cattle. While that is a very tiny part of the beef cattle industry, my dad encouraged me to consider showing commercial steers to better help my understanding of the beef cattle industry. So I basically learned more than what I bargained for. Good afternoon. My name is Leah Schmidt, and I would like to tell you what I learned about my commercial steer project and about the beef cattle industry. I purchased 2 Red Angus steers from Timber Creek Ranch in Oklahoma for the current market value at the time. I chose a custom ration from Keller Feed in Texarkana that has a 7.67% cured protein, 2.9% fat, and a 7.04% fiber. My steers had an average daily gain of 3.7 pounds a day. After talking to the breeder, they received calf hood vaccinations and worming. When I got them home, I also wormed them once with Safeguard and then implanted them once with Revelar S. I chose that because I felt like they needed to be gained efficiently, and that would help out a lot. With my background primarily in the show cattle industry, this project was an eye-opening experience and provided insights to real-world beef cattle production. First, I learned that in commercial steers, what they produce on the inside is far more better than how much they produce on the outside. I've always had an eye for the pretty show steers, but knowing what I need is genetics, breed, and frame play a lot in their end result. In the cattle industry, something that cattle buyers and feeders take into consideration. The next lesson I learned is that it is critical for my steers to be as cost-effective as possible, and I closely monitor the intake to make sure they gain, and that I was able to make a profit in the end. This is vastly different from the show industry, where often show cattle need feed rations and supplements that aren't ideal for real-world cattle production. Finally, I learned that it was vital for my steers to be eating all day, so that they would gain efficiently in order to be finished and have the pounds that they need. This was a good lesson in how cattle gain differently based on environment, and in commercial steers need to be fed differently from show cattle. As of the weather, where I live in East Texas, it is hot and humid, but in like West Texas, it's more of a drier, more arid climate, so they gain differently. In conclusion, my steer project taught me the value of feeding cost efficiently, feed efficiency, and allowed me to see a whole different perspective of the cattle industry. Thank you. I'm ready for questions.
Leah, you're a good speaker. I enjoyed listening to you. Very, very clear and present well. Hey, before I ask you a question, I want to compliment you on your calves. I was telling Doc here, this kind of hair, both of them are nice, but this hairy one here, you could take him across the street and he'd win the lightweight Red Angus pretty easily.
Oh, I agree. I mean, their dad and their genetics really won every Red Angus show. So
yep.
They're out of pretty much genetics.
You got it from Timber Creek?
Yes, sir. Yep. Out of that Red Angus special. So.
Yep. They have a good program.
They do.
All right, so my question is this. You were listing off some of your nutrient specs in your diet. So what can you tell on a feed tag? Do you think a feed tag adequately presents the information that you need to try to determine how well those cattle are going to perform in terms of weight gain once you use that, that feed? Do you think it's adequate, or is there something missing on that feed tag that maybe would be pretty important that's not even on there to try to make that type of projection?
I think they're pretty accurate. It depends on the amount of protein, the amount of fat that you're going to feed, but I think those feed tags are pretty accurate. My feed tag isn't as much as a feed tag that you'll just get from a feed store or something, so I think they're pretty accurate, yes, sir. Okay,
that's a good response. So let me point something out. So Leah, whenever you are trying to determine whether or not you're going to eat something, and let's say, like any of us, we're sitting there trying to I don't want to gain any weight, or maybe I'm on a diet, whatever, and you're trying to assess that. What's on maybe a food label to try to help you with that decision that's not necessarily on a feed tag when we're trying to feed these cattle and figure out how much energy is in that diet?
Knowing the amount of protein that you're going to consume in that, so protein burns fat basically, and knowing that when you're on a feed label, but also protein helps them grow, helps them do all the things. So say if it's real world stuff, having that on the for people to buy and all of that is pretty good.
Good information. Thank you, Leah. You did a great job. Nice set of cattle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Next is Jasper Dew from Robeson FFA.
I live in a small town of 900 plus. On occasion, my dad and I will go eat at the local county seat cafe before school. On any given day, you can find all the local cattlemen gathered here. On this particular day, there was a younger fellow sitting at the table with these local cattlemen. The young man was schooling the older men on cattle operations and what should be done and not done. After the young man had finished his lengthy discourse on cattle operations and what they should be doing or not doing, he left. About 15 minutes later or so, one of the older men said, and I quote, "You can go to Harvard and become a lawyer in 4 years, or come to Texas and become a cattleman in 40. Hello, my name is Jasper Dew, and I'm here today to tell you what I've learned from the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest in the last 3 years. These 6 things are some of the most important topics: selection, purchasing, health, feeding, record keeping, and marketing. My steers were bought from the Winston 8 Ranch in Lufkin, Texas. I chose these steers because of their operational procedures. They were purchased in August of 2023. They were given the respiratory vaccination 2 times in their early life. This vaccination helps by preventing or helping a calf get over BVD, PI3, IBR, and BRSV. They also received the 7-way Clostridial vaccination 2 times. If you are selling directly to a feedlot, these vaccinations are essential. They were also on creep feed to teach them to eat. Nobody wants to buy a calf that is going to get sick and die. These are all important requirements that go into my selection process, along with conformation, big hips, big top, and a deep middle are a must. And they also must be standing on a good set of feet and legs. After I purchased the steers, I talked to the rancher about how much he wanted for these steers. Before going to the ranch, I researched several places to see what feeder cattle were bringing at the time. After consulting with several order buyers, I had a pretty good idea what they were worth. I ended up getting the steers bought for the right amount of money, so I was pleased with that. When I got the steers home, I grazed them until it was time to check them in for the contest. When I checked them in, I dewormed them with an anthramininic and gave them another Clostridial shot. Then, bam, opened up that feed barrel, and believe me, there is more in that feed barrel than just corn. Feeding is a science. Corn was my energy source, and beef trait was my protein source. You ask, what's the big deal about that? A lot. The corn is fed where there is always some left in the trough, and the beef trait is fed at 0.75 pounds per head per day. The calves should always have free choice minerals available. But the most important feed ingredient my calves received was water. Water helps regulate body temperature and helps with the consumption and digestion of feed. Record keeping is one of the hardest and most tedious jobs in the cattle operation. You can tell your parents really love each other after the record keeping part of the contest. Dad is tough out in the steer pens, but Mom is just as tough while you're sitting at the kitchen table working on your numbers. The trip costs $3 per mile to haul the steers here, so you have to figure that into your break-even cost. Slaughter cattle are bringing $1.80 as of last Friday. When I add everything up, I hope I can make $1.45 or better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasper. About how many pounds or gallons of water do you think those steers drink every day?
That's a good question. I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Your speech was a really awesome speech, and you went through all these management things that you did, and so that's why I asked you about the water consumption on those guys. Let's ask another question about how much feed they ate a day. About how many pounds or quantity of feed did you feed them?
So I fed them 2 5-gallon buckets, and a 5-gallon bucket was about 40 pounds per bucket, so probably 80 pounds of corn.
Thank you. That's a good answer. Really appreciate it. Great job.
Thank you.
Let's go to Joseph Corrales from Fayette County 4-H.
Hi, my name is Joseph Cross, and I'm 8 years old and part of the Flatonia 4-H Club. And I'm so excited to tell y'all what I think cattle are magical. Cattle can eat grass and stuff their belly salad, which I do not like. And they turn into delicious meat, which I love, like ribeyes, loin, strip, tenderloin, all those good cuts of meat right there. They are equipped with a different type of stomach than iron, ruminant digestive system. They also have 4 compartments in their body: rumen, reticulum, omasum, and the abomasum. The rumen is the largest stomach. The reticulum looks like a honeycomb. The abomasum absorbs water. And the omasum absorbs water, and the abomasum is a real true stomach. Cattle can break down, use, and recycle feed, stuff like silage and cotton burrs, which is found in many Texas cattle feeds. Cattle can digest it and use it for their energy, growth, and putting on fat. I think being able to use this straight magic does very well to the balance of our planet, because humans and other monogastrics cannot digest grass into energy. They complement the rest of the world and taste even better. So, are you a salad eater like my fierce snow leopard and white panther? Or are you a beef-loving Texan like me? Thank you.
Joseph, I'd like to see another 8-year-old on the planet that could do what you just did. That was pretty impressive. All right, so your calves are kind of 2 unique calves out of everything that has gone through the auction block today. And so for a lot of people, they may misinterpret maybe what their breed background is and what they are and what they're capable of doing. And so can you tell the audience about the genetics of your calves, like what breed combination they are, and then why you put those cattle on feed?
These combinations are Akaushi and Charolais.
Okay. And what do you? So that's a very great combination. Why do you like that combination, Joseph? Why do you think they're that's the nick that you need, those 2 breeds in combination with one another?
Because every year I always show Akaushi, and when I went to the pasture I saw these 2 steers and I thought, like, I wanted them.
Classic. All right, great job. Attaboy. Okay. How about Haven Creel from Newcastle FFA?
Sippity-doo-dah, sippity-day. My, oh my, what a wonderful way to put a pep in my step. Brought to you by, that's right, my 2 commercial steers. Howdy, my name is Haven Creel. I am 8 years old from Newcastle, Texas. And guess what? Beef packs the perfect punch of zip. 3 essential nutrients: zinc, iron, and protein. And why is that important, you might ask? Because first, zinc helps your immune system fight off invading bacteria and viruses. Your body also uses zinc to make DNA, the genetic material in our cells that makes us beautifully unique. Next, iron helps oxygenate blood, convert blood sugar to energy, boost your immune system, aid in cognitive function, which just means it makes your brain work better. And third, iron also helps support healthy skin, hair, and nails. And third, protein. Protein helps build and repair tissue in your body. Protein, for good health, protein is crucial. That means really important. With only a 3-ounce serving of beef, you're getting a big bang for your buck when it comes to SIP. 53% of your daily value of zinc, 14% of iron, and 51% of protein. That's amazing. I haven't even mentioned other vitamins like B12, selenium, or B6. I learned all of this at www.beefiswhatsfordinner.com, which is a great name, because when I wasn't feeling great, my doctor took a look at my blood and said, this little lady can eat all the beef she wants. Sounds like great advice and great doctor, because beef is definitely what's for dinner in my house, so it makes good sense that these 2 steers of mine mean a zippity good day can easily come my way. Zippity doo dah, zippity day, beef. What a wonderful way to make my day. Thank you.
Hayden, I think that you need to go over there and talk to Miss McAdams because they need to have you represent them on nutrition and why everybody should just eat beef to make their day. That was just an amazing presentation, and you're to be complimented. 8 years old, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the next 9 years. That's amazing. So in that nutrition category, you know, you talked about iron. Can you tell everybody why we need to have iron from beef? Because we know that iron that's from vegetable plant sources is just not bioavailable. So why is the iron we get from beef so much better?
So iron helps bring up your blood sugar and it just keeps you motivated. Protein is also the same, but iron, you always need iron in your body or you're just
Oh, that's great. Fantastic job. We really love what your answer was, better than the speech. Great job.
You big siblings have got some work to do. Woo-hoo. Okay, let's go to Graham Hale from Santo FFA.
Hello, my name is Graham Hale. Today I will be speaking about the basics of finishing beef cattle successfully. Success is a term that can be used broadly. Some people look at finishing as a success. Some look at quality, quantity, or financial result to determine success. I consider there to be 6 important pieces to focus on to have a successful beef cattle finishing operation. First, you need a goal. Once you've determined your goal, you can then select your cattle. Good facilities are important, healthy animals, a good nutrition plan, and a good business plan to make this a profitable operation. Today I will be speaking about the first 3. The first thing you have to determine is what your goal is. If you're a quantity producer, you may want to select a breed. Some producers might want a large hanging weight, which would result in a large quantity, while others would prefer a high marbling in the lean, which would result in a better quality. A different goal may be hormone-free or organic beef, which is slowly becoming more popular. The last goal I could come up with was a combination between quality and quantity, which could be achieved by carefully selecting a quality breed and good genetics. Once you determine what your goal is, you can then decide your breed that you want to finish out. If you're a quantity producer, you might want to select a Brahman, Charolais, or Simmental breed, which are all large frame animals that could result in a large hanging weight. A producer that prefers a higher quality would select a breed that has a better carcass EPD values, such as Wagyu, Belted Galloway, or most popular Angus. There is also an increasing demand for organic beef, and if that is your goal, you will need to adopt a program that eliminates antibiotics and implants. The one that I prefer is a combination of quality and quantity. By selecting a breed that has a high marbling and then finding the right genetics within the breed that can produce the quantity. In my case, I purchased 5 steers from my dad and uncle's ranch. They breed Limflex bulls to Angus cows. My selection process was not the best. In June of 2023, I helped Dad ship our steers, and when the cattle pot was full, we had 7 steers left over. Later that day, Dad drove me and my brother back over to the pen and said, well, here are the 7 that you can choose from for your commercial steer project. The largest steer behind me is a result of that quality and quantity combination. However, that particular bull and cow did not produce the larger frame animal that they were looking for. The smaller frame steer is from an Angus heifer that was artificially inseminated by a bull that has a low birth EPDs but a high carcass value EPDs. My other 3 steers that I still have are all 1,400 pounds currently and are very uniform and more along the lines of what we desire. Next year, I hope to bring a more uniform set that is more in line with the goals of Hale Brothers Land and Cattle. Having the proper facilities is important and can make your cattle feeding life much easier. A confined area is critical to help reduce the calorie burn of cattle moving around too much. Another important tool is a set of scales. Now this sounds like a big expense, but a scale kit can be purchased and installed under the squeeze chute relatively easy. This gets them used to the squeeze chute and can keep them calm and reduce stress levels. These 3 pieces are just a portion of what makes a successful finishing program. Thank you for your time.
Great job, Graham. You were talking about breed selection, and anytime to me that we're talking about identifying the right cattle, it starts first by just choosing the right breed, and then we can talk about selection of individuals just as you did. So my question for you is, when determining the right breed, do you think that decision for your ranch, do you think that decision should be driven by the environment in which you work in, or should it mainly be driven by the market that you seek to try to produce progeny for, and why? Does my question make sense to you?
A little bit.
Okay, so what I'm saying is when you're trying to figure out, hey, should I run an Angus or should I use Hereford or Brahman or whatever, is your priority when you make that decision thoughts of the environment that you're working in, like what area of the state and what your climate is and how much grass you've got? Or do you think it should be more driven by what your potential market is in terms of how you can market those progeny?
I think it should be environment, because if you're in like a drought or whatever, you wouldn't have very much grass, and that may affect the cattle.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Graham. Let's go to Lillian Dudick from Penelope FFA.
Close your eyes. No, really, close your eyes. Now picture this. You're headed to your grandma's house down a nice country road. It's a beautiful day. The windows are down. The wind is blowing through your hair. You look out the right side window and see green pastures with yearlings running around. You look out the other side and see wheat swaying in the breeze. You continue down this road, and all of a sudden, the scenery changes. You see fences, chain-like fences. Steel, lots of steel. It feels cold, barren. Sunday supper is over at Grandma's, and now it's time to go home. You're headed down the same road, but now, as you look out the horizon, you see red, flashing lights. Just as I am speaking now. Red, red, red. I don't know about you and what place you're picturing, but this is the reality of where I live and my trip to my meatballs. Hi, I'm Lillian Judick, and I would like to talk to you about renewable energy and its impact on the cattle industry. According to TWI, a British expert panel, renewable energy is an energy source that is constantly being replenished. It is commonly mixed up with green energy, which is energy that causes no harm to the environment. Renewable energy is used for electricity just like fossil fuels or nuclear power. Renewable energy can replace fossil fuels in the future. National Grid says that while most green energy sources are renewable, not all renewable energy sources are entirely green. Wind and solar farms are not green for the cattle industry. In Central Texas, where I'm from, there's a documented 12,000 acres currently under lease for solar farms and 300 windmills in operation. My dad was approached on 3 separate occasions to convert over 100 acres into a renewable farm. Just doing the math using the Texas Park and Wildlife recommendation on cattle per acre on approved pasture land, that 100 acres equates to 16 head. That sounds like a small number, but to a small rancher, that is a huge loss. If that 12,000 acres were pasture land, the market will lose 2,000 head. Or if that 12,000 acres are corn, the market will lose 1.2 million bushels or 67.2 million tons of corn. A huge loss to the cattle industry. Can cattle and renewable energy coexist? If we're talking about wind energy, the answer is yes. However, there are potential negative effects such as stress and alertness of the noise of the turbines. If we're talking about solar energy, Forbes magazine says no. You and I also know that cannot work either because the cattle are too tall and could damage equipment. What did my dad do, you ask? He said yes on one tract of land. Similar to other Texas ranchers, he believed he had no choice. One rancher said he signed up 1,300 acres just to pay off the taxes on the other 10,000 he operated. Since PV Magazine says Texas is a booming solar market, ranchers are making decisions to impact the cattle industry with potential renewable energy for years to come. Thank you.
Lillian, good afternoon. That was a great job on your speech. Well done. Well presented. I want to ask you really quick about your steers. What do you think about the quality grade and what would you do to improve it? Like, what do you think your steer's quality grade? So let's give you a choice. Do you think they quality graded select, choice, or crime?
Select.
Okay. And then what do you think they yield graded? 1, 2, 3?
3.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Bridger Etheridge from Nacogdoches County 4-H.
In 1981, Barbara Mandrell released a country song titled "I Was Country When Country Wasn't Cool." The lyrics in that song describe her country ways. Now she took a lot of kidding, but she still acts and looks the same. The song makes me wonder if Barbara Mandrell was describing the beef industry's role in sustainability. Good afternoon. My name is Bridger Etheridge. I'm a member of the Nacogdoches County 4-H Club. And these are my steers, Uno and Dos. My steers gained 1,125 pounds during the feeding period at a 5.1 feed conversion. We, the beef industry, were sustainable when sustainable wasn't cool. Agriculture and the beef industry have been working on programs for decades to help improve our sustainability. The programs address the 3 pillars of social, economic, and environmental sustainability, as it relates to the people, natural resources, animal health and welfare, and production efficiency. Annually, the United States is losing about 2,000 acres per day of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses. This is land we will not gain back. Meanwhile, the U.S. population is growing at 1 million people per year. Better production practices have resulted in a 129% increase in pounds of beef produced per live animal since 1945. This improvement is possible through genetic selection, higher crop production, and better management practices. The utilization of genetics and genetic technologies have increased beef carcass weights 250 pounds in the last 50 years. Expected progeny differences, or EPDs, can help guide selection for a sustainable beef operation. Selection begins at the cow-calf producer as he makes a mating decision that will impact his operation. His selection will then impact the calves as they leave the ranch and head to the feedlot. On my cattle operation, I utilize EPDs to further advance my calf crop. When I'm looking for replacement females, I look for maternal traits, docility, and stability. When I need to retain a calf to the feedlot, I look for terminal indices, carcass traits, and residual feed intake. These are just some of the feed EPDs that you can use when making mating decisions. EPDs can also address worker safety, animal health and welfare, and production efficiency, as it relates to the 3 pillars of social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Barbara Mandrell had it correct. The beef industry was sustainable when sustainable was cool. Now look at everybody trying to be what we were then. The beef industry was improving sustainability through genetic selection, better management practices, and using EPDs. It was the smart thing to do. Beef producers are country, and country is still cool.
All right, Bridger, great job. What's the greatest country music singer of all time?
George Strait.
I'm not judging the questions, but you nailed that one. All right, real question. All right, so you and I were having discussions earlier about ribeye area, right? You were asking me about size and what's too big and all that. So in our yield grade equation, you understand what factors go into determining the yield grade?
Kind of.
How many factors, and name them, go into predicting the muscle content of the carcass?
So you mean like...
I'll tell you what, let's back up. Can you tell me the 4 factors that we use to determine a yield grade?
Coverage over the rib.
Yep, so like fat cover. Yep. What else?
Fat coverage, KPH.
Good.
And... REA, right?
Yeah, that's right. What's that stand for?
Ribeye area.
That's correct. And then there's one more, it's carcass weight. So this is actually getting to my real question, because it's a topic right now that, at least in a lot of places, but especially at Tech, that Dr. Warner and Dr. Miller are exploring. So back in 1960, Dr. Murphy established that yield grade formula. And they decided that the way they're going to get a guesstimate on the muscle content of the carcass is going to be based on the ribeye size, right? And we don't measure anything else. And maybe that was okay back then, but today most research shows that there's honestly not much correlation between ribeye area and the actual red meat yield of the carcass. So the total percentage of that carcass that's actually muscle. It's not very related anymore, which is bad. We need to maybe do something about that, right?
Yes, sir.
So if it was your job, Bridger, to figure out a different estimate of muscle, other than the ribeye area, what would be your suggestion? Where would you measure muscle on the animal that may have a greater prediction of the actual muscle, or the actual red meat yield of that carcass?
So besides the, like you said, the yield grade, possibly the round and more back region, because in livestock judging, that's what you look at to determine muscle content.
Yeah, Bridger, you nailed that. The answer was round, because it's such a large quantity of the carcass, right? So it stands to reason if we can measure that, that's going to have huge implications on the overall cutout yield of that carcass. So excellent job. Way to think yourself through a tough question.
Good job, Bridger. All right, let's go to Lincoln Vaughn from Fall City.
Just by looking looking around the room, I think it's pretty safe to say that everyone in here has eaten a steak. Think back to the steaks you've had over your lifetime. Think about all the good ones that were tender and juicy and had a lot of marbling or intramuscular fat. And then there were the ones that were not so good, that maybe you attempted to put barbecue sauce on. Now, I know none of y'all would do that in here, but that's why I'm here to talk about fat deposition. I have 3 things to talk about today. I'm going to talk to you about the kinds of fat, the order in which fat deposits, and of course, why fat deposition is important. The kinds of fat that deposit are known as subcutaneous or under the skin, KPH fat or kidney pelvic heart, intermuscular fat or seam fat, and of course marbling or intramuscular fat. The order in which fat deposits is as follows. KPH fat, like I said earlier, kidney pelvic heart, intermuscular fat, subcutaneous fat, and intramuscular fat. Lastly, I want to talk to you about why fat deposition is important. Fat deposition should be important to you because as producers, we want to produce good steaks that consumers will want to keep coming back to the store for. So as a producer, it is important to know the order in which fat deposits and how fat deposits so we can continue to put good quality steaks on the plates of producers. Thank you for listening.
Great job, Lincoln. If we were talking about cuts of steak, if you went to a restaurant, which one would you pick?
I would probably pick a filet mignon.
And why would you pick that?
It's just really tender, and I love steaks that would just cut through, and it's so easy to chew.
Awesome. A lot of people agree with you. Great job.
Thank you, Lincoln. Let's go to Hannah Page from Groveton FFA.
Corn on the cob, cream corn, corn casserole, corn salad, corn queso, corn pasta, corn salsa, corn poppers, corn fritters, corn bread. This is just a sample of the many ways that corn can be prepared, but none of them compare to a good, tasty steak. Hi, my name is Hannah Page, and I am from the Groveton FFA. The United States has a large competitive advantage producing corn. Corn is one of the most calorie-dense per-acre crops that can be grown. But there is only so many ways to prepare corn, and that's why we feed it to our livestock to turn into a delicious protein. Corn is just one of the many crops grown and fed to livestock, such as sorghum, cotton, grass, and alfalfa. About 41 million tons of livestock feed comes from forages and grains. To you and me, forages and grains are just something that we feed to our livestock. But what is going into the crops that we use for feed? Fertilizers are a great way to supplement your crops for soil needs beyond what soil can provide. When it comes to fertilizer, nitrogen is like the fuel in the car. In other words, nitrogen applications are primary for setting yields. Fertilizers are a great way to supplement your crops and soil needs for yields beyond what soil can provide for. Thank you.
Hannah, you did good. You got through it. You were listing off. I thought you were going to go with the shrimp on the bobby and list off all the ways to prepare shrimp too. But that was cute. That was a good spin on it. So, hey, the question I've got for you, since you brought up corn, tell me 3 different ways that we process corn and prepare it for cattle in their finishing diets.
Yes, sir. So you can have whole shelf corn, steam flake corn, or you can have crushed corn.
Okay? And what are some of the differences of those that you just listed? Which ones would you expect to provide that steer the most energy, and why?
I would expect the whole shell corn to provide the most energy because it's got everything intact and it's still all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Let's go to Eric Dudick from Penelope FFA.
Have you ever heard the slogan, "Where's the beef?" Or "Beef, it's what's for dinner." These slogans have been used over the years to promote eating beef. Good morning, my name is Eric Dudick, and I'm from Philadelphia today. I'm going to talk to you about my personal project. By the way, I like beef. My family is very involved in agriculture. We raise cattle, spread coastal, Bermuda, and cut and bale hay. That involvement goes back to my grandfather's family, who comes from a family of 15 children. Our family is not that large today, but we all still work together. My dad, uncle, and grandfather keep our pantries and freezers full of things we can grow foods ourselves. We even process our own pork and beef. This background has ignited my interest to learn more about raising and producing beef. I started taking ags in 8th grade this year, and that sparked my interest to learn about the different projects I might have the opportunity to be involved with. As a junior FFA member, I started out showing pigs and then later decided to show lambs. Because we raise cattle, I was able to participate in the commercial steer program and also have the opportunity to show lamb. My steers are Brangus crosses that came from my family's herd. My commercial steers weigh 530 to 585 pounds at initial weight. I started out feeding a ration produced by Bryant Feed. It was grain blend. It contained a lot of corn chop and steam flake corn with a crude protein of 13%. The feed seemed to be dry, my steers were not eating it very well. After doing some research, I discovered a feed from Producers Co-op called Stocker Grower NN. It was comparable in nutrients, my steers ate it better, and it was cheaper to purchase. After doing some research, I started out feeding 24 pounds of feed twice per day. Around Thanksgiving, I had worked up to feeding 36 pounds of feed, plus 15 pounds of ground corn with each feeding twice per day. In early January to present, I've now worked up to feeding 65 pounds of feed per feeding twice per day. I feed my steers about 6:15 in the morning and about 6:15 in the evening. I do my best to keep them on schedule because I know that consistency is very important for my animals. I know I enjoy being fed on time. The end goal of my project is to raise steers that can utilize and convert feed into meat that will hopefully grade choice or better at the market for a reasonable price. After all, isn't that the end goal of most cattle ranchers? Texas ranks first in cattle. Did you know that Texas ranks first in cattle production and has more cattle than 43 states have people? And we lead the nation in beef exports. Beef is big business in Texas, and it has been for a very long time. Learning how to produce a quality product in a cost-effective manner is very important. Today, consumers are more than ever concerned about the safety of their food and the practices used to produce it. Additionally, those same consumers are more than ever removed from agriculture. Fewer people are familiar with raising beef and how that is done. They truly do not understand what goes into raising the end product. Many people shop for labels with wordings on them like organic, grass-fed, pasture-raised, and antibiotic-free, because those labels make them feel more comfortable in purchasing that product. As a producer, it is my responsibility to feed quality feed, use medications according to label, and raise my animal with as little stress as possible. I've learned a lot from working on my project this year, but I still have a lot to learn. I'm learning how to feed cattle and what the different components of feed do. I have learned how many pounds of feed it takes to get a pound of gain and how much that costs. I'm learning the importance of following medication labels properly. I've also learned a couple of valuable life lessons, such as the value of hard work, how to be independent and responsible. I was able to participate in the commercial steer program in my county health for the first time in January, and I'm excited to continue to learn more about raising steers and eating beef.
Good job, Eric. The first time you said? Good job. So you said the number of pounds per pound of gain. What was that for your steers?
It was 4 pounds.
Okay. And then if you would want to change one thing about your steers, if you wanted to add something to them, if you could add more fat, more marbling, or more muscle, which one of those would you choose?
More marbling.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Next, Jet Davis from Johnson County 4-H.
In 1988, a movie was released where the late actor Robin Williams famously said the line, "Good morning, Vietnam!" Well, after 5 years, I am so glad to be back to say, good afternoon, San Antonio. For those who don't know me, which is probably most of you, my name is Jet Davis from Johnson County 4-H. Honestly, I never dreamed it would take so long for me to get back. But it was right here where I truly had one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. You see, I stood in front of this room, gave my speech, and then Dr. Miller asked me the question. If you were to recommend to someone who had never eaten beef before a piece of meat to try, where on this steer would you recommend? Well, I looked at the head. I looked at the tail. I looked at the legs. And I looked at the belly. Fortunately, Dr. Miller could see I was struggling and threw me a lifeline, allowing me to escape with a little bit of dignity. However, my father did not. After being teased about that incident on the ride home and in the years since, my dad did give me some of the best advice ever and said, if you want to be successful in this contest, or as a beef producer in general, you've got to understand our product. So, I started judging meats. Over these past several years, I have had the opportunity to evaluate beef carcasses from the Texas Gulf Coast all the way to Laramie, Wyoming. And one thing that stuck out to me. By gosh, we are making some big cattle. In 1988, when Good Morning Vietnam was released, the average steer carcass weight was a little more than 700 pounds. Fast forward to 2023, and the average steer carcass weight was 908 pounds. It is the simple economies of scale that are driving this trend. There are several factors that have helped make this possible. Tools like ionophores, growth-promoting implants, and beta-agonists, as well as longer days on feed, have helped improve genetics achieve these higher carcass weights. But just as there are positives to heavier carcass weights, there are also some negatives. Something I have noticed is that with bigger, heavier muscle carcasses, is that we have bigger cuts in the middle meats, like the ribeye and the loin. Why is that a problem? Well, steaks cut from these middle meats can take up the entire plate. And to cut the portion size right, these steaks must be cut much thinner, which is less desirable for the overall eating experience. Another trend that we have seen since 1988 is that mature cow size in the U.S. has increased over 200 pounds per head. And a bigger cow means a higher maintenance energy requirement. But with these increases, the average weaning weights have remained relatively flat, meaning ranchers are carrying a bigger cow, but selling the same size calf. Are these trends sustainable to the beef industry? Only time will tell. One thing is for sure, is that we will have to be vigilant in developing new management and marketing techniques along the way. And it will be up to us, the ones sitting in this room, to be active participants in helping to make that happen. Thank you.
Hey Jim, Mark, this job, brother. You're talking about something that I'm pretty passionate about, and that's cow size. I think we've got some things that we need to get back in perspective in our industry. I will repeat, I told Doc up here, that's maybe the two most, just from an appearance, phenotype standpoint, two of the most profitable looking steers that we've evaluated so far in terms of their balance of quality and yield and performance. So kudos to you for selection of those cattle, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Well, let's come back to cow size. So those two cattle are weighing in the low 15s. And so you were getting at it. You said exactly what I actually preached this week in cow-calf management. Our weaning weights are stable, but we're making bigger fed cattle at the end. And so, we have to have perspective on that cow. So in your opinion, I've got several questions, I guess. What should be the main way that we measure what I call biological efficiency? So that's the ideal cow that best fits her environment. There's a lot of different ways you could go about trying to measure a statistic like that and trying to figure out your most productive cows. Through your experience, Jet, what would that be?
Are you meaning just in order to produce a bigger cow, the best way to do that?
Yeah, well, your conversation's all about input costs, which is related to the size of the cow, relative to output, trying to produce some big steers that still fit our mainstream industry, right? And so in your opinion, how would you go about trying to measure the ideal cow in terms of that cow that's best balancing inputs to outputs?
I think you get a lot into, well, whenever I first bought these steers, they weighed about 850 pounds. And I was really measuring about how much feed I was throwing at them and how much money I was throwing at them as well. That way I was making sure I wasn't shooting myself in the foot in the manner of how much I was putting towards them, making sure I was getting a relatively efficient number out of them. I was looking a lot at feed efficiency, rate of gain, average daily gain, cost per pound of gain. We look at numbers like that and making sure that we're staying on top of ourselves and not sinking below what we need to accomplish in those areas.
Yep. Jet, so and you did a great job there. What I'm talking about is that factory, that mama cow that created those. What do you see, maybe just to change it just a little bit, what do you see as, describe your ideal cow? Like what size is she? How much milk does she produce? And any other objectives that you want to describe and how you would characterize that ideal mama cow?
I mean, you're absolutely right. You got to have a really healthy mama cow, relatively great frame score, great, being able to produce milk, being palatable in that aspect. Making sure that we can grow that calf to its greatest potential in the milk process as well. That's also playing a lot into the environment and to where we are raising these cattle, and that way they can achieve their greatest potential in that manner.
All right, well said. Thank you, sir. Awesome job today.
Thank you, Jet. Let's go to Jake Dressler from Hallettsville.
Everyone here has been in a hailstorm, right? Icy balls of terror flying from the sky, damaging property, breaking windows, and of course, denting your car. I think we can all agree that our first reaction in a hailstorm is, oh no, my car. When we put our cars underneath a roof in a hailstorm, we are protecting them from the dangers associated with severe weather. Now, if only there was a roof to protect us from fluctuating cattle markets. Howdy, I'm Jake Ressler from the House of FFA chapter, and what if I told you that there is a roof to protect you? It's called Livestock Risk Protection Insurance, or LRP. LRP is a risk management strategy that allows cattle producers to protect their profit margins from market volatility. Although it has been around for almost 20 years, LRP finally made its big boom in 2020 when the federal government began to subsidize the program. Instead of giving producers money directly, they gave producers a tool they could use to protect themselves from future market volatility. So how exactly does LRP work? LRP insurance allows you to lock in a protected price from which you can choose different coverage options that align with your desired profit margin. When you agree to buy an LRP policy, you agree to a premium. The premium you agree upon is fixed throughout the coverage period, but you don't have to pay for it until the coverage period expires. When the coverage period does expire, one of two things happens. First of all, if the market is above your coverage price, then you pay your premium and your policy is over. On the other hand, if the market is below your coverage price, then the insurance agency pays you the difference between your coverage price and the market price after deducting your premium. So, why exactly should producers choose to use LRP for their cattle? Here are 3 reasons why. When you buy an LRP policy, you don't have to pay any money until the policy expires. Unlike other risk management strategies, such as the futures market, this system allows you to wait until you sell your cattle to pay your premium. Another benefit is flexibility. An LRP policy can be used for live or feeder cattle, steers or heifers, and even unborn calves. You also have the option on how big your coverage needs to be. From 1 head to 10,000 head, there is a policy for you. And the third benefit is simplicity. Now, if any of you have ever attempted to explain modern technology to your grandpa, then you know that it is a long and generally unsuccessful task. The futures market is the exact same way. It is very hard to understand, but LRP is simply an insurance policy that is easy to use for all people. In conclusion, LRP is a simple, useful, and cost-effective way for producers to ensure the profitability of their operations. From inflation to global politics, there are many factors that can influence market volatility, and producers must be ready for when that storm hits. Just as a roof protects your car, use LRP to protect your wallet. Thank you.
Good job, Jake. I think that's a subject that very few people have heard about and know much about, and so thank you for giving a great speech on that. I want to kind of go into policy a little bit, and from a cattle producer standpoint, how do you relate the LRP to the same type of insurance that crop producers use for cotton and corn and soybeans and wheat and things like that?
So, the crop insurance is federally funded, and it has been for a very long time, and in the grand scheme of things, LRP is kind of new compared to that, but it's very similar. Crop insurance, whenever a farmer that grows corn, for example, gets crop insurance, it insures for their crop. So if their crop fails, if it gets some kind of disease or bad drought, it can help insure them and help them not lose as much money. LRP is something that producers can use to they can buy it at any given time. If they say, okay, I'm selling my cattle in March, and the futures in March right now are at $1.80 per se, then those cattle producers can lock in their LRP insurance right then, and if they choose the highest coverage option, which would be 99%, then they can lock in their coverage price for like $1.79.9. And that allows cattle producers to be able to use that just like the crop insurance, except with the thing is that they don't only get it if their cattle fail, like the crop insurance, the crop would fail. That means that they can lock it in so they sell their cattle for that number.
Great job and an awesome explanation.
Good for bringing us today. Good job. Real good. All right, let's go to Lavaca County 4-H, Mr. Ryan Yana.
In the heart of cattle country, where hooves meet earth, a hidden harmony whispers through the fields, an untold story of beef's sustainability. Yet beneath this verdant narrative lies an open secret, one that is entwined in the excess of abundance. Hi, my name is Ryan Yanog, a sophomore from Hallettsville, Texas, and a member of Lavaca County 4-H. This is my second year in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. In discussions around the beef industry, sustainability is often called into question. But is it truly the beef industry to blame? Or is there a more sinister culprit at play? One that is undermining the hard work and success of sustainably managed beef operations. To challenge the myth about cattle land misuse, consider this. Over 60% of all land, often poor, prone to erosion, or inaccessible, remains uncultivable. Turning adversity into opportunity, cattle convert harsh terrains into valuable sources of nutrition, offering a sustainable solution for global food needs. What about emissions? True, cattle emit greenhouse gases, yet we often overlook their role in carbon offset. Grazing on inhospitable terrains, they consume vegetation that absorbs carbon dioxide, a revelation that was highlighted by a Silver Fern Farm study, showcasing the production of net carbon zero beef. Additionally, fed cattle only consume about 7% human-grade corn throughout their life, relying on a diet that starts with milk and then consists of roughage, byproducts, vitamins, and minerals for the majority of their nutritional needs. The true threat to our environment is not the ruminant, but the alarming rate at which we squander precious resources. Globally, 1.3 billion tons of food, including a substantial amount of beef, is wasted annually, a colossal loss to resources. Understanding and implementing beef sustainability requires an unwavering commitment to action, fostering a reality where words are mirrored by meaningful deeds. Responsibly produced beef can play a pivotal role in sustainable agriculture. However, our true challenge lies in wasteful habits. Thank you for your time.
All right, Ryan. So you're talking about the possibility of carbon neutral beef, right? So a lot of that comes down to your grazing management. So based upon your research, can you explain to me, grazing-wise, what we're going to have to do in order to get to a calculation where we can claim that we're carbon neutral?
Okay, so one significant method of grazing that improves production, and essentially what you're looking at is the graze efficiency. And as far as cow-calf goes, rotational grazing. It enhances the forage utilization and just allows your cattle to more efficiently consume vegetation. Then also that's kind of going on the carbon aspect, but also new research. Recently they've found a way to take out, so there's two gases, major gases that cattle emit that are an environmental concern, one of which is methane. And they found a method to where they take the methane from the manure and they turn it into a utilizable energy source, such as fuel. And then also other things such as feeding ionophores, beta agonists, just making it as efficient as possible to reduce the carbon footprint of beef. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Ryan. Next, let's go to Macy Puchka from Hallettsville.
The biggest bang for your buck. It doesn't matter what business you're in. The goal is to get the most amount of profit while keeping expenditures to a minimum. When it comes to the cattle business, that means producing the most amount of beef in the most sustainable and responsible way we know how, while saving money along the way. Howdy, I'm Macy Puska, a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA. This is my 3rd year raising commercial steers for the San Antonio Livestock Show. The primary goal of any cattle operation is to maximize profits. While some factors are out of the producer's control, one of the best and most manageable ways to achieve this is by optimizing feed efficiency. This is one of the largest variable costs facing the cattle feeding sector, and anyone in the cattle industry can tell you that maximizing feed efficiency is key to larger profits while enhancing long-term sustainability of the industry. Feed efficiency is the ability to convert pounds of feed into pounds of carcass weight, and it is the direct effect of feed conversion, which is calculated by units of feed consumed divided by units of animal weight gain over a specific period of time. With feed costs representing 60 to 70% or more of total production costs for beef producers, it is important to manage feed efficiency in order to help lower feed prices and increase returns. Some common factors that affect feed efficiency include diet, genetics, health status, and environmental conditions. These factors are all things to consider when planning your feeding operation. In order to improve feed efficiency, select cattle with the best genetics based on your region of production. Next, choose cattle that are healthy and that do not have pre-existing health conditions. Cattle should maintain a well-balanced diet that includes essential nutrients, such as carbohydrates, fats, proteins, vitamins, and minerals. Feed bunk management is another important aspect. Feed bunks can be effectively managed by never letting feeders go empty. Also, as I learned in my feedlot tour last year, providing a consistent supply of fresh, clean water is critical in keeping cattle healthy. Lastly, cattle should maintain low stress levels throughout the feeding period. This can be achieved by adopting best practice cattle handling and transportation techniques. These strategies are just a few things to consider when working to improve feed efficiency in a cattle feeding operation. The bottom line is that by improving feed efficiency, you can maximize profits, and that is money you can take to the bank. Thank you.
Macy, how would you rate the feed efficiency of your 2 steers?
My feed efficiency was 4.83, and which is pretty well compared to the industry average, which is 6 pounds of feed per 1 pound of gain. So I would consider it pretty well for being that the industry average is that.
Yeah, that's really good. What would you attribute your efficiency to?
I would attribute my efficiency to really feed bunk management, making sure my heifers or my steers always had clean water and fresh feed. I would also attribute it to genetics. You want to pick the best genetics for your region. So where I live, it's hot and humid, and so I wanted to pick Angus because they're known for good meat quality and they're able to, they're heat tolerant and able to sustain in the environment around them.
Great job.
Thank you.
Real good, Macy. Thank you so much. Next is Austin Newman from Bonham FFA.
Brisket, ribeye, tenderloin, plain steak. This is what you need to grill a good home-cooked meal. Blah, blah, blah. This is what the average U.S. consumer hears when we talk about beef. Howdy, y'all. My name is Austin Newman from Bonham FFA, and today I'm going to discuss how social media is changing millennials' view on beef and how we can change that. During this project, I had multiple peers ask why I was doing this. I explained to them that beef is not only a way of life for many, but is also one of the biggest parts of our food chain. A lot of my peers got their information from social media and big influencers. Some got that beef is good and nutritious for you, while some got that plant-based meat is healthy and nutritious and that beef is bad for the environment. This got me thinking and doing some research. Did y'all know that millennials are the largest generation in the United States, making up 1/3 of the population? They believe everything celebrities say and support, and that they are the driving force behind plant-based meats because they're scared to buy meat because they do not know how to cook and prepare it. This is because they have grown up with Uber Eats and they did not sit around a dinner table with a real home-cooked meal. What can we do? When you see a beef post, you see the major cuts of meat from a cow. We need to simplify this and break it down for them. We need to better as a plant-based product because we need to educate younger generations and millennials in what we're passionate about and they do not understand. Take brisket, for example. You see a post on brisket. We need to add something in there like meals you can make with brisket, maybe a quick recipe so that they know what they can do with it. Not to mention the nutrition facts and benefits of eating real beef. The iron your body actually absorbs, the vitamins, the zinc, things like that. Plant-based product says that it has this kind of stuff, but it's synthetic, and your body cannot fully absorb it. Not to mention the soy base behind it is a GMO that they use in their products, but that's a topic for another day. As beef advocates, we need to be louder in what we say, and we need to break things down more so that younger generations and millennials can understand what we're saying. If we talk technical, they don't understand what we're talking about. If they don't understand, they won't listen and they won't learn. So come with us, simplify things so that we can get younger generations on the beef wagon. Thank you.
Austin, I was having flashbacks when you ran your two curly-haired Herefords in here. I had a curly-haired Hereford named Turbo my first year ever. Dad would make me spend like 8 hours at the barn trying to blow this hair straight. But, all right, Herefords at one point in time, Austin, they were king. Really through the first half of the 1900s and probably all the way into the 1960s almost. They were the most popular breed in the United States. And then they fell out of favor for decades. And then today, Hereford bulls, they're as strong as any bull market. So can you tell me, Austin, you obviously like Herefords, why did they fall out of favor and why did they recover today?
Well, they were big back then because not only were they good in beef, but it was just a great option at the time. They're good, well-rounded meat, well-rounded cattle, whether they're for meat, whether they're for weather and growing cattle, things like that. After that, we just had more up-and-coming breeds. They all kind of pushed Herefords back. We didn't think about them for a while, but recently they've been coming back for the same reasons and because a lot of good genetics come from Herefords, again, because of their beef, because of their meat, and because of how just well-rounded they are.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hey, Austin, before you go anywhere, that message that you had at the end is almost identical to what Dr. Miller has said to me in the past about trying to reach the younger generation. And I was watching him as you were talking, and he just nodding along. Dr. Miller, Austin just knocked his very first commercial steer speech out of the park on his 16th birthday. How about that? Happy birthday, Austin.
Thank you.
I have instructed the Texas A&M interns to sing to you now. And They have both rejected me. So during the break, I have to call Dr. Sable and tell him next year, don't send me surly interns. Send me ones that will do what I ask. Can you believe that? Happy birthday, bud. Okay, next, Oliver Vaughn from Falls City.
As an 8-year-old, I've lived a lot of life, and I've hit some turns in my life. My parents don't think I'm listening, but I am. Now these terms I'm talking about are business, price, money, loss, economy, and I'm starting to think some of those terms are pretty important. Now most of you in here have a business, and really, I have my own business, my commercial steel project. And in the business, you have to know that's where you get your pencils out and start taking some notes. You have to know your break-even. I'm going to talk about 3 things today. What it is, how you calculate it, and why it is important. Now, some of you might know what break-even is. Some of you might not know what break-even is. I'm going to tell you anyways. Break-even is the minimum amount of dollars you have to sell your animal for to not lose or make any money. I told you what break-even is, now I'm going to tell you how to calculate break-even. Calculate break-even by taking all of your expenses, including your feed and your health costs, and add that to the initial cost of your steer. And there you go, you have your break-even. But if you're me, I like to dive deeper and compare apples to apples. In the industry, people talk about price per pound. Well, you take your break-even cost like I was talking about, and you divide that to your shrink weight. And there you go. You have your break-even per pound. In the industry, there's a lot of things that are important, but break-even is important for a specific reason. Because you have to know how much money you make or how much money you lose. But we're not here to lose money, we're here to make money. If I did have more time, I would go into what affects break-even, but I'm probably running out of time. Thank you.
Oliver, I was going to just ask you a question about your cattle, and I wanted to get over here and ask you, what do you think that your quality grade would be on your cattle?
Probably both a low choice.
Both of them low choice? Okay. And then what would you do if you wanted to try to improve that quality grade? What would you do to them to try to make it a little higher?
Probably put them on feed for a couple of 40 days.
Excellent answer. Great job and awesome speech. Good luck.
Thank you, Oliver. Okay, let's go back to Coleman. Mr. Ethan Hemphill.
In the future, as the population begins to grow, especially with under 400,000 people moving to Texas every year, farmers and ranchers are going to have to start facing competition for water. Hello, my name is Ethan Hemphill, and today I'm going to talk to you about rainwater collection and how we can maintain it. Currently in Texas, there is a rule known as the rule of capture that states that any person who collects water has the right to use that water for their own purposes, as well as the state still owning it. Now, Texans, farmers and ranchers can take advantage of this by setting up rain collection systems that can run into any storage unit. And they can set this up on any existing building, such as barns or even homes. For example, this barn that you're currently standing in has a roof area of 40,000 square feet. This means that if it were to rain 1 inch and we collected this water, we would be able to collect 24,000 gallons of water. If we were to take that number and divide it by how much the average cow drinks per day, we'd be able to have 1,200 cow days of water. This means you could water one cow for 1,200 days or 1,200 cattle for one day. Now say we were to expand that time by 1 year and we got 32 inches of rain for the whole year. That number is also the average rainfall for San Antonio. And we would be able to collect 822,000 gallons of water. Off that water, we would be able to water 105 head of cattle every day for a full year. Now say that you've collected that water and you have put it in your water storage system. One of the main things that many farmers face is water leaks. I've recently found a new technology called the Ranch Bot. This computerized system can take data and send it directly to your phone. The type of data this system would collect is things such as water levels, how much outtake is in your tank, and how much intake is in your tank, as well as telling you if there is a possibility of a leak. This can also be very cost efficient for farmers because usually your average farmer would be going around driving his diesel truck, using up mass amounts of fuel going to every single water storage unit. In conclusion, water is like money. Sometimes you have to find creative ways to earn more, as well as you always need to take care of it. Thank you.
Ethan, I like the subject matter there. It's different than everybody else and had some great stats on water usage, which is pertinent in our region. So one of the big consumptions of water for the beef animal is post-mortem, right, at the harvest facility. You know, how much water does it take, do you think, to utilize during the processing, during the harvest process? How much water is consumed by the processing of one steer? Do you have any idea?
I do not know the answer to that question.
That's a tough question. I was just asking Dr. Miller because I didn't know it off the top of my head. He said it maybe takes about 500 gallons or so in terms of the inputs there at the processing facility. So you're a smart young man. Do you see, the question I asked Doc, I said, well, if it takes 500 gallons, is that water just lost, or do we get to recycle that water? What would you imagine? Like, do we get to use that water for other purposes, or is once we use it for the processing, it's gone? What would be your thoughts on that? Have you ever been to a harvest facility?
No, sir.
No? Okay, well, tell me what you think.
Could you, I would say you'd have to kind of dumb it up for me, because it's kind of...
All right, I'm sorry. That was probably one of the tougher questions today. Like I said, I didn't even know the exact answers to that, but probably a lot of it we just recycle, right? And so you talk about the consumption of water, that cow drinking water every day, your steers drinking water every day. Is that water that, you just say, well, they drink this much, that water's gone, or does that come back into what we call the water cycle?
Yes, sir, it would.
Comes back into the cycle?
Yes, sir.
All right, no further questions. You did a
Thank
good
you.
job, Ethan.
Good job, Ethan. Let's go to Swisher County 4-H, Mr. Lane Goss.
The good old days. Were the good old days really that good? Hi, my name is Lane Goss, and I'm from Swisher County. I hear a lot of people in agriculture talk about the good old days, and I can't help but wonder what made the good old days so good. Do y'all ever wonder that? I mean, everybody over the age of 35 had to walk up hills both ways in the snow just to get to school, right? And pick cotton by hand. So what made the good old days so good? On our farm, we grow cotton, cattle, and wheat. And I know that those are way more efficient today than they were in the good old days. Let's start with wheat. I constantly hear we have a surplus of wheat in the United States. And if we in agriculture can produce more wheat year after year than we need, isn't that a good thing? Now, cotton. Can we all agree that there's been pretty big changes in the cotton industry? There are new seed companies available to new farmers and ranchers that help control pests and weeds. So I asked Dan, what made the good old days so good? Farming practices. Farming practices have also changed over the years. Traditional farming practices of full tillage have given way to strip till and even no till. That is way better than the good old Dust Bowl days. Now cattle. No doubt there's a lot of nice cattle here in San Antonio today. The changes in the cattle industry is truly amazing. Who would have imagined the quality of genetics and available to new farmers and ranchers today? Feed efficiency. Feed efficiency is light years ahead of what it was in the good old days. Technology to record weights, vaccines. Technology available for recording and analyzing data. We can now record weights, vaccines, feed efficiency, and cost. So I ask again, was that done in the good old days? Is it possible what made the good old days so good is trust? Trust seems to be on very short supply. Lack of trust in agriculture, in industry, and media. Crap. Oops. Sorry. Seems to be on lack of trust. Trust seems to be on short supply. Lack of trust in media or industry seems to be fading. Agriculture is the best industry in the world. Farmers and ranchers take pride in what they do and what they produce. If we in agriculture can stay positive and educate other people on what we do and why we do it, we can keep building more trust in our vital industry. I trust my source of food. I even get to see how and where it makes it to my plate. If I can share my confidence with others, that is the least I can do. I believe that the good old days are yet to come, and the best is in front of us. Trust in the good Lord, because with Him, all things are possible. Thank you.
Lane, you did an amazing job feeding these two steers. They are in the top. One of those steers is at the very top end of everything we've seen so far today, so great job. Going back to efficiency, and Dr. Rathman was questioning on this a little earlier. When we start looking at a shrinking land mass because we're doing a lot of things to take up some really good land, how many cows can you run if you had say a 1,200-pound cow or a 1,150 versus a 1,500-pound cow on, say, the same type of grass? Can you run more cows if they're bigger or fewer cows if they're bigger?
If they're bigger, I believe fewer cows.
That's a correct answer. So we also talked about how our feeding industry has become very efficient, and how from we had average carcass weights of 750 to now they're at 1,000 pounds, 970. So if we end up having smaller cows, we can run a greater number of those, right?
Sir?
Based on your answer. So I want to ask you, when you go to pick your bull for what you're going to use to be able to make your replacement females, what bull would you pick? And I'm asking kind of a tough question, but I know you're really good and you can answer that.
My opinion, I like Red Angus. I would choose Red Angus because that is what we do the most on our ranch.
Okay. Is there any other cattle that you might pick?
I could do probably Black Angus or Charolais.
All right. Great job, and thanks for your wonderful speech. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lane. Next, let's go to Baden Beavers from Dallin County 4-H.
You can't manage what you don't measure. Hello, my name is Baden Beavers from Dalhart. From the farm to your table, the concept of traceability can be embraced or dismissed by almost everyone in the industry. Traceability means tracing an animal from the start of the supply chain to the end. What if this allowed producers and consumers to grow closer together? This concept could allow the U.S. to present more superior quality beef to the consumer. With traceability systems in place, the better beef can be traced back to the producer. Knowing this, the producer is more motivated to growing higher quality beef. With traceability, the producer is held accountable for the beef they present to the consumer. These systems allow the consumer to depict the good from the bad beef. The more we compete, the better the overall quality will get, because everyone will try to be the most favored. With new technologies, we can embrace more efficient ways to trace cattle back to where they came from. EIDs, or electronic identification, makes traceability possible. Time plays a major role when discussing EIDs. While it may take months to trace cattle back to birth with just a visual tag, it only takes hours with EIDs. In the case of a rapidly spreading disease, you need enough information to be able to tell where the cattle have been and what other cattle they've come in contact with. With the new technologies that many companies are producing, it is much easier to put these systems into action. According to Statista.com, U.S. consumption of beef has only slightly increased since the year 2010. However, globally, American beef is more desired than beef from other nations. So, how do we improve the demand of our product domestically? We should care tremendously about the quality of beef, not necessarily the pounds of beef. Communication needs to improve all the way throughout the supply chain, because every piece of the industry has a significant interest in what we are trying to do. In conclusion, traceability means tracing an animal back to the original producer to increase overall quality as well as minimize disease spread. If we embrace this as an opportunity rather than a regulation, we can improve the demand of our product through consumer desire. As I mentioned before, you can't manage what you don't measure. Thank you.
All right, baby, that was a good conversation on traceability. So, as you alluded to in the U.S., traceability is a great idea. You get many advantages to that, right? But it's not mandatory. In other countries have had more success in getting the entire country to adopt it, like Australia or Canada. So what are some of the reasons why producers have pushed back against traceability despite the logical advantages that you've stated in your speech?
Many producers believe that it is just a waste of time, and they think that it will eliminate a whole industry of like traders and other jobs that many people have in the beef industry, because then the producers is directly connected to the consumer, so the consumer knows where their beef comes from.
All right, thank you. Great job today.
Thank you, Baden. That was real good. We're going to do one more exhibitor, and then we'll take a break in case anybody's wondering, when's that guy going to let us take another break? Casey Connor, Bellevue FFA. Come on up.
Cows are remarkable animals that play a significant role in agriculture, providing us with essentials like milk and meat. To ensure their overall health and well-being, it's important to understand and meet their nutritional needs. Hi, my name is Casey Connor. I am with the Bellevue FFA. Grass alone is not enough for the cows to get all the nutrients they need. Carbohydrates are the primary source of energy for cows. They come from forage and grains, which can be fresh, pasture, or harvest as hay, or silage. Forage provides essentials, fibers that helps in digestion and maintains a healthy rumen. Environment grains provides a cheap source of energy. Proteins are essential for growth, repair, and maintenance of body tissue. They are found in beef, feed, alfalfa, and grains. Adequate proteins intake is important for growing muscles and fat. Fat, although less important is a cow's diet, are still essential. They provide energy and aids in the absorption of fat. Soluble vitamin fat can be divided from sources like vegetable oil or animal fat. Vitamins are essential for various body functions, such as the immune system, respiratory, and overall health. Cows can make some vitamins naturally, but other need to be provided through their diet. For example, vitamin A, essential for the eye, sight, and some kind of function. Which vitamin B is necessary for calcium absorption and bone health. Minerals, though required in smaller quantities, are important for many body processes in cows. They play a role in bones development, muscle function, enzyme activity, and overall digestion. Compound minerals needed by cows include calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium, and trace minerals like copper and zinc. Water is often overlooked, but is the most essential nutrients for a cow's diet. Cows require access to clean and fresh water at all times. It is essential for digestion, growth, and overall health. It's important to note that cows' nutrients can be varied depending on factors such as age, weight, site of production, and physical activity.
Casey, tell me about your two steers here.
The breed is Hereford, and what else do you want to know?
Well, I would like to know what you quality grade them.
One, I would say, is choice, and one, I feel like it's select, like high select.
Okay, and then if you had to tell someone which cuts, so give me a cut that you would select if you were going to give recommendations to somebody who wanted to get the best flavor out of your beef.
Well, so for me, I would say that I don't like the fat, like on part of I would say like T-bone. I don't like the fat, so I go New York strip.
So the New York strip.
Yes.
Okay, great job.
Thank
you very much.
This is going to be our last break. We'll do about 10 minutes.
groaning a little bit, had like a shuffle. Hey Zeke, I really enjoyed your speech. Appreciate you doing that. Are you his dad?
Yes, sir. I'm Lee Harkey.
Lee Burton. Harkey?
Yes, sir.
Good. I told Alicia, I said, I want to meet that family. No, I remember you from last year. We live over around Atlanta. I thought that was good. I like the way he asked you if you're going to be a comedian, a pastor, or a rancher. What'd you say? Rancher? You like comedian better? You wish you'd have answered that different? No. Hey. Where y'all live? Uh-huh. Panhandle? Where it gets cold up there? Not much of windbreak. Is it just you? Do you have any siblings? Big sister? What's she doing? Oh yeah, it's her first year. Oh, it's her first year. What was the difficult, challenging part?
For her, or just in general? We've had a lot more rain than we used to in our country. Very big flat.
And just sits there. Where'd you get your steers? From a rancher or from the sale barn? From the sale barn? Oh yeah? What do y'all do up the group? Do you? Oh, we do a little ranching. I work in ranch real estate. Kind of do a little bit of everything. She homeschools the kids. Yeah. A little bit of everything. Yeah, 3 showing and a 4th one that's just kind of, we don't know what he's doing. He's just kind of on his own. Good job, buddy. Good luck on your outcome. How old are you? 10. Was last year your first year? Okay.
We're all out at the speech and the cattle. We have a hard time studying though.
Yeah, we do too. Are y'all doing any study group stuff?
There's no one else around us to do any of this stuff.
Yeah.
The county keeps acting like they're trying to get involved with it. That's right.
We ended up doing a county deal after this. We got a bunch of kids that just kind of stay within the county and don't come on here. Yeah, the producers have been very generous with going through the sale process because it's not terminal. They just kind of award the kids a market price for one of the steers, and so it kind of limits your market risk then because you don't have to worry about losing a bunch of money to do it. Yeah, no, but it helps knowing that the risk is there. This is my son Gabe. He's got a mouthful of sunflower seeds. Did you meet Zeke?
This is Gabe.
Good job on your speech. Were you nervous? It's hard, man. It is super hard. Yeah? Were you nervous? Oh, it's a long day. Such a long day. Nice to meet you guys. You bet.
Camera. You hear me? Get on that chair. Get on that chair. Here, Zeke. Zeke. We'll look at it later. We'll look when we have time.
Yeah, we've been for 8 hours.
Once they get big enough, we're just going to let them go.
I finished all my IXLs while sitting in that seat. She also assigned them today, so I took them today.
Don't stand still. I think we're noggins on the team. See if I
And now they leave around like
next door? Saw that. There's like a line. Indian line? Oh, I'm gonna go have to get it up. I'm gonna go pick out. Just walked in there. She probably saw me walking and ignored me, so he's like, oh, don't tell her.
Kiddos, we're going to get started here in just another couple minutes. So Dancy's son lost a belt yesterday, and it's got his first brand new champion belt buckle on it. And it's not going to be but about that long. And it was while we were in the dairy barn yesterday. Did anybody find a belt, little bitty belt with a big buckle on it? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're about to get started. Anybody need to do anything else? You got 1 minute. Okay, I don't know what time the banquet's going to start. It's going to start kind of like the test did yesterday, as soon as we're ready. And because of Erica's absence, I don't know what time that's going to be yet, but I'm going to have a prediction for you when we finish. We've got 17 more speeches to go. At the end of that, I'm going to give you a prediction about what time the banquet's going to happen, and it's not going to happen any sooner than what I predict. Okay? So if I say 6:30, we may be ready at 6:15, but we're not going to start until 6:30. But if I say 6:30 and you get here and it's 6:30 and we're not ready, it's going to happen whenever we're ready. Everybody understand? And I'm sorry about that. That's just the best I can do right now. Okay. Final push is going to start with Callie Benoit from Comanche County 4-H. Callie, come on up.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Callie Benoit from the Comanche County 4-H Club. I raise show lambs, goats, cattle, and ranch horses. But this is my first year participating in the commercial steer project. So I did some research to try to figure out what this project was about. And then ended up here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. At home, I live on one of the largest working cow-calf operations in my county. Our calves are shipped in the late summer or the early fall, and my interest in the project started there. I wanted to be more involved and knowledgeable with what happened when they let the yearlings. I decided to pick my calves from some of the ones that we raised because I knew the genetics that we were bred out of some were very nice producing bulls. But I did do some handling from the first time calf heifers. My calves came to me with the first set of vaccinations warm and on grain already because I was able to get them right after summer births. This helped with my expenses a little. I implanted them and moved them over to a straight corn feed program as it was the lowest committee for feed in my area. The implants I used had a payday of window of about 100 days. So towards the end of my project, I implanted and warmed them again with another set of more aggressive growth implants to get my final finish. I also have some spoiled calves apparently because they got into where they just would not eat the grain. To save my project and the gains I was getting, I went ahead and brought them with a little bit of sweet ration and they picked it right back up. I learned so much with this project. I feel like this was a great learning experience for me and how it differs from my show animals and is more realistic on how ranchers and producers make a living like us. I'm excited to get more involved with this project next year and the following years to come. Thank you for your time.
Callie, nice job. So did I hear you right? You said y'all raise these yourselves, right? And y'all sell Angus bulls as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in my opinion, Callie, those are two of the better steers we've seen today. And I was just really impressed with a lot of things about them, but also just their sheer top shape. So, just me looking at those two, I would almost speculate that if you'd have left them intact and sold them as bulls, that they've been worth quite a bit of money. So, how did you make a decision on whether to castrate those versus leave them intact and try to capture their value as a bull?
So at some point we have a branding season. Within that branding season, we also castrate all the steers. But with the bulls, if they get like a test that's positive, they'll send them off. But then, like I said, these were the first time heifers, and those were new. And so those were the ones that we're able to pick off of, and those are the two that we chose.
Excellent. Thank you, Callie. You did a great job today.
Good job, Callie. Next is Sydney Vickers from Pilot Point FFA.
You're up at 5 a.m. to feed, and you hear a cough coming from your pasture that you've heard before. So you go to see who it is. You see, it is one of your heifers. So you run back to the medicine cabinet, grab a bottle with a needle and syringe to administer the appropriate antibiotics. This is how daily life on farms and ranches used to be. Hi, my name is Sydney Bickers, and today I'd like to tell you about the new veterinary prescription guidance. First, I should tell you what this guidance actually reads. The FDA guidance number 263 instructs animal drug companies to voluntarily change labels so that medically important antibiotics, which are medically important for human medicine, that are currently available over the counter, transition to prescription only. These medications will require a prescription from licensed veterinarians for legal use, and livestock producers will need an established veterinarian client-patient relationship before purchasing prescription antibiotics. So what does this mean for veterinarians and their clients? One drawback to the FDA guidance number 263 is since large animal veterinarians are already in short supply, this will increase demands on already overworked veterinarians. Dr. Heilsberg, who was just named Equine Practitioner of the Year by the Texas Veterinary Medical Association, says, there are a lot of veterinarians who cannot work the hours we are being expected to work. So if you don't have an established relationship, a veterinarian won't come to see you. It has always been a good idea to establish a good relationship with your veterinarian. However, in the past, farmers and ranchers could often treat common issues without veterinary help. Producers who do not seek a positive relationship may struggle to find medication for their animals when ill. So what should these producers do? An article in the Wisconsin Agriculturalist says, livestock veterinarians are in short supply in some areas of Wisconsin. So it is with urgency that I encourage all producers to develop their veterinary relationship. Engage them to visit your farm today to advise treatment protocol and drug orders, so that you're prepared to treat your animals in a timely and effective manner. The goal of the FDA guidance number 263 is to reduce antimicrobial resistance, a serious threat to both human and animal health. The increasing threat of antibiotic resistance compelled the FDA to take action. Overuse and improper use of antibiotics can cause this resistance, which some scientists and doctors attribute to the development of superbugs. According to an article on the AVMA website, while the change might be challenging, the end result will be more responsible antibiotic use, benefiting both human and animal health. However, with the veterinary community being in short supply, will they be able to provide the oversight needed to make the proper changes? Or will livestock producers lose their animals? Only time will tell. Thank you.
Sydney, great job, and your steers look really amazing. I was going to ask you what you might tell us is the reason why there's about 180 pounds difference between the two. Why is one way less than the other?
So this year, I waited a little late because I was looking for Bronby crosses. So I was waiting a little later in the year trying to hope that I could find some, because there's not very many Bronby crosses around us, and I just didn't happen to produce any calves. I had all heifers this year. So I was later in the season, so I had to buy from 2 different places and get slightly close weights, but when I bought them, they were already at a different weight range because I did get them from 2 different places, and they were just at different times.
Okay, that sounds really good. I want to ask you one more question that deals with your speech. So, which has created way more antibiotic resistance? The use of antibiotics in humans or in animals?
Honestly, I think it's a little bit of both, because us as humans sometimes do give us ourselves too much antibiotics. But I know there are a lot of producers who truly don't understand the complete need of antibiotics, and they'll use it when there's just a little cough or something instead of going to a veterinarian when they're starting off. So I think it's a mixture of both, that we're both causing it in ourselves and in the animals. And I think that we need to educate ourselves personally on antibiotics, on our human antibiotics,
while also educating new producers on when and when not to give the antibiotics.
Great job. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay, next is Georgia Witt from Robinson FFA.
Have you ever taken ibuprofen and felt like you needed some more before the 4 to 6 hour mark that the bottle says you need to wait? That little amount of withdrawal time is important, but is it when talking about contamination? Hi, my name is Georgia Witt and I'm a senior from Robinson FFA. I've shown pigs for 7 years now, and you might be thinking, what is a pork girl doing in the beef barn? Well, I have run my own small cattle operation for 4 years now, and my ag teacher had mentioned to me that I might be interested in this program. And boy, was he right. I thoroughly enjoyed being a part of this program, and today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what days out, or more commonly known as withdrawal period, is referring to in medicine and why it is important. Days out means how many days it takes a certain medicine to get out of a calf's system before processing them. This is important because without proper examination of a medicine and referring back to the processing date, this can contaminate the meat. For example, you must give Draxon at least 18 days before the butcher date so that the meat will be healthy for us to eat. For this reason, the Food and Drug Administration, or the FDA, has established strict regulations for the minimum amount of time allowed between the last dose of antibiotics administered to the animal at the time of slaughter. Although the United States Department of Agriculture, or the USDA, states that the amount of animal products found that have antibiotic residues in them is low, but it's still not zero. Throughout keeping these commercial steers, I have learned that keeping extra close study of my steer's medicine is important. But, for example, I reworked my cattle on January 20th, 2024, which is a little later than we wanted. The withdrawal time for ivermectin injectable is 35 days. Worming my steers with this medicine just was cutting it too close to show day for our liking. Instead of using that, we used side-active boron wormer, which in turn had 0 days out. This drastic change in the withdrawal time made it easy for me to make the change of medicine. Even though my steers didn't look or feel wormy to start with, this ensured that my beef will not have any contamination from the boron wormer, and I still got to worm them to prevent any sickness. Thank you for giving the pig girl an opportunity in the cattle barn.
Georgia, good job. Sweetie, you're talking about withdrawal periods, and nobody's talked about that yet. So one of the strategies, obviously, find a topic that nobody else is going to discuss. So, we've got several people talk about antibiotics, and of course, antibiotics have a withdrawal period, right? And so you got some that, like Naxel, that's only a 4-day withdrawal. Then you've got other antibiotics like Draxon that are, several weeks, I believe. I don't remember the exact off the top of my head, but there's a major difference. And so, what would you attribute that to? Why do we have some antibiotics that are, very, very short and others that are very extended? What does that withdrawal really come down to? How are they establishing that period?
I feel like some medicines have more withdrawal time or weeks or days because some of them may be stronger than others and how they work is differently. Like every medicine has a different use, or there would be only one medicine. So I feel like that's why there's different strengths and different uses.
Very good, thank you.
Good job, Georgia. Thank you. Next is Adeline Corrales from Fayette County 4-H.
Have you ever been so excited to go to your favorite steakhouse and order your favorite cut of beef, like a strip, a tenderloin? My personal favorite is a ribeye, because I love how fatty, juicy, tender it is. It's so delicious. Anyways, you're waiting and waiting for your waitress to come with your food. You can't even sit in your chair right now because you're so excited. Then you finally see your waiter coming with your food. You're just so excited to eat it all. And when you take your first bite, you're quite disappointed. Your jaw hurts from chewing and chewing from the lack of tenderness, and doesn't have that buttery melt in your mouth taste, and you have to soak it in steak sauce. And the exciting dinner just became average. Hi, my name is Alan Corrales, and I'm excited to tell you how to have the best beef eating experience you ever had. And it all starts in Japan. In the early 90s, a huge jet came from Japan with the breed called Akushi. They're red in color and naturally horned. And they're most known for high modeling, tenderness, and awesome beef. American ranchers use them as terminal cross like my cattle. They get an Akushi bull and cross it with their Charlotte cow. I've been showing Akushi cattle for 3 years now, not only as my show steers, but after I show them, I sell them as freezer beef to my local customers. The United States is the best beef producer in the world because we sell more beef per capita of cows. American ranchers have done a great job increasing our technology, nutrition, herd health, and reproduction. I am a proud American beef producer, and I know we do a great job increasing and giving a wholesome, healthy, nutritious packed product. I think by using tastier genetics and an all-natural feeding protocol, our beef customers are going to get a better eating satisfaction more often. I know beef will stay on top and will continue to be king of the meats. Thank you.
Adeline, that was an awesome speech.
Thank you.
You have a great delivery and really like your cattle as well.
Thank you.
One of the things that is really kind of neat, and you addressed it in your speech, is that American and U.S. produced beef is the beef that's in demand around the globe. Can you tell everybody why that's the case? So why would someone want to purchase U.S. beef that's grain finished and fat and juicy and tender like you just talked about in your ribeye, and also prefer it versus the Australian beef that is also grain fed? Why is U.S. beef the preferred high quality beef around the world?
Because they have really high marbling and they're really tender.
You're exactly right. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job, Adeline. Let's go back to Shackelford County 4-H. Mr. Truitt Burton.
Sustainability, environmentally friendly, recycle. These are really popular terms and also things that the beef industry is really good at addressing. In fact, many people are unaware of just how many places in our everyday lives we come into contact with something that can be linked back to a beef animal. You see, when it comes to our cattle, we don't waste anything. We use literally everything but the moo. Allow me to illustrate by telling you a typical day around my house. And now, as I tell you this story, I want you to listen and count how many times I reference something that comes from a cow. You ready? A typical day around my house. The other day I woke up and brushed my teeth, and my mom keeps saying I need to use less toothpaste and more deodorant. I'm not sure why. The first time I was supposed to replace my fishing line on my rod and reel, and then later my brother wanted to play football, so we grabbed the ball and headed out to play. He bet me a stick of gum that I couldn't catch a pass on the dive, and I told him to throw in a handful of his gummy bears, and he had a bet. He threw the ball, and I ran to catch it. Now, it could have been the fact that I was wearing my boots, but when I ran to catch the ball, I slipped and crashed into one of my mom's flower pots, and the ball cracked the glass of the window. And I cut my leg pretty bad, too. Thought for sure it would need stitches. But luckily, after washing the cut with soap and water, we were able to use super glue and Band-Aids to fix the cut. And now I was a mess, and we were having friends over for dinner. So I quickly washed with shampoo while my mom washed my dirty clothes with detergent. And then my dad asked me to light the charcoal, and that evening we had nice juicy burgers and finished the evening by roasting marshmallows while strumming the strings of my guitar around the fire. Now, raise your hand if you heard 5 or more items in my story that comes from a cow. 10 or more? 15 or more? Well, when I was practicing my story, I counted 16 references in my story that come from things that come from a cow. From the hide that we are all familiar with leather products, such as my boots and football in this story. But did you know that the collagen from the hide, when broken down, becomes gelatin, which is the key ingredient for marshmallows and gummy bears? Bones, hooves, and hair from cattle are also used in many ways. In my story, I referenced a glass, bandage, shampoo, glue, and charcoal, all which have ingredients from beef byproducts. Now, we all know that beef fat helps with flavor in our steaks and burgers, but did you know chewing gum, detergents, and even some toothpaste can be linked back to beef fat? And then finally, the internal organs of our cattle don't go to waste either. Medical stitches, fishing line, and some instrument strings find their origin in a cow. And isn't it just incredible how through science and innovation, our society has learned to create so many useful and everyday items for byproducts? So, next time you enjoy some s'mores by the campfire, make sure to remember the American cattle rancher.
Sure, did you come up with that speech by yourself?
I have to be honest, my parents kind of.
Well, I thought it was very creative. I'm sure you were a big part of the brain trust that created it. So, how do you think we could market the move?
Well,
Do you think that's a serious question? All right. I noticed a couple of things about your steers. I'd like to get your opinion on it. One thing I noticed is that they're very nice, and their heads were a little smaller. They looked really young and youthful, which I appreciated. So do you have any idea when they were born and what their age currently is?
I'm not sure. I got them off of, what I do know, that's a really good question. What I do know is that we got them off of the ranch that we're working for, and we had them for about, we had them for a while, but I don't know the answer to that question.
All right, you'll have to check their driver's license or their birth certificate. You did a good job. I'm real proud of you today.
Good job, Chris. I tell you what, it takes some creativity to come up with a speech the likes of which we've never heard. That in all these years, we haven't heard one that was formatted like that. That was great. All right, so Kaylin Johnson from Bellevue FFA will be next. Come on up, Kaylin.
Today, I would like to talk to you about something important called feed bunk management. It's about how we can make sure that our animals eat their food in the best way possible. Hi, my name is Kaylin Thompson. I'm with the WFFA and I'm in the 4th grade. You see, just like we need to eat healthy food to grow and stay strong, animals also need to eat healthy food too. Nutritious food to be healthy. But it's not just about what they eat. It's also about how they eat it too. Feed bunk management is about making sure that the animals have access to their food in a way that encourages them consistently. Here are a few important things to remember. One important thing is providing enough space for the animals to eat comfortably. If there are too many animals trying to eat from the same place, it can cause stress and competition. So we need to make sure that there is enough room for everyone to eat peacefully. Another important thing to keep your feed bunk clean, just like we don't like to eat from dirty plates. Animals prefer clean feeding areas too. Regular cleaning helps to prevent the growth of bacteria and keeps the food fresh and appetizing for the animals. Animals love to eat fresh food, just like we do. So it's essential to provide them with fresh and high quality feed. This ensures they will get all the necessary nutrients they need to grow and stay healthy. Animals like routine and consistency. It's important to feed them at the same time every day. This helps them develop a regular eating pattern and ensures that they get all of their food when they expect it. By following these simple steps of feed bunk management, we can help our animals have maximum consistent intake of their food. This means they will be healthier, happier, and grow better. Remember, just like we take care of our own food and eating habits, it's important to take care of our animals' food and eating habits too. Good feed bunk management is an important part of being a responsible and caring farmer.
Kaylin, amazing. Yeah, that was an awesome speech. You did a great job of getting a lot of information out there for us. I want to ask you two questions. One, what is your favorite steak?
Like the steaks in like America and stuff.
Yeah, what would you order if you had a chance to have Mr. Blair cook you a steak? What would you tell him to cook you?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll give you a choice. How's this? Ribeye, tenderloin, filet mignon, sirloin, or New York strip?
Ribeye.
All right, good job. And what degree of doneness would you tell him to cook it to? I'll give you choices on that too. Rare, medium, or well done?
Medium.
Perfect. Great answer. Good job.
Okay, let's go to Caden Joy from Young County 4-H.
"6 years from now, where will you be? I'll be 21 years old in the midst of pursuing my collegiate dream and expanding my territory. I bet you too have goals for your life that can articulate where you see yourself in 6 years. And do you know who else can? Your federal government, and expanding their territory is part of their agenda too. Hi, my name is Caden Joy, and I'm a member of Young County 4-H. Let's talk about the 30-30 proposition. This is a goal of the Biden-Harris administration to permanently conserve 30% of the United States land, oceans, and freshwaters by 2030. As defined by the Biden administration, 30-30 will conserve America's land and waters for the benefit of all people by supporting locally led and locally designed conservation efforts, honor private property rights, and support the voluntary stewardship efforts of private landowners and fishers, and support conservation approaches that create healthy communities and support jobs. If you're hearing this without any previous knowledge of the initiative, it sounds pretty good, proven by a national poll where 4 out of 5 United States citizens agreed with the policy. Still, the question arises, what is 30-30 and how will it work? Thus far, the Biden administration has passed H.R. 803, a massive land grab of 1.5 million acres, withdrawal of 1.2 million acres of rare earth minerals. This is interesting because it included one of the cleanest accesses to uranium in the world. Uranium is a necessary mineral for the production of nuclear energy, a clean energy source that would be better for the environment. All these things are well underway, and the Biden administration has stressed that land conservation will be voluntary. But will it be when they're trying to raise the estate tax, resulting in landowners either having to pay the tax or join the land trust? Already, the United States government owns 28% of the United States land, but only 12% of it is conserved, with the remaining 16% having over 24% of our oil production. So even if the government were to conserve the remaining portion of the land, They're removing a large portion of our oil production, which may be what they want to do in the first place. Why do we care? How does this initiative threaten our rights? It all boils down to a quote by John Adams. Property must be secured or liberty cannot exist. The Biden administration is taking away our land, which in turn takes away our ability to produce food and oil. They're giving the government control. Still, the question arises, what is the issue with conserving land? As stewards of God's creation, it is our responsibility to take care of the land. But that doesn't mean it has to be done by the elimination of land use for agriculture or by government control. Currently, the population of the United States is 332 million and is projected to grow to 384 million by 2030. How will we as producers not only produce enough food for the growing population, but also ensure the rest of the population has enough space to exist? We must get out and inform the public about the dangers of the 30-30 land grab to protect the United States we know and love. We, as agriculturists, as producers of food and fiber for our country, must articulate our goals, refine our plan, and put into action what will be achieved in time for 2030. As said by Ayn Rand, the right to life is the source of all rights, and their only implementation is property. Without property rights, no other rights are possible. Thank you for your time.
Caden, have you ever ran for a political office?
No, sir.
Okay, well you should. And I suspect you won't be running underneath the Democratic Party. Is that true?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So you like politics?
I think it is important that we know what's happening in our country so we can preserve our freedom.
I agree completely, and I appreciate you. Tell me one of your favorite presidents or just a politician in general that you think does a really good job of supporting our ag community in the legislation that they try to push. Can you give me any examples? This is just totally opinion, obviously. So,
I think that I believe that our previous our founding fathers, they all, even though people are led to the presumption that they didn't care, they really do care, but I believe they were some of the biggest supporters of the agriculture industry and understand the importance of it for an economy.
Very good. I agree with you. Great job today. Proud of you.
Thank you.
Super job, Caden. All right, let's go to Andrew Jones, Boys Ranch FFA.
The beef industry is an essential part of our feed supply and is voracious when it comes to land usage. In a world where our population is constantly on the rise, our agricultural experts are tirelessly exploring innovative methods to boost food production while being more efficient with our food supply. Through my participation from the Commercial Steer Show, I have gained a glimpse into the intricate world of production agriculture, discovering the true artistry behind raising beef. This experience instilled in me a newfound respect for major cattle producers who endure daily pressures to feed our world. California's Boys Ranch manages a cow-calf operation with around 160 pair on 12,000 acres. We feed out our homegrown steers to supply beef to our entire ranch. This got me thinking about where we are headed and what is being done to combat the growing future. To put things into perspective, the United States dedicates a staggering 780 million acres of land to the cultivation of animal feed. This land use is immense and poses challenges for sustainability. All of our arable land is already allocated to farming and is diminishing each year. The question that looms before us is, how do we address this issue while ensuring that we meet our ever-increasing global food demand while preserving our natural resources? Vertical farming techniques offer an extraordinary solution to this dilemma. Imagine being able to grow the same amounts of essential crops like wheat and barley that would typically require 35 to 40 acres of typical land in just a compact space of 850 square feet. The implication of this innovation is profound. and has the potential to revolutionize the way we produce food, mitigate land use pressures, and revolutionize and contribute to a more sustainable and food secure future. When I envision vertical farming, my mind paints a picture of inner cities thriving with the vibrant colors of kale, strawberries, tomatoes, and fresh basil, a journey from farm to table that's incredibly fresh. Precision agricultural technology has ushered in a new era, allowing farmers to cultivate crops indoors while meticulously controlling variables such as temperature, light, nutrients, and water. This approach optimizes the utilization of natural resources, especially land. However, what often goes unnoticed is the tremendous potential to revolutionize the cattle industry. In a place you might least expect, a dairy farm west of Provo, Utah, is already leading the charge, laying the groundwork to transform the cattle industry as we know it, and setting the stage to reshape how we produce and supply food to the demands of the future. This new technology requires only 5% of the water required to grow their animals' feed. Bateman Dairy Farms in Utah stands as the pioneer in putting this technology to the test. Their new facilities house 10 towering structures, each reaching 25 feet in height, bursting with nutrient-rich wheat grass. Everything in the process is automated, from seed to harvest, significantly reducing the labor required by farmers and specifically designed to cut costs. But here's the most impressive part. Not only does growing their own animals' own feed indoors protected against natural extreme weather conditions, such as drought and windstorms, they have found that this homegrown food is more nutritious than their standard feed. A recent study found that these animals ate less while producing the same quantity of milk, putting money back into the hands of the producers and allowing them to recoup their investment in just 3 short years. Although this technology can't entirely replace traditional farming practices, it has the potential to make a significant impact. In this particular dairy, their new system will provide 15% of the feed required to feed 2,000 head of cattle. It's a small number in isolation, but when multiplied across dairies and feed yards throughout the country, it can collectively make a positive, substantial difference in protecting our environment, conserving resources, and contribute to a more sustainable future for our food production industry. The journey begins here, but the potential is nationwide, and the opportunities are boundless. Thank you.
Andrew, you bring a really innovative, intriguing, and exciting speech to the table. Really appreciate that. You had to do a lot of work to find all that information, and so hats off to you. Let me ask your opinion, since you have the most knowledge in the room about vertical farming. How long do you think it might take to see the dairy industry, because they would be the most progressive probably, and our feed yard industry get to 10%, where we would be looking at a vertical farming model?
I do not.
And there's no right answer, just give me your best guess.
I would say that with it constantly coming more and more into view, that it will slowly gain progress and speed, coming more into more dairies. But as of right now, it's probably taking a bit of time. So I would say 5 to 10 years.
Okay, and then what is the incentive that drives all innovation pretty much for the farmers?
Their investments, I would say, being able to get money back straight into their hands.
That's exactly right. They need a good return on their investment. Great job, good answer, awesome speech.
Thank you. Andrew, before you go, Dr. Rapper, you need to know something about Andrew. He's a senior. And what's strange about seniors that are here is I very rarely ever see rookie written next to their name. So Andrew's a rookie and a senior, all right? Now, in the history of this competition, folks, this says something about Andrew. In the history of this competition, it has never been won on a competitor's first year. Andrew knows that. It didn't bother Andrew a bit. A lot of people would say, you know what, I don't have time to go do the commercial steer show. I don't have time to get good at it. I don't have time. There's no way I can compete against these other seniors that have been doing it since they were Haven's age, since they were 8. Didn't matter to Andrew. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Okay, let's go to Landry Whitley from Hallettsville.
Goodbye, Earl. Yep, you heard me, just like those darn Dixie Chicks. Goodbye, Earl. That's all I could say when my Houston steer named Earl, after 4 days of being at our barn, went to be with Jesus. Hi, my name is Landry Whitley. I'm 12 years old and a proud member of the House of Your FFA program. And boy, do I have a story for you. Now, one day I was walking to my barn to get my chores done, because I'm just the perfect child. And I see one of my steers, but this time it isn't good. My steer was experiencing labored breathing, high temperature, major congestion, weakness, and fatigue. When I looked at him, he was standing in the shade, hunched back, head hanging low, mouth open, tongue out, and drooling profusely. I knew something was wrong, and he needed immediate care. Having no medications on hand, we decided to take him to the vet. As soon as the vet was initially diagnosing the issue, my steer laid down, and his breathing worsened. A few moments later, he finally took his last breath. The vet was eager to look at my steer's lungs, so we decided to do a full necropsy. And that's when the cool stuff began. When the vet removed the front shoulders and rib cage, all the internal organs were exposed. He showed me the pus-filled lungs with lesions and abscesses. This was definitely the reason why my steer couldn't breathe. We took loads of samples and sent them to A&M, where labs can grow cultures and test medications. A few weeks later, the vet called and said that we were victims of pneumonia. And out of the 6 antibiotics that we tested, only 1 would work for the particular bacteria that was in my steer's lungs. I never asked how long my steers were weaned, what vaccinations they have had, if they've been treated for pneumonia in the past, or when was the last time they've had a vaccine. Every single one of these questions are very important when you are investing your money as a producer. So my advice to you is ask questions and save the money. Thank you.
Landry, that was a good story. Not such a great story in terms of losing a calf, but it's a good story to learn from, right? And that's the full purpose of the project. So tell me a little bit more about what you know about this interstitial pneumonia that you just described in that necropsy. Do you know what, can you explain a little more about that disease? Like, is a virus responsible? Is a bacteria responsible? Or how does that kind of come full cycle into the case of pneumonia that ended in that steer's death?
Well, it was a bacteria that got in my steer's lungs, and that's what caused it to like flare up and get all pus filled, and then with the lesions and abscesses.
That was great. Good job, Landry.
Thank you.
Flare up and get all pus filled. That's an answer. Okay, Reed Hawkins from Groveton FFA.
Hello, my name is Reed Hawkins, and I will be representing Groveton FFA. Today, I'm going to tell you about how rising interest rates affect the cattle industry. Rising interest rates affect the cattle industry the same way they affect other industries in America. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, the cattle industry had faced many challenges in 2022, such as rising feed costs and drought conditions. This caused a decrease in the number of cattle and calves in the United States and set the tone for 2023. A report published by according to the United States Department of Agriculture Statistics Service, a report published January 31st, 2023 states that there were 89.3 million head of cattle and calves in the United States. This number was 3% down compared to the same time in 2022. The calf crop was estimated to be at 34.5 million head. This number is 2% down compared to last year and will be the lowest number reported of cattle and calves in the United States farmlands since 2013. The report also states that there were 28.9 million head of beef cattle in the United States. This number was 4% down compared to last year. Interest rates affect the cattle agricultural markets in three major ways: the cost of holding inventory, the effects on investment decisions such as land, machinery, and input purchases, and the overall farm business risk of borrowing money to make purchases. When money is not being borrowed, the cost of someone using personal capital increases. This is considered an opportunity cost. In other words, an opportunity cost is the money that said capital could be making when invested into something else. Thus, any producer, whether borrowing money or not, incurs a cost when using capital. An estimate done by the University of Tennessee's Agricultural Department states that with an interest rate of 7%, including inputs, it would cost $39.70 to hold a 575-pound steer for 180 days at a cost of $150 per hundredweight. This cost affects profitability and should be considered by cattle buyers, cow-calf producers looking to purchase breeding stock, feedlot operators, and others in the industry. This cost could cause buyers to bid less when buying and sellers to want more when selling. Higher costs cause cattle producers to liquidate their herds, especially replacement heifers that could be kept in use to build herd numbers. With continued weak economic growth, concerns about inflation, and rising interest rates, they continue to limit household expenditures and growth. This could lead to a decrease in the demand for beef and further affect the cattle industry. In conclusion, rising interest rates have major impacts on all of the cattle industry, rising the cost of holding inventory, purchasing and replacing machinery, input purchases, and expansion. Thank you.
Reed, excellent. That's an awesome speech. And I wanted to just throw out there, have you ever heard of a cattle cycle?
No, sir.
Okay, then we won't go that direction. So in those inputs that you were talking about that are all causing everything to go up, what do you think the impact is on people going out and purchasing heifers and putting them into production? So higher interest rates, higher inputs, higher costs.
The effect it could have is that they would be losing more money than making it due to them having to spend more money on the heifers and their gains on the heifers and taking care of their offspring.
That's a good answer. Good job. Nice speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Next is Julie Johnson from Bellevue FFA.
Today, I would like to talk to you about an interesting concept called hybrid vigor. In cattle, also known as heterosis, is a term used to describe the increase strength, health, and productivity of an offspring. That results from the mating of two different breeds of cattle. It's like when two superpowered superheroes come together to create an even more powerful superhero. Hi, my name is Julie Johnson. I am in the Bellevue FFA and in the 6th grade. When two different breeds of cattle are crossed, their offspring will inherit the best qualities from both parents. This results in the calf is stronger, healthier, and more productive than its parents. It's almost like getting the best of both worlds. For example, let's say we have a breed of cattle known for their resistance to disease, and another breed known for their fast growth and high milk production. When these two breeds are crossed, their offspring will inherit the disease resistance from one parent and the fast growth and high milk production from the other parent. This makes the hybrid calf much more resilient and productive than either of its parents. Now you might be wondering why hybrid vigor is so important. Well, there are a few reasons. Firstly, it helps to improve the overall health of the cattle population. By introducing new genetics from different breeds, we can reduce the risk of disease and increase the resistance to common health problems. Secondly, hybrid vigor also leads to increased productivity. The offspring of crossbreeding have better growth rates, higher milk production, and improved fertility. This means that farmers can get more meat and milk from their cattle, which is important for meeting the growing demands for food. Lastly, hybrid vigor also helps to ensure genetic diversity in cattle population. By crossbreeding, we can prevent inbreeding and improve the overall genetic health of the cattle. In conclusion, hybrid vigor is a fascinating concept in breeding. It allows us to create stronger, healthier, and more productive cattle by crossing the different breeds. By harnessing the power of hybrid vigor, we can improve the overall health, productivity, and genetic diversity of cattle populations. It's like creating a superpowered breed of cattle that can meet the challenges of the future. Thank you.
Julie, good job. I don't know that anybody's really talked about crossbreeding too much today, and that's just fundamental to our industry, right? It's extremely important that we crossbreed and take advantage of heterosis. So your two calves were different than anybody else's, so what were they the result of? What two breeds crossed to get those animals? Or maybe not in the most recent generation, but a couple generations back.
A Hereford Angus cross.
That's right. And so a lot of times when we crossbreed, we talk about the complementarity of those breeds, like how each one complements the strengths and weaknesses of the other one, like what one of them brings to the table and does a really good job, maybe the other one's not quite as strong in. So can you tell me just briefly what does the Angus bring to the table that you think they do well with in that cross, and then what do you think the Hereford offers in that cross?
I think the Angus have good marbling, and I think the Hereford has good rib cage.
That's good.
Wide.
Yep, wide, got a good rib cage. They bring the white face to the table. And they bring a lot of heterosis. I think we were asking somebody before, they had a couple of Herefords, and we were talking about why that breed has risen. And one of the reasons is because when you cross with Herefords, they create a higher level of heterosis than our other breeds, just because genetically they're so distantly related to a lot of our other breeds. And so that's a big reason why Herefords work really good in crossbreeding schemes as well. You did a great job. I really enjoyed your speech.
Thank you.
Let's go to Levi Gola from Comal County 4-H.
Fire, the wheel, electricity, the automobile, and the iPhone
are all technologies that have changed the world. In the beef industry, we've seen refrigeration replace salt, tractor trailers replace the cattle drive, squeeze chute replace roping, the fajita replace a low-value cut into a desirable one, and electronic ID replace branding. What's next? Something even bigger and more profound that will change our everyday lives. Today, we know the acronym AI as artificial insemination. Tomorrow, we will live it as artificial intelligence. Last year, I stood up here and discussed the issue of lack of labor and how we can address it with the wave of immigration coming across the border. I was wrong. The coming wave of change will not be managed with low-skilled migrant labor. Rather, labor will be replaced with artificial intelligence. We are on the frontier of this evolution. Companies such as Amazon are investing billions of dollars to replace human labor with robots. In 2023, they purchased iRobot for $1.7 billion. Today's labor with inflation has become expensive and unreliable. The Department of Labor reported that the cost of labor from 2020 to 2023 increased by 16.6%. That is more than the previous 8 years combined. The beef industry must not only embrace this change, but lead the way. The technology wave is here. The Merck Animal Health Temperature Ear Sensor SensHub detects fever in cattle immediately and monitors their treatment response. Combine this with the new heart, lung, and weight monitors, an AI algorithm called Whisper on Arrival, and according to Merck research, can decrease the use of metaphylactic antibiotics by 43%. No more cowboys and horses need to ride pens all day. We can catch disease earlier and treat more effectively. Additionally, we have robots being developed for mixing and delivering feed, drones surveying and moving cattle, and self-driving vehicles and virtual fencing. The skill sets to manage AI will be different. All of us in this room need to learn robotics, computer algorithm training, and AI management skills. The labor of tomorrow must be highly skilled. AI also presents new threats to the industry. 3D printing of beef is currently under research to replace the production of traditional beef. The pork and chicken industries are further ahead, implementing technology. Embracing AI is our only option to outperform our competition. If we want a beef industry of tomorrow, we must focus on mechanics, robotics, and less on traditional practices. The cow drives of yesteryear are gone, and so too will be today's beef production practices. AI will detect the cattle that are ready for harvest, sort them, load them, and deliver them. It will also revolutionize cattle genetics, leading to more efficient feedlot performance and more valuable carcasses. All of this will be done via AI, and it'll be our job to manage and improve it. Mustafa Solomon, the founder of DeepMind, the leading AI company in the world, said it in his 2023 book, The Coming Wave, that our lives will change more in the next 10 years than the last 100 because of AI. Our success hinges on how we embrace and develop artificial intelligence. To not do so would make the beef industry of tomorrow, just as the cattle drives, an extinct tradition of the past. Thank you.
Wow, Levi, that is a great speech on a subject that no one's talked about, and it really addresses the future. And everything you're talking about for the beef industry is extremely important. The biggest challenges we have are in being able to get things done. So in AI, I know you did all this work, you put this speech together. Did you ever dream about giving everybody the future and your opinion of AI on the farm and ranch and in beef production?
Not really, but I have thought about it.
Well, why don't you think about it right now and tell us how you see AI being used in the feed yard, at the cow-calf sector, and at the beef processing plant?
So at the feedlot, I see AI being able to be used by us using drones to help look at cattle to see if they're sick or if they're down. We can also use different types of robots in stuff that will help us control their feed bug management, what they're consuming. I mentioned in my speech that we'll make something called Whisper on Arrival, which will help us detect fever, and this will help us to find a disease for this cattle and treat it. And then in the processing plant, I see us having robots being able to determine the quality grade of the carcasses and being able to cut up these different types of cuts.
Fantastic answer. Great job. Awesome speech. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Thank you, Levi. Let's go to Pierce Wilhelm from Nazareth FFA.
Risk. It is the possibility of loss or injury. Risk. Managing risk includes preparation and strategy. As cattle producers, not managing our risk can lead to us losing our bottom line. Hi, my name is Pierce Wilhelm with the Nazareth FFA, and today I'm going to be talking about livestock risk protection insurance, or LRP, that is offered through the USDA. You may be asking yourself, Pierce, why do I care about LRP? As cattle producers, we know all too well about the inherent risk with price volatility in the market. Some of us use futures and options. However, LRP is the safest option for cattle producers. In 2021, the USDA made some changes to the program, including moving premium subsidies and increasing premium subsidies as much as 55% and moving premium due dates. This helped expand the popularity of the program among producers. LRP works best for producers who buy cattle to feed, then resell. However, producers need to understand that when purchasing LRP, that the coverage prices are not based off of the received cash price or the closing futures markets for the end date on the endorsement. However, they are calculated off of the CME feeder cattle index, as the end of the endorsement is calculated off of the CME feeder cattle index. And the LRP fed cattle policy is based off of a weekly weighted average of slaughtered cattle across 5 areas as reported by the Agricultural Marketing Service. According to the Texas Farm Bureau, LRP is suitable for operations of all sizes. It can be used from a minimum of 1 head all the way up to 25,000 in 1 crop year. In a single endorsement, a producer can insure up to 12,000 head. And producers usually line up these endorsements to the end of to whenever they would sell their cattle. For example, if a feeder would ship his cattle to a feed yard in June, the endorsement would be set to end in June. However, this producer does not have to sell the cattle in June. He can either keep the cattle 60 days prior to the coverage end date and still receive his indemnity, or he can keep the cattle past the coverage date but without any price protection. Whether a producer keeps the cattle past the trigger date or sells late or sells early, they still need to understand that LRP is just an insurance policy. In conclusion, LRP is an insurance policy that allows producers to mitigate risk in the cattle market. They also need to understand that LRP is just an insurance tool, and does not help increase or enhance gross revenue. Because of this, LRP has gained a lot of popularity over the past few years. Thank you.
Pierce, did you cut costs by using the same 2 steers 2 years in a row for this project?
No, sir.
So these is by far the biggest cattle I've ever seen in the ring for this contest. And Dr. Miller and I, we gave them a quality and yield grade combination that we've never given before. You'll see that later. I haven't seen cattle that big since we backed them up in COVID there towards the tail end of the year. But no, these actually aren't that far off of a lot of cattle that we're feeding in today's climate. And so I've got a couple of questions because they just raise good questions, right? One of the questions I've got is, what do you think is too big? Are they too big for our industry? What does that even mean? How about you go ahead and start with that one?
Well, everything's bigger in Texas, but on a more serious matter, these cattle are a little too big because most packing plants were built in the late 70s, early 70s, when cattle weren't near as big and the carcasses were a lot smaller. And this can cause the carcasses to drag on packing floors, and it's more of a pain in the butt for the producers to deal with. And I would say the ideal weight is, the finishing weight is about 1,500 pounds and lower, about between 1,400 and 1,500 is what I like to see.
Pierce, you nailed that question. I just think this is so educational that we need to talk one more question just so everybody's learning, because that's a big part of what we're doing today too, okay? So when you add this much weight on these cattle and extend days on feed, right? You know, there could be a motivation for that, right? Particularly if there's no carcass weight ceiling in terms of discount. So I want you to describe for the kids in the contest, what is the advantages and why a feed yard may take cattle to this weight where they're 1,800 pounds if there's no ceiling? What are the advantages in terms of some of the grades we're giving your cattle? I said that it was a rare combination we gave them. What is being helped or maybe elevated by added days on feed, and then what's the downside between for taking cattle this big on the other side of that grid?
So on the matter of the cattle, what benefits them on being on feed a lot longer is that you can fill out they're a lot fatter than if you would just fed them out for 30 days less, and you're able to fill the cattle out a lot more. But that also leads to a lower yield grade in terms of what your ribeye looks like, because it does have a lot more back fat around that area. And it's just not ideal for the packer because they're wanting to sell the bigger, high-end steaks. Well, that doesn't allow for the steak to be as big because they're having to trim the ribeye area to something that is much smaller than what it actually should be.
Pierce, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Great answers.
Thank you. Good job. Okay, Brock Sartwell from Falls City FFA.
What does it mean when someone says cattle have a little ear? The stockman, it means they have some Brahmin or Boston-Dicus blood in their pedigree. To me, a fifth-generation rancher living in South Texas, it means adaptability. Howdy, my name is Brock Sartwell, and I live just about an hour south of here in Campbellton, Texas. This is my first time feeding in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. However, this is not my first time feeding out steers. I've exhibited commercial steers at the Karnes County Youth Show for 6 years, and my brother fed out steers for the San Antonio and the Houston Livestock Show. Each year, we learn something new, and we implement the lessons learned from the following year. Over the years, we've used many different breeds of cattle, trying to find the best combination. We have exhibited Angus, Red Angus, Charolais, and this year we went with Angus Brangus cross steers. Why did we choose Angus and Brangus crosses? Well, it's simple. The weather in South Texas is like a roller coaster. One day it's 100 degrees, and the next it's near freezing. Weeks upon weeks of this weather in the fall months, without end, is about as harsh on cattle as it is on people. A hairy, panting, purebred Angus isn't going to consume what it needs to be profitable. and won't gain at a pace to compete with those raised in cooler environments. My family has been raising purebred Brahman cattle for more than a century. My ancestors found a breed of cattle that matches the hot and humid environment of South Texas and areas of the Gulf Coast. For the first time, I trust my instincts, and I put a little bit of ear into my commercial steers. For the first time in nearly a decade of feeding out commercial steers, our cattle were trouble-free. Our steers ate, remained healthy, and handled the unpredictable weather like champs. I'm convinced the difference was because of their little bit of fear. Now, if I lived in some place like Abilene or Amarillo, my breed choice would be much different. But living in South Texas, you have to make adjustments. So what did I learn from this year's commercial steer project? I learned that I need to stop putting a square peg into a round hole. I learned I need to listen to my ancestors more and match the cattle to the environment. What I have this year are true commercial steers that have not been implanted, and they will be great for the consumer and profitable in the market. Thank you for having me. I'm excited and I'm already looking to add just a splash of deer into next year's commercial steers for next year's contest. Thank you.
Brock, great job, and thanks for coming with those steers. I was going to ask you, so you added a little ear in there, but what would the parents have looked like on your steers? What would the genetics have been on the cow and the sire of those if you go back a generation or two?
Okay, so the genetics on the cattle that I have behind me are, their parents were an ultra black and an Angus, which an ultra black is an Angus on a Rangus. So those steers were 3 30-seconds Brahman, and the rest was Angus. So that's just their percentages of Brahman and Angus.
Thanks for that explanation, because not all of us know that, and it was a great job. Awesome speech.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brock. Good job. Next, let's go to Cameron Burton from Shackelford County 4-H.
Fellow commercial steer exhibitors, beef cattle educators, beef industry advocates, and influencers alike, I feel like I need to level with you. You see, I know this is a commercial steer contest and all, but to be honest, well, I like cows. However, I really love horses. And for me, the best part about having cattle is getting to ride my horse to work them. Hi, I'm Cameron Burton. I'm 9 years old and this is my first year to do a commercial steer contest. Let me ask you one simple question. Have you ever had your patience challenged by a cow? I know I sure have. Let me see if you can relate. Now, I don't know how cow working typically goes for you, but when my dad says something like, this shouldn't go this won't take very long, things just don't always go the way they're supposed to. We may have had 1 or 2 of those times ourselves, and we may have had to add fence mending to our tasks at the end of those days. We were stressed and the cattle were stressed. Definitely not the outcome we wanted. One evening after such a day, after we cooled off, we reflected on the situation. We realized that the most common issue was the fact that we were in a hurry and we weren't looking at the situation from a cow's perspective. We could only see it from a human's perspective. So, to help me remember some low-stress cattle handling principles for the next time, I wanted to share with you a little acronym, something I'm really proud to be. Cowgirl. COWGIRL. C is for comfortable cattle make you money. When your cattle are more concerned about eating than surviving attacks from predators, they gain better and they stay healthy. They also don't tear up pins and fences. Oh, only apply pressure when they have somewhere to go. Sometimes we feel the need to force cattle, but if we wait until they have a place to go before we put pressure on them, their flight instincts works to our advantage. W, work slow and steady. When it comes to livestock, slower is faster. We have to work with our animals and their instincts to handle them with low stress. G, groups are less stressed than singles. Cattle, like horses, are naturally more comfortable in herds. That's why horses are so helpful when their natural instincts to herd things can be used to our advantage in handling sets of cattle. I, immunity is better when cattle are not stressed. When our animals are under low stress, their internal systems are able to focus on building immunity with the help of our vaccines and not just survival. That makes for healthier cattle all over. R, release pressure when the animals go where you want. Once the animals are going in the direction you want them to go, we can train them through rewarding our response by taking pressure off of them. And last of all, L, leave them with a good memory. More than likely, this won't be the only time we have to work our stock. Leaving them with a good memory of a low-stress experience will make them more easily handled the next time. In closing, I would like to share with you one of my favorite Winston Churchill quotes. No hour of life is wasted that is spent in the saddle. But on the ranch, we can make better use of that hour if we try to think more like a cat. So saddle up and pull your girths tight. We've got some horses to ride and cattle to punch. Thank you.
Cameron, you're a rookie?
Yes, sir.
Wow, that was really good. You deserve another feather in your hat after that speech right there. I guarantee you. All right, so I got maybe two possible questions for you. They're going out right now, that's fine. So I noticed you're kind of hairier calf on the left. He's got maybe a fair amount of mud on him, right? And so I was kind of curious if you could tell me, what is that called when we get a lot of mud on a feedlot steer or heifer in the feed yard? Do you have any idea what that's called? And does it affect anything in terms of maybe when a buyer is looking at them trying to make decisions on what to price them as?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay, that's cool. It's called tag, right? So we just call that mud that's caked on their tag, and so sometimes it hurts their dressing percentage, and so maybe they want to be a little softer on their bid. All right, let's go back to what you were talking about in your speech, though. Have you ever heard of a bud box?
What?
It's called a bud box because you were talking about animal handling, and I really loved your acronym. Did you come up with that acronym yourself?
No, sir, my dad did.
Okay. We got good parenting over there. So a bud box, basically, instead of forcing cattle to go into the chute rack, we give them a box where they can go in and load, and then we get in the box with them, or you can get in there on your horse, and then we allow those cattle to get to the end of the box and then come back to where they came from, just like you were talking about, right? So in your experiences of just working cattle, what's kind of the most important thing, and you listed several, what do you think the most important thing is that you've ever learned in terms of how to handle cattle?
I'd say, gee, that's hard. There's tons of things. When you're working, you don't want to be too loud because that could startle the cattle. You don't want to be too fast because that will make them go faster. And like I said, you want to think like the cat. So you don't want to do anything to scare them. You don't want to work them too hard because when you work them too hard, that makes them it gives you cortisol, which makes them dark cutters and tough meat.
Look at you go. That was a great answer. Proud of you.
Good job, Cameron. Okay, next is Crockett Gither from Fayette County 4-H. Come on, Crockett.
I would be willing to bet that everyone
in this room has made it their priority to take great care of the steers that they brought here to the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. I know that these guys behind me have lived quite well since I got them 6 months ago, with clean water, an all-they-can-eat buffet, and nothing better to do than lay around all day. These are a few of the steps that I have taken to make sure that my steers have been humanely treated up till this point. Hi, my name is Crockett Ginther. I'm 11 years old and a proud member of the Schulenburg 4-H Club. And today I will be briefly discussing the 9 CFR, or Code of Federal Regulation, that addresses humane handling, or more specifically known as Regulation 313. Once we are finished here, our steers will be loaded on the semis and taken to a USDA-inspected slaughter plant. No matter how big or small this plant is, they will have to adhere to Regulation 313. The Humane Handling Regulation has 3 main parts that a plant must follow from when the animal arrives to when it has been rendered unconscious. According to the 9 CFR, Regulation 313 addresses 1. Pens, driveways, and ramps, 2. Handling of the livestock, and 3. Stunning. The first part of this regulation, 313.1, regulates that all livestock pens, driveways, and ramps shall be maintained in good repair. This means that the pens should be well kept to prevent injury, the ground should prevent slips and falls, and the overall design be made for safe movement. Livestock also has to be protected from inclement weather. The second part of this regulation, 313.2, is handling of the livestock. This protects the animals from employees using excessive hotshot or paddle use, moving them in a manner that causes excessive excitement, or causing slips and falls. This also protects any non-ambulatory animals from being drugged while still conscious or trampled by others. This part of the regulation ensures livestock has water 24/7. The last part of this regulation, 313.5 to 313.30, is stunning techniques, whether it's gas, captive bolt, gunshot, or electrical stunning. They must all immediately render the animal unconscious before shackling. It is the plant's responsibility to maintain equipment and train employees on proper use and application of the supported method. After you, as the consumer, as the producer, does your part in producing a quality product for the consumer, I think it is important for you to understand that the buck does not stop with you. The slaughter facilities have requirements to meet to help maintain a quality product and protect not only the beef industry, but all livestock industries. 313, addressing humane handling, is only a tiny piece of this large book of regulations that helps protect our industry and what we have all worked so hard to work. Thank you.
Crockett, you did an amazing job of taking a subject that a lot of people don't know about and it's kind of complicated and making it really simple and easy to understand.
Thank you.
So just hats off to you for doing that. I wanted to ask you a question with regard to handling of animals in the beef packing plant. How do they ensure that all of those regulations are followed? What do the beef packers have to do to make sure that they don't violate any of those individual numbered regulations that you talked about?
So at the packing plant, there are inspectors that are always there to make sure that they follow those rules. And if they don't, they can get their shoe or whatever equipment has been used and violated, they can give it a red tag.
Amazing, fabulous answer. Great job.
Thank you.
Good job, Crockett. Okay, Miss Penelope Soto from Hayes County 4-H will round us out. Come on, Penelope.
Good afternoon. My name is Penelope Soto, and today I am here from Hays County 4-H in San Marcos, Texas. Did you hear that animal breeders could have a new tool in their toolbox? Cattle breeders have made great strides over the years in improving traits such as carcass quality and carcass weight. But this has taken many, many generations of just slight improvements in each generation. With this new tool called gene editing, huge improvements can be made in just one generation. So what is gene editing? Gene editing is the process of identifying a gene on a DNA strand that you would like to change, then splicing that with the desired gene, much like splicing a water hose. Sounds simple, doesn't it? Well, in reality, this is very complicated. I won't bore you with all of the details of viral vectors, gene sequencing, CRISPR, mini-circle, or SNPs. We'll just leave that up to the scientists. To date, there has already been Holstein calves born with the pulled gene from an Angus into their genome, making a homozygous pulled Holstein, as well as a black Angus bull that has been edited and cloned to be a red Angus. These traits have been edited into the germ layer of the animal so that it can pass these traits onto their next offspring. Simple traits such as pullness and coat collar are much easier to edit than more complicated traits such as marbling and growth traits. In the future, we may even be able to edit traits for disease resistance and feed efficiency, which would help the sustainability of our industry tremendously. Don't get your hopes up too soon, however. This process is highly regulated by our government, which makes it very expensive. Right now, the Food and Drug Administration treats every single gene-edited animal as if it was a new drug. This makes the cost of gene editing in an animal somewhere close to $1 million, which is prohibitive in most cases. However, some countries like Brazil and Australia are embracing this new technology and may soon move ahead of us if our legislators don't recognize the economic and environmental value that this new technology has to offer. Cattle breeders here in the U.S. have led the world in producing high-quality, great-tasting beef. In fact, we produce more beef today than we did in 1975 when we had 35% more cattle in our inventory. My point is that if we want to remain the world leader in producing beef, we need to use all of our tools and technology that we have available to produce a safe, healthy, and efficient product. Once again, my name is Penelope Soto. Thank you for your time.
Penelope, you just put an exclamation point on the quality of all the speeches that we heard today. That was exceptional, and I know you put a lot of time in that, and made you a great presenter. Very, very good. All right, so we had talked about gene editing a few times during the day, and I think earlier I asked somebody what was their moral position on whether or not we ought to be doing that, and I could ask you the same, but and you're free to reply to that. But I think part of the decisions that are going to have to be made is what do you think the general public is going to tolerate? What are they going to accept? And so as we make decisions on gene editing cattle, what types of traits do you think maybe we should start with? And you mentioned a few, but are there some traits you think the general public will accept if we alter, and why? Are there other traits that you fear probably nobody's going to tolerate? We're probably not going to need to go down that road. Give your thoughts on that.
So, in my opinion, I think we should tolerate all of gene editing because this will help our industry a lot. Okay, so we can edit marbling, But I feel that the community, as where it is today, may be a little bit resistant on that because it's actually in their beef, rather than like coat color or poledness, that they're like, okay, it's just the outside of the animal, so it's not that big of a deal whenever they're consuming that product. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, folks, that's 82 speeches. Shout out a big round of applause for all of these kids. Guys, y'all did a great job. I can't tell you how many times there's a whole bunch of people in here that have listened to literally hundreds and hundreds of commercial steer speeches, and I keep getting the same comment. This is the best group we've seen. So thank you for all the preparation that you put into this. Molly, would you give us your thoughts on these speeches today? Molly and I have not been able to visit because we're on opposite sides of the room. Let me hear what you think.
Well, it is a great round of speeches, but I'll tell you what really sunk in for me, and it's going to be a little bit different than what I've told you guys in the past. I'm going to tell you why you're going to win in life, which is kind of an interesting approach, but it starts with really simple things. So when I was driving in this morning, I had to get up early to get here too, but I thought about every one of you, right? Let's forget about your parents for a minute, forget about your grandparents, your aunts, your uncles, all these volunteers. So you get up early, you practiced hard, you took a hard test yesterday, and you sat here all day. I can promise that some of you were thinking, gosh, I wish I didn't have to sit and listen to everybody else's speeches too. And that's what makes you winners in life. Literally, you get up, you put in the work, you prepared hard, and then you have the respect to sit and listen to all of the other competitors that are here. And hopefully you were listening to figure out, how can I get better next year, right? Because you can learn something from every single kid that competed today. I heard some really interesting topics. They were highly varied, more so than previous years, which I thought was outstanding. I learned a lot, but I've also seen just the kind of the quality of what you're talking about and the way that you present has improved, especially year over year for some of you that I remember from past years. So I have to congratulate you on this. But when you think, let's talk about volunteers now, right? Agriculture pours more into children and to young people than any other industry, period. So you think about the people that have hauled you down the road, that are sitting in here smelling ammonia all day long, listening to you, coaching you, and giving you advice, pouring into you, and the reason is simple. We want productive citizens out of our kids and the kids that we believe in. And that's what makes our industry better than any other, truly better. But of all the different things that I've gotten involved in my life, I'm just so proud that we continue to invest in kids and we continue to give you guys this opportunity, because in 4 years, there was a young man up here to talk about 6 years, where he's going to be in 6 years. What I want you all to remember is that Texas Beef Council, unfortunately it is in Austin, Texas, but beyond that, it's a great place to work. So don't forget about me when you guys are looking for jobs, whenever you're out of college and you're ready to go to work, because every one of you is going to be outstanding. Congratulations.
The thing that I really liked is the fact that so many of the topics that you talked about here today, whether it was traceability, gene editing. Mr. Busby, you and I, we're going to go on the speaking circuit and talk about some lab-grown meat, if you're ready, okay? You did an excellent job on that. All topics that were just hot 3 weeks ago at the Cattle Industry Convention in Orlando, the NCBA convention. So it shows that you have spent some time trying to learn what is really important to the industry, because all of these issues are going to affect your ability to become cattle producers, stay cattle producers, and make sure that you have every opportunity to do what you've been doing for the past 6 months for years to come. less than 1%, or right about 1% of the U.S. population are in agricultural production right now, Mr. Blair. That used to be 2% not too long ago. Now it's closer to 1%. We don't have the option to sit back and let somebody else tell our story. We have to tell our story because we're the only ones that can tell it accurately. And what you have shown today is you have a great ability to step in that void, tell that story, make sure the facts are being heard by the other 99%, so that way not only can we protect ourselves, but we can promote what we're doing and show that there are no greater stewards of the land, the environment, and the health of our cattle than all of you sitting here today. So for that, my congratulations on just an overall excellent job.
Thank you both so very much for all you've invested in these kids for all these years. Dr. Rathman, would you take it?
Yeah, you bet. I'll keep it short. We'll talk about the cattle first because that's what Doc and I were up here looking at. And I guess what struck me, we have some of the biggest cattle I've ever seen in here, some of the smallest cattle I've ever seen. But as a whole, I would say each year y'all are getting better at finding the balance between getting your cattle positioned compositionally to be rewarded from both a quality and a yield grade standpoint. So I thought that was as impressive as a whole from top to bottom in the group that we evaluated today as what it ever has been, because obviously those two are antagonistic to each other, right? And so y'all are really learning the craft, how to feed them and get them positioned at that right compositional endpoint. So my compliments to y'all, but just echo what y'all said. You kids, from the rookies to the seniors, man, what a special day. It's just an environment in here where you just feel a strong presence of the Holy Spirit and the blessings that God's poured into y'all. It's just been a special day. Well, I'm really proud of y'all, and we love y'all, and just keep up the good work, keep grinding, and just make great things happen in your life. And I look forward to seeing some of your rookies grow through the program here in the coming years. Awesome job today.
Dr. Rivers?
Yeah, I only have one thing to add beyond all of what's already been said, because I agree with 100% of it. I think that you guys are extremely special, and the word that came to my mind today, and it's been such an honor and a pleasure to be here, is family. When you really look at it, San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, all the volunteers, everybody that does everything here, it is one super big family. Number two is God. He's always here. You can see it when you go to the San Antonio Rodeo. There's always a lot of presence here, and you can feel that today, and Dr. Rathman said that. But I really feel like that one thing that I want you to take away this year, and I can feel it, is that each of you guys that participated today and all the families that brought each of the students that participated today, you guys act like and participate like you're all one family, and that's what makes this really, really special. I think that I love the way that you're happy for the other exhibitors when they beat you and you don't get what you want. And that's what I've seen here, and I've seen it today. And I really appreciate the support that you gave to one another when some people were here giving their speech, and when we're out there grabbing food, everybody just really seemed to care about each other like everybody mattered. And so hats off to all of you guys for your unselfishness and treating each other like you're part of the same family.
Thank you, guys. Exhibitors, I want you to stand with me and give the Special Sales Committee a big round of applause and thank you for all that they have done to make this possible for you guys. Nancy Well has photographed. I guarantee you she's got a couple thousand pictures that she stored on that camera, and I will have them all, as I do always. I will share them with you if you will contact me here in a few weeks after she gets them to me. Thank you again for being here with us all day. We love you. We love you. Luke Hale, I don't know how many years it's been that you've been coming back. That is an example of giving back. All right? He didn't come all the way from Washington, D.C. like he's done for the last 3 years, but he did come all the way from Oklahoma City to give you 2 days of his time. Luke, thank you so very much. Alex, you've been here 2 days with us too. Thank you so very much. What a delightful presence you've been. And Beth, I love you. Thanks for coming home. All right, we're gonna have an award ceremony here in a little bit, okay? I'm gonna try to do it at 6:30. I need you guys to get out of here so that we can get this room ready for an awards banquet. And I need you to go back here and get your things out of the back because we're fixing to start loading cattle. They wanted to start loading cattle an hour and a half ago, and we said we can't have the interruption. So I need y'all to get your things out of the back barn, hug your steers goodbye, and they did such a great job. So we'll see y'all not before 6:30.
Oh, well, you know what?